Yo, Dbloc, did you see the news about the 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 U.S. credit ratings that happened right after close?
Yeah, they try to downgrade us again. Ooh, spooky. But I mean, it is a bad look as a country. It's like a credit score going to shit, you know,
Yeah.
basically. But if you ran your household the way that the country runs the country, then that's exactly what would happen to us, right? You'd eventually end up with a shit credit score, get everything repossessed.
I mean,
Welcome back. Welcome back.
to be able to have that amount of debt, though, that means you had a lot of credit.
Yeah, yeah. Means you were once in a good position and doing the right thing, and something
Yeah.
went horribly wrong.
Just printed a lot of cash, that's all.
But it's weird, but it gets so big that they can use that debt as leverage, in a weird way.
Well, that's what bonds are for the most part.
Yeah, I think they're leveraging our retirement savings accounts, which not mine because I don't invest in that stuff, but that's the only way that you can repay those trillions of dollars of debt. They pull the money out of everybody's retirement. Not saying they do that. I'm just saying that they would do that if the time called for it.
Oh, sorry, finger slipped.
Good lord.
I heard that. Whoa.
Hey, my bad. My finger slipped.
Whoops.
As a quick wake up call.
Lordy hell.
NRA, if you're watching, that was all trigger finger. It's Nemesis here.
It's like Voxy might be under 7 cents again here shortly, or it's right at 7.
Foxy, you said?
Yes, sir. And then that NRN that I've been yapping about a little bit, it act like it was going to do something, but it's done like everything else, come back down.
Mm-hmm. It's good though. We needed this. We really do. You'll get to the point where you start to get relief. You'll feel relief when you get these retracements, and not because you missed the entry or something, but just relief for the pump, right? Your faith in the pump goes up. I'd have been nervous as hell if this thing went sideways for another week. But honestly, we're only 50% through the range, so.
Yo,
And
the
even
only
if the
thing
whole
though,
thing
with this,
plays out, you're still at the bottom of the range, right? We would need to break that and go to 100K.
the only thing about this move though, Dbloc, is the way they're doing it. It's like this slow grind down, like I feel like it's too easy for short. They're making it too easy for shorts. Like you at any point you can just short and just as long as you know you're not like too low, you're just riding free money.
Well, I mean, since Wednesday, they've given the easiest market to trade. Right? If you just shorted 104 and bought, not even 105, but even bought here, but 101.6. I mean, this, and then we go back. It's not just now. I mean, we've been in this range. We scroll all the way back. Aside for these two deviations that we had underneath, just been right here since the 8th, so for basically a week.
Yep. And then like just today, like after market close, it's just been easy. Like I feel like they're gonna pop us, and then
Well,
and
so
then like
I think
just
I think this pattern will take us, right? Like, I think that this bull flag is gonna hold and work out for us. Problem is, we double topped off that. We attempted to break and couldn't do it twice. So again, if we were looking at this chart and it was a 5-minute chart, right, or a 1-minute chart, you know, you would expect it to come down. You would expect it to come down to the bottom of the range, and then the next time it pops would be the time that it actually went. So let's put it on the hourly. Right, that's all we're talking about. Top of the flag, bottom of the flag. Wicks above, wicks below, but for the most part, top of the flag, bottom of the flag. Top of the flag. Showed a little bit of strength here, not going all the way to the bottom, but so chances are if we don't hold this midpoint, if we don't hold that midpoint, we're coming back down to the bottom, which is the 100K that we've been looking for, or that I've been looking for. Now, what a lot of people are saying is that if it comes to 100, it's not going to stop there. I can see 97, I can see 98. But the reason that I think it's enough is because of our Wyckoff that we were looking at yesterday. Right? We had our SC, and then our AR, and then our ST, And then our pop-up that's higher than the AR here. And then we drop down to our ST in phase B. Right there. Lower high. Coming down into the spring. So now this is where we're questionable, right? Because our spring, or what we were looking at yesterday as maybe being the spring, isn't lower than our ST in phase B, and it should be. Right? It should be lower than this section right here, which means if we come down to that 100K and put in that lower low, and we manage to pop back up and hold that support right here on this test, right? Test that support and hold, then I think we're in, at that point, we start going into phase D. And that's what sends us. And that measured move would be the measured move of the bull flag. 114, 112. I can do it. I'll do it on a naked chart later. Let's just let this price action play out, and then we'll be more accurate. It should parabolic, but the difficulty that Total 3 has holding its daily 50 is going to be a little window into how many alts are performing well and how many aren't. Right, which in my opinion you should read as, let's say your favorite alt holds the 50 but Total 3 doesn't. Right? Or let's say you've got a bunch of positions, some of them hold, some of them don't, and then Total 3 doesn't. I would probably start lowering positions to a smaller amount, because what that tells me is that alts as a whole aren't going to outperform. It's just going to be specific alts. At that point, I would start concentrating on the ones that did hold their 50, or the ones that were strong enough to not even have to come back for the retest. If Total 3 holds its 50 or front runs its 50, then the alt season is pretty healthy. Right? Alts in general as a whole are looking pretty healthy. It might be, in other words, it might be a little bit more forgiving. Careful on alts here. Dom, it's still sort of pumping, and I don't think Bitcoin's done just yet. And by careful, I mean even if you've got some good retracements, wait for confirmation before you start swinging at the bottom of these alts, because everything still looks pretty aggressive here. Bitcoin doesn't have to drop that much with Dom going up for the alts to sort of get a spanking. If your alt is not back to its daily 50 yet, don't worry. That's just probably where it's going to end up. If your alt is on the daily 50, those are the ones that I would have up on my chart. Right? Watch the ones that are at the 50 to make sure that whatever move we get here doesn't pop them, right? Doesn't bearishly break. hell? What the hell? So weird looking at candles right now without the vectors on. I mean, I can see where the vectors are for the most part by candle action, but I don't miss trading naked like that.
It's funny you say that because when I can't really look at just normal candles anymore. They look so weird to me. It has to either be the Higurashi or vector candles.
It's like you're not getting enough information, you know what I mean? Like, why would I do this when there's so much more to see here?
Yeah, like you said, the vector, you don't really need the vector candles. You can kind of tell, but that's just more work on your brain.
Yeah.
You can just easily see it by color.
Especially if you're trading multiple, you know, multiple trades. Like, the whole point is to make this shit easy and to avoid burnout.
Amen.
Let's see, did anything get too hard? Not bad, man. Not bad. There's a couple of questionable ones here on the list. For the most part, I tried not to save anything that I didn't think was good. But there was a couple that I saved sort of just to make a point on what happens when things go bad. And even given that, I mean, negative 5% isn't bad.
Yeah, everything is red.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse than that, though. Only thing that's green on my chart is Bitcoin, ES, Nvidia, and Octavia AI. How she snuck in there with the big dogs.
Where do you have CME close at?
Roughly 1036.
1036-ish. Thank you.
Yeah, give or take a couple $100, I'm sure. We have all
Hey
weekend
guys,
to
how you
fine tune
doing?
it. Good, brother.
Good brother. Good brother.
How's
Yo,
your day
Dbloc,
going?
Can't complain. Can't complain.
That's good. That's always good.
As long as things make sense, I have no complaints. The bad days
You
are the
always have
ones when
complaints.
you,
No,
the
I'm
bad
kidding.
days are the ones that are like, what the hell just happened?
I knew you'd have something for me. Dbloc, I don't know if I missed out, but looks like we might go down a bit more here to. I don't have my book map on.
There's nothing there in the
About
bookmark anymore.
about 1022. Am I right? Roughly.
We basically swept everything underneath.
There's one, just one. This one,
100K.
yeah.
100K
100?
flat. 380.
Whoa.
That's my
Yeah.
target, anyways.
Oh, that's good. Because I sold some alts yesterday because I expected this, and we were talking about it yesterday. And so far I'm smiling. 'Cause, yeah, going well. I can
Yeah.
make back again. I'm spotting.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question. On this type of situation here where 100K is kind of like the target, but there could be a wick down, do you
Mhm.
put in orders below kind of
A
graph
grid.
or
Yeah, you can set a grid.
gridded down?
Yeah.
That way, and just in case it does wick down,
In
or
my
how
opinion,
do you?
that's the smartest thing to do for several reasons. One, you don't get no trophies for sniping the very bottom, right? So there's no reason to stress out trying to do that. Two, 100K is a really strong psychological, but that doesn't mean it has to get hit. What it means is it's probably a good target to get front run. So it's probably a good idea to have yourself gridded a little bit above, a little bit below, just in case. And then in my case, I do it dynamically, right? So my first hit is very small. My last hit is large. So worst case scenario, if it does go all the way through and it hits me on my last hit, I've snatched my average so far down that if I've got to cut the position, it's not a big loss. And it's just the price that you pay for trying to snipe the bottom, you know?
Yeah,
So
that makes
basically,
sense.
what you're saying, Dbloc, is don't be the guy that goes on a TV show. He takes box A for 500,000, and then they open box B. He could have had 1 million, but he
Yeah.
goes home with 500,000. Now he kicks himself, but in the end, hey, you got 500,000, dude.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. When I started out, I used to do that a lot. I'd go, dang, I could have made more.
I
Damn.
mean, the truth is that the difference in what you're going to make really isn't that much.
That's
Okay,
true.
yeah.
That's actually
If you got a DCA strategy versus somebody that is all in, all out, right? Like a guerrilla scalping strategy. Obviously, if you guerrilla scalp the whole bag in at the pico bottom of something, you're gonna make more money than the DCA guy, right? That's obviously.
Yeah.
All right, now do 20 trades.
Uh-huh.
Now run
Exactly.
20 trades against that guy and see who's gonna end up top. You'll probably miss 7 or 8 of them, and he'll ride every single one of them.
Yeah.
I'll take DCA for 1,000.
I mean, nothing gets that dopamine going like a big, heavy buy on a stopping volume candle. Don't get me wrong, bro.
All right, dog. You ain't got to call
I'm
me
not
out
trying
like
to.
that.
I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but just realize that you can't.
You can also be on the other side.
Yeah, you can't make that a everyday thing, right? There's specific times where your conviction is very high on a price point, and it hits, and you see everything you have to see, and you're like, okay, I'm going in.
Exactly.
The worst is sniping the bottom and still round tripping it. You know what I mean?
Oh man, yeah, that's a
Like,
private feeling.
yeah, like you just
Yeah.
saw the stopping volume and then 2 red bloody ass candles.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you always have to be patient.
And then chances are, what's going to happen is, let's take this for example here. Let's say you had 100K in the bag, and you're like, I'm just going to throw it in. I'm one Bitcoin trade, and if it goes up $2,000, I'm taking my $2,000 and going and shit or whatever, and it's cool, right? But you jump in here,
Yeah.
and then you get this
Yeah.
candle, and
Yeah.
then what do?
And you're done.
You cut your losses, and you leave here, and now you're staring at this candle, and you're like swinging at the air in your house in a dark room, throwing things around, like when you could have just DCA'd here, DCA'd here, DCA'd here. And then at the very worst, you'd be hoping it came back down to get your last DCA. But if it doesn't, you're making money,
Yep.
Yeah.
There's always another
And
candle to
also,
trade.
watch your stop losses because they don't sometimes fill all the way and you can still lose a bit.
Yeah, in my opinion, the best stop loss is a mental one, but it should be backed up, at least backed up with an actual stop loss on the book. If it doesn't hit, cool. Your main stop loss is your mental one anyways. You can set alarms on, don't rely on it, but at least have it as a backup.
Yeah.
Shit happens, bro. Life gets busy. Kids start bugging out.
Uh-huh.
what you said earlier. Whatever spot bag you're in, if on the daily, if you're above the 50, you should feel okay. You keep an eye on it.
Yeah, even if you're riding this retracement down, right? Because everybody's not comfortable with taking profits yet. But what I want people to get comfortable with is the fact that when you pop through a major EME like that and it hasn't been retested, and it's a fast move, all that euphoria you feel is what makes it hard to sell. But chances are is you're gonna retrace. So you don't have to take the full chance. You don't gotta, 100% out, but take a little 10%, take a little 15%, and put it on a bag on the side. That 20% of a position goes a long way on a dip.
Yeah. And also the market, Nasdaq wasn't too bad today, actually, for a Friday.
Nibbling at two things. They're above the 50, but I'm just nibbling at it, adding to kill the edge on leverage trading. Not doing that too much, but when I get the edge, just it seems like we're above the 50 here. If we hold it, great. It was a good time to add a little, whether it was just a taste or a lot, but just a taste.
Dbloc. So I guess if we hear news about the trade between China and the US going through next week, that would have a nice impact on the markets.
Yeah. I think a lot of the standstill is from not having clarity on that.
Yeah.
It's bullish enough to keep the market up, but we've also sort of done this before where we priced something in too heavy and then they took it away from us.
Yeah. Question: do you think Nasdaq? Do you think the S&P is gonna respond before crypto? Or do you think crypto is gonna respond before, or do you think it's gonna be a simultaneous response?
In my opinion, crypto's been leading. They've been doing a lot of this shit on the weekends. So I don't know if they're doing it because they want.
True, huh?
I don't know if they're doing it because they want Legacy to get like a sort of head start. But they've been doing a lot of this shit on Friday, Saturday. Markets are closed. Bitcoin pumps.
Why do you think?
I think they do it? I think it's to give a head start. I think it's to give a head start. Yeah.
To get a big boom.
Well, that's we're going into midterm elections, and Trump is taking 100% credit for the market now. Right? It's completely different than it was 3 months ago when he was saying that it was Biden's economy. Now he's wrapping his arms around it and he's like, look at what we're doing for you, So, yeah, I think it's like they're throwing a bone to legacy traders.
Okay. Interesting.
It's almost like you get a preview of seeing what risk assets are going to do before market opens.
It's amazing if you think. Sometimes I still just sit and think. If you look universal at crypto and you see it from a distance, the planet from that, there's constant trading going on. There's literally a market, crypto, that never sleeps. There's always a country that wakes up and people sit and they trade every single time. There's not 5 days, 2 days off, 5 days, 2 days. It's constant. It's actually insane if you think about that.
Even our dead gaps between markets are active. It used to be where market went kind of flat.
Yeah.
But even our dead gap zones are active.
In what way?
Like, the space between Asia or the space between US closing and Asia opening.
Okay, yeah.
Right, where there's no massive liquidity being injected, but still we just keep on chugging along.
You're actually right, because if you think about it, say New Zealand, where my sister said, day ahead of us. So we're going to Saturday, they're already Sunday. So it's literally one day, basically, and then the market activates again somewhere. That's actually interesting. I never thought of it that way. That's interesting.
I've always been obsessed since I was a kid with money flow. I didn't know what it was when I was a kid. I just knew that it started when I first got $1 that had something written on it.
Yeah.
And then I was just thinking like, wow, this person, I wonder where they're from, da da da. So I used to write on my dollars. I used to write my name. And every time I got a dollar change or
See?
something at the store, I would look to see if I ever got my dollar back. Right? I was obsessed with where does it go? Like, where does it go once it leaves?
Yeah. Did you ever?
No. Once I got
Yeah.
older, I realized why living in the ghetto, I never got any of my dollars back. It took me a while to understand the game that was being played there. But no, my dollars with my names went to the store owners, which they spent in their neighborhoods, which
Yeah.
got cycled in different
Yeah.
communities. But you know, crypto's the same way. Like, it's like, there's one bag of money. There's like money that's being invested. You know, the old guys used to say you should look at trading like there's one person trading against you.
Yeah.
Right? So if we take that concept, that one person is trading this bag of money and he's splitting it between equities, commodities, riskier investments, and he makes a different decision at a different time of the year on where he's going to put his money. So paying attention to that money flow, right? Like, where's the money?
Yeah.
Where does the money feel the safest? Does he feel safe? Is he scared to spend it? Is he taking more risks? Is he pulling his money out of the market? You know.
Yeah. That's so you're basically trying to think, what does the market think like? How does the market react to what I'm doing?
And luckily we move like, you know, for the most part, we move like a herd. If we move off of instinct and emotion, we all tend to do the same things. Right? So our job is to snap out of that, let them do it, and then counter trade that emotion, counter trade that sentiment.
Interesting. Yeah, my interest started in 2020 with COVID when I wanted to do something else. I told you that before. And since then, even when I drive, I'm like, and they have to have a computer in their house. Is someone literally sitting there doing crypto now? Is someone doing crypto? Do they know about crypto? What coins do they know about? What's the percentage around me that knows
You got the bug.
Or it's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. I even sat with my wife. We were having a drink in the backyard and sitting there with the wine, and I had my whiskey, and I said to her, I wonder if they actually know about crypto, and are they busy trading? It never stops.
Yeah, my dumb ass, when I first got into crypto, I got the bug and I literally wanted to talk. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I tried to talk to girls about it. I'm like, I was that guy. Didn't work
How
out.
long did it take?
Didn't work
How
out
long did it
very
take you
well.
to realize?
Oh, right away.
Oh, okay.
That
See, dog,
blank
you got it.
stare, the blank
Yeah,
stare
dog,
that you
you
get
got
in
it.
return is like,
It took me like 4 years, but anyway, yeah.
nah, literally, people went from, and in Miami, it's bad. Like, I don't go out and deal with none of this bullshit, so I don't got to worry about it. But it used to be a time where you could have your crypto, you know, your hard wallet out in front of a girl and she had no idea what it was. And now it's like you're getting judged on your crypto choices. Like, they're all experts and shit. This meme was funny.
I'm not a gold digger. I am a Ethereum and Bitcoin digger. So if you have any of those, كلمني يا بابي. كلمني حبيبي.
I'm dead.
First learn how to pronounce it.
She said, I'm no longer a gold digger. I am a Bitcoin and Ethereum digger.
Funny she said Ethereum. I'm a Bitcoin and
Ethereum, whatever.
Ethereum. Almost said uranium.
Nah, they're studying, bro. They're studying.
Yeah.
Yeah, she even
Better
wrote
watch
it
out,
down.
So if you walk down in Miami, this is what you're basically telling me now, Dbloc. If you walk down the street in a yellow kind of a BitBoy, what's it, the Bitcoin tracksuit like BitBoy
Oh
used to
yeah.
wear,
Oh
then
my
they're gonna
god,
run.
bro. You're the biggest target in the world.
Oh, funny. Unless you wear a shitcoin one. They laugh at you. I'll wear a Safe Moon tracksuit, then I'm safe.
Afternoon, everyone. Good morning.
What's going on, brother?
Yeah.
Hi, on Dbloc.
You good?
However, how everyone is doing.
Good, good, good.
Everyone's doing good.
In dropping down.
Yeah, just a little
I guess
retracement, no big deal.
if you
Yeah,
say
where we
morning,
gonna
you've
hit
got
the
it's
bottom?
Saturday
Where
wherever
we
you
gonna
are.
hit the bottom?
Bottoms up.
No, bottom never is down. Yeah, we can say it like that.
One thing I can say is I've never, if I were to even go and have a beer now, it's Friday night, never mind a whiskey, I do not touch trading. I'm just too afraid.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
No. I've heard so many horror stories online of people. Oh my word.
But Dbloc teach a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome, brother. Appreciate you for being here.
Dbloc, question.
Yeah,
Friends and
couple
family,
of months.
are they into crypto now more than ever because of you? You have an influence?
You would think, right?
Yeah.
No.
What?
The younger ones, my little cousins are all about it. Anybody in the
Okay.
family older than me still sees me as that, you know.
I think it's a technology thing because
It's
my
age, bro.
financial advisor
Your
doesn't want to
family,
touch
bro.
it.
Your
Yeah.
family's always gonna see you as a kid. It doesn't matter how old you get. It doesn't matter what you do. They're gonna see and remember all the stupid shit that you did when you were a child, and then here you are trying to tell them what to do with their finances. Like, you know, they'll say things every once in a while, like, "Oh, he got in early, he got lucky, or he got," and it's just like I just let it go because they don't know any better.
My favorite is anyway, I don't want to say what I collect, but the guy he also advisor, he comes in and every time he sees me, he knows nothing about crypto, and then the first thing he'll say is, "Hey, I see Bitcoin's gone up, or I see Bitcoin's gone down," and I'm like, "Dude, I don't even trade in Bitcoin. I trade all the other coins."
Bro,
That's all they know.
worse are the ones
Bitcoin.
that act like they don't pay attention, and then Doge is down 20%, and then they're like, "Hey, how's that little Dogecoin position of yours?"
Oh,
And
yeah,
you're
I
like,
know what you
"Oh,
mean.
yeah, now you know, right? Now you're paying attention, asshole."
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Dbloc, yeah.
Losers.
Yeah, when you see the Bitcoin going from 3,000 up to 90,000, wow.
Well, this is
And
what kills me.
You got in full in when
Th-
is Bitcoin 90,000 and it drop back.
This is what kills me is that the people that call you crazy for buying it at 15K, they'll say you're absolutely crazy, you're a DJ, you're gambling, blah 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 blah. At 150, they'll say that you got lucky.
Yeah,
They'll
that
literally
gets me.
introduce you as this is my friend, he got lucky on crypto.
Now let me tell you a story. I'm a golfer myself. Now, coming from South Africa, we've got a guy, Gary Player, obviously NEL, Retief Goosen and those guys. But Gary Player, when he won his third major when he was young, now the British press can be ruthless.
Sorry.
And the guy interviewed him, and he said to him, "Dang, Gary, you're lucky." And Gary just looked at him, and without flinching, he said to him, and I still use that phrase till now. It comes down to what you just told me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to him, "Yeah, isn't it amazing? The more I practice, the luckier I get."
Yep. Luck my ass. They weren't here through all those stressful ass days, those 60% drops.
Eh,
The buying the fear, the
Yeah,
coordinated FUD attacks. The you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, lucky.
yeah.
You're right. Yeah, lucky. It was complete luck.
I was up till 2 o'clock last night, and I'll sit weekends as well. And yeah, people mustn't come with luck.
Nah, I tell my boys all the time. They're like, "Oh, you're lucky. You don't have to work." Lucky, bro. What did I tell you the last time you called me and said, "Hey, we're here at the club. Come through. We're having some drinks." Remember when I was like, "Nah, I'm staying home. I'm good." Have a good. Remember all those parties that I said no to? All those trips with the boys that I said no to. Remember that?
Good point. Yeah.
You guys had
All
your
the time.
fun.
Yeah, every time when you go out, there's action. On the week, Friday night, you go out and there's action before this happen.
Yeah.
My friends first introduced me to Bitcoin, where Bitcoin was 50 pounds. Yeah, because I'm from England. Well,
Yeah, there's a certain
I say him, listen, 50 quid for nothing. 50 quid spend more, like 50 quid spend more, 200 per night. Like, why you done 4 years later? Why you done? Why you done when the Bitcoin hit 3,000? It's sounding, you know,
It happens, bro.
you can tell the stories you kids only.
Yeah.
and also news. Particularly with crypto now, it's getting it can get a lot of volatility just because of some random news flash or whatever. And it's interesting how it gets influenced by it now because for me it wasn't as much in 2020 as it is now.
2020, 5 years ago. Yeah.
It's crazy that that was 5 years ago already. Seems like just yesterday.
Well,
Yeah.
You remember whether Bitcoin was for 50 quid or
What a
like
weird concept.
3,000?
The whole world locks down at the same time. And then the idiots will tell us, okay, between 7 and 8 or between 6 and 7, everyone in the neighborhood can go and walk past one another at the same time.
I think the big news there isn't that they told us that. I think the big news there is that everybody
did
just
it.
fell in line.
How insane was that? How
I didn't
weird.
fall in
Wow.
line, coach. I didn't fall in
They're gonna
line.
look
Yo,
back at
I will
that
tell you right now, Miami did not shut down for a day.
Oh, seriously?
Bruh,
It
Florida
was
didn't
active for the entire time.
You're
Ron
kidding
DeSantis
me.
was
Nope.
like, "Yo,
Miami,
what's up,
Ghost town
Miami
here.
everybody?
So
is
I said to
different.
my
Different.
wife,
Bro, the
could you
only
only
state.
go
Even in the,
Miami is different
yeah?
state.
the only
Sorry.
difference is that
It's
there was
so lovely
no
place.
the only difference is
Florida.
that there was no cops or ambulances or like no
Wow.
emergency services. Like you were on your own out there.
Bro, and
Jeez.
everybody and everything was fine. That's
People
what
were out,
happens,
huh?
dog. Get rid of the regulations. Let the people be free, cuz. Let the people do what they want.
Yeah, so I said to my wife, because you can go to the supermarket, but you're not allowed to go far from home. So I said to her, okay, we're going to break the rule here. We're actually going to go onto the freeway, and there's like a circular freeway that we can drive here in California. And it was the weird. I felt like I am. What is that? The one with Will Smith.
I am legend.
I am legend.
Yeah.
I felt like I am legend. I'm serious.
That's how New
It's
York
like
City was, bro. New York City was a
you can
movie.
you can flat your freaking you can put a lead foot on that fuel, that gas, buddy. There's no one there. No one, no trucks, nothing. It's
You could
insane.
jump on a bike and just ride through the city all day down the middle of the street. It was the weirdest
How
feeling in
cool
the
would that
world.
be? Did you do it?
No. My cousins were up there and they sent me some videos that just look like just
Wow.
places that you never see empty. It's the weirdest thing. Like Penn Station completely empty or Times Square completely empty.
My absolute favorite part of the
Frozen
pandemic
in the
was that there
time.
was no traffic. Like there was
Yeah.
absolutely no traffic, and everyone in my area was like they were all scared to go out. Like so, I was like, well, hell yeah! Like I'll go out. I don't give a shit. I wasn't even wearing a mask. People would give me dirty looks and stuff when I would go to the store and I didn't have a mask on. I'm like, what? Like, cause I'd be the only person that wasn't wearing a mask, and they would tell me to get out of the store. I'm like, make me. And fucking, like,
I
would just keep shopping.
never got crazy like that, bro. I was wearing masks before COVID because of my painting and shit. Honestly, like to me, it was more when I figured out how dirty humans are, where literally Americans had to be taught how to cough and how to wash their hands. Like there was Guys, I don't know if it was like this everywhere, but on our news at night, there were half-an-hour segments dedicated to how to wash your hands and how to cough in public.
Yeah, I remember
But
that.
that's the thing. I
Bro,
was
that shit
exposed to
made
so
me. I
many
was like,
germs.
That's when I realized how nasty
When
people were.
But I had so many, like as a kid, like I'd be rolling around in dirt and shit, and like I'd swim in nasty ass rivers, and like, cause like I would swim in rivers that had trash in them, like legit like trash. Like people would throw their old bikes, there'd be rust and stuff, and like people would throw their garbage in the river. I'd go swimming in that. And then freaking like, dude, when I grew up a little bit, I had jobs that were so dirty where I would have to go to like a dump, like literally a dump where they had a bunch of like there'd be like a bunch of mold and shit, like moldy stuff, like and dirt and dust, and like I'd have to throw stuff out. And it was like I got exposed to so many germs and stuff that I was like, dude, there's probably no disease known to man that's gonna be able to take me out. Like I've been exposed to so many things. Like my immune system is probably impeccable. Like I'm not going to, like if
You're
I get
basically
like
nuclear now.
I feel like I got it like once, but I only had it for 3 days and then it went away. And this was way before. This was in February. And it didn't even become a big thing until March. So me and my cousin both got sick, and we were like, "What the hell is this? Like, this is like." He was like, "Oh, you don't want whatever the hell because we were smoking." And he was like, "Well, he's like, I don't know if you want to smoke with me because I'm sick." And he's like, "You definitely don't want what I got." And we had not heard of it before. And I was like, "Oh, well, I don't give a shit. I'm fine." And he was sick for like 2 weeks. I got it. I was sick for like 3 days, but I was like really, really sick for like 3 days. And then I was fine. And then I never got it again. And I never tested like I got tested so many times within like that 2 year period, and I never tested positive, like not even once. And I mean, I was still drinking very heavily, so that might have had something to do with it. There might have been too much alcohol in my bloodstream for the virus to survive. That could have helped, but I like to think that like my
Cheers,
immune
Jonas.
system was strong because it was like
It's definitely immune
I've been
system.
exposed to so many things. Like, you know what I mean? So it was like,
Yeah.
like I'm not like afraid of germs. Like, yeah, I want to be clean. Like, I don't want like nasty, like I clean my hands all the time and stuff, whatever. But it's like, as far as like, I'm not like, afraid to be exposed to germs. But
Yeah.
anyway, it got way off topic. Like, basically, all I was trying to say was that the best part of the pandemic was nobody was around. There was no traffic. Like, it was like probably the least stressed out I've ever been, like while driving around like the city and like whatever else. Like, I could just go places and there wasn't a bunch of idiots in my way. Like, it was beautiful.
Did you see the sky? No planes, no nothing, just clear the sky.
The water
Nothing
water
else.
cleared up
Nothing
in the
else.
docks. Everything was blue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
My
the
favorite
sky
part of
was
the
so
pandemic
clear.
were the stories of the wild animals coming back into the cities.
That's what happened in South Africa.
That was
My
great.
uncle actually
There's
sent me
something
pictures. There was
amazing about seeing
hippos
that.
and buffalo walking in the towns.
Yeah,
And
that's some I am legend stuff right there.
Yeah, yeah. That shit
I
just
am
goes to
legend.
show you though,
Yeah,
man, if
good
shit
one.
was ever to like hit the fan for real, they're
nature
taking
will
back the
survive.
cities.
Yeah.
They're taking back the cities, man. Nature will take back the cities. First of all, under any sort of major sort of calamity, people are going to leave the major cities in droves, right? That's not a
Yeah.
situation you want to be in. So abandoning the cities would, 2 or 3 months. You got animals a year, you got vines, 5, 10 years, the streets are soiled over,
I am legend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll give it 10
Yeah.
years before we're back in the cave with pointy sticks trying to keep animal out.
if your
sitting
childhood
there with a crypto
was
abacus.
if your childhood was in proper farm time, where you going grow potato and everything, go doing what you must to do, and after time where you live in a farm, you move to the city. That is something else. But that was childhood, and now I want back. I want bugs so much.
Yeah, I've never grown shit in my life. I'll be honest with you. I grew some weed once. Pretty good at that, but
Oh.
Hell yeah,
I,
brother.
I wouldn't know where to
yes.
start.
I smoked weed for 32 years. Every day.
A nice
Think
run.
of it.
Yeah.
You said, Dbloc, you said, yeah, and then we go back to the cave times. What if the hieroglyphs and stuff that we see now is actually crypto in the heyday?
Right.
Encrypted on rock. Yeah, the nice
Currency in
thing
the
was in
future will
Venice.
be bullets.
Sure. Yeah. Something like that. Well, Bitcoin's having a bit of a revival there. I think that's just
Yo, Dbloc, you were saying
make you
if your
happy.
alts get to your 50 daily EMA or MA?
EMA is what I'm watching. MA shouldn't be far off. But for mean reversions, EMA is better.
Oh,
Dbloc, do you also use the 200?
Yeah.
I like my 200 and my 21. I know everybody's got his one that he likes, but my 200 and my 21 for me on a 1 minute if I'm really heavy trading or busy trading. Otherwise, I run it on the 5 minute on the 200 and the 21.
Okay. For everyone in USA, I have a question. How much I need to have money to live in Florida?
It depends.
Depends
Depends
where in
where you wanna
Florida you want
stay
to
and
live. Yeah. You stay out of the major cities. I mean, you could pull it off
Yeah, stay
pretty
out
cheaply.
of the major city because
Yeah.
I've got a question. It depends. Are you going to
the
walk around
match.
in a Bitcoin tracksuit, or are you not going to walk around in a Bitcoin tracksuit?
How could you live there? So therefore, the answer is based off the cheapest. That's the
Because
cheapest
I
scenario.
have two options. Move to somewhere Miami, Florida, or move with crypto free tax.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Miami's going to be more expensive than some of your smaller places.
Miami is going to be expensive, and there's no state tax anywhere in the state of Florida. So
Not Miami, really.
Dude,
Miami,
there's
I
a
was
lot of
there.
Florida's
I was
huge.
there. I love it. I love it. I'm spent what 3
You could probably
weeks.
find you a place for like $400 a month. It might have holes in the roof,
I
but
would
you probably
say
find one.
move somewhere else and then move to Miami once you're financially ready, because you can save a lot of money if you don't just move straight to Miami. I don't know what Dbloc and them feel, but that's how I feel about it.
I mean, I feel like it's like New York, bro. You don't. It's not the place you want to move to unless you have more than you need, because you're making your job harder. Right? You can house yourself, clothe yourself, feed yourself, transport yourself way cheaper anywhere outside of major metropolitan areas.
Yeah, rent is much cheaper outside. That's what I found here. And
I was landing in Orlando.
Orlando's nice.
From Orlando, I was driving to Key West.
Yeah, that's a nice drive. Like 5-6 hours.
What?
Never been to Orlando.
Like a 5-6 hour drive.
No, taking longer.
Oh, well, I drive really fast.
A lot longer.
I drive really fast. It's like 4 hours from Orlando to Miami, and then from Miami to Key West, it's like a 2-hour drive.
I drive fast as well, but in the roads where I know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well,
Dude, there's no way you can get from Miami to Key West in 2 hours.
Yeah, you can.
No way.
If you're
from
in a plane.
Orlando. From Orlando.
Bro, I can get from Miami to Key West in 2 hours.
All right, I took a boat from Fort Myers to Key West, and it took like 2.5 hours.
What were y'all doing?
We just went straight across.
I don't know.
The fastest I
Well,
was
I
driving.
was picking up girls on the boat because everyone in Key West is gay, but
Well, that might have
I was
been
trying
it.
to find
Key
someone on the
West.
way over.
What I see the Key West is just only a place for tourism and exactly made for the tourist.
Yeah, nobody lives. I mean, people that
And
live
so
there have lived there for a
expensive,
long
so
time.
expensive, so far away from
We
everything.
we were going
Yeah, it's
turbo speed,
beautiful.
bro.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful because keep
On that boat,
all of structure of the old, well, I don't know how to tell you. Is structure of the buildings is keeps all wooden one. But
there's
where I
too many
see the
cops.
I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
but where I see there like on Key West on a port, Virgin Media, Virgin yacht, no yacht, Virgin just only for adults. Okay, that is the point where you can look for something else. Because this is just only for tourist, where they spend the money, know where you want to
Mm.
live. It's nice. It's very nice. It's very beautiful.
Very
For
nice.
me, as a Polish person, I I was first time in March in USA. I'm done in 10 days. I'm done like almost 2,000 miles. This is some journey as well. No, not just fly, but the driving. It's I love
And
USA.
traffic.
I love because it's so free country as well and so beautiful.
How's things going in Poland now?
Sorry,
How's things going in Poland?
I don't know. I do not live in Poland for past 25 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I have very sad sorry, but tomorrow I'm going to fly again to Poland for my sister's. How this called?
But you're in Europe now.
I live in UK for past 20 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Worked in
in
London,
UK.
London for 5 years.
I was living in London. Oh, the best time in London. Oh,
Yeah, I was in Fulham. My apartment was in
Fulham.
Fulham, and I worked in
I,
Piccadilly. Yeah.
I live in Brixton. I live in Streatham.
Yeah.
I live in Brixton, Streatham, Hargate, Haldersgate. Oh,
Yeah. There's a well-known theatre for concerts that I used to go to there in Brixton. I'm trying to think the name. I used to go watch.
yes. I work for them.
Oh, I watched the Beautiful South when they played there. I still got pictures of them.
I was doing the scenery because I'm welder engineer. I was doing at the time. I was doing all scenery for Macbeth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I used to be
First,
way back a stage manager, and then I became an event manager, and then I went into acting. Before that, I was in IT.
well, I'm trying now doing the IT where, yeah, where we finish that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just like
I like London. It was nice. But that was 2000s, so many years ago.
2000.
Don't know what it's like
I
now.
was there 2004 to 2009 for 5 years.
That was also 5 years, but actually 6 years. I was 89 until 2005.
Good times. Good times.
Yeah, so
What I
that's
can
7
say.
years.
Good times. Different times, but one of the best. Because now
Yeah.
London, I back to London see old friends, maybe like 6 years ago, and everything is changed.
Yeah.
Everything.
My friend
Oh,
lives there.
old people, old people. I know it. They move away, far away from London.
Mm.
Even like 2007, my daughter was born, and to get preschool, nursery or something like that was 2 hours drive in London to another side of the London because
Wow.
everything was busy for another 3-4 years. Busy, everything was booked for another 2-3-4 years. That's how we move with my ex. We move away to countryside. I guess which of your of parents can afford driving 1 hour or 2 hours out because of the traffic and everything?
Yeah,
Driving
it's crazy.
to preschool or how you call the nursery child to go another 2 hours back to go to work for another 8 hours, going to doing the same road back and again, or you must finish early to go. Now, London is good for singles. No,
Yeah,
not
not a
for
family.
family, or is good for rich people. Yeah,
Mm.
so they can pay enough money so they have oh someone going to get the kids, sort it up. You're going to work. You're not bothered. You know what I mean? But USA, I love it. Seriously, I first time I was, I love it. The road's so nice, so big.
I'm waiting for a little bit of a dip now. I wonder if he's going to play out now.
Tomorrow, don't worry. Sunday game be big dip. On Monday game,
Sunday for you, Saturday for us. We'll see now.
maybe.
I think we're gonna.
But
I just
on
want to see what's gonna happen now.
R
We're gonna go purple,
RSI,
or is it gonna go up to 135? Or we're gonna go down to the 129, 125. I'm in a short, so I'm hoping.
I don't make the entry to 2 days ago for shorts. I close
Yeah,
the
I made
long.
mine yesterday, so
I close the longs.
I'm well ahead. But you always hope for a little bit more. Exactly what I said we shouldn't do. But all the indicators show that we're gonna have a bit more dip. I mean, even Dbloc said it should go to 102 flat
This is the problem.
or 1.
I know what Dbloc's showing, but still I have old person like 47 years old. You know better, and still mind playing. You know what I mean? And like, oh, we're getting banned from this place. No, Dbloc showing where
That's
we're
just mind
going,
games.
and this
Yeah.
is where we're going, and from couple of months. It's
Let
not
me see what
arguing.
bookmap
He's
shows.
showing exactly. It's like I am in the market, from whether Bitcoin was 3,000 or even 50 quid. Well, first time have introduced to Bitcoin. I was learning myself and like, why I'm doing wrong? Why I'm doing wrong? Because I see all the time we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, we're going down. Why I'm doing wrong? Well, I'm all the time. I'm just be wrecked. And now I see what I was doing wrong. This
Yeah,
is
there's
waiting
more
time,
lying below that
waiting
market
time.
maker can grab. There's lots of liquidity at
Even you going to
10
see the part.
1031, 103 flat as well. I don't see much on the upside.
Even you're
But
going to
you
see
never
the
know.
patterns. Even you're going to see everything. But one thing is, if you rush too quick, if you have like quick fingers, you're going all the time going to be wrecked.
I got quick fingers.
I said, okay, yeah. Your wife must like it.
No, I'm not married.
So you're doing scalping.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, yay. Good.
Only when
Um,
I've stretched my fingers, though. You really got to stretch those fingers
Okay,
out before
guys,
you.
I'm gonna go now. Gonna make something to eat.
All right, buddy.
Have a good night. Or have a
have a
good
good
day.
night. Yeah, you too.
Good
You
day,
too,
mate.
buddy.
Good day.
Yeah, my fingers are very quick and very fast, but it's the waiting game.
Slow and steady wins the race, you know. It's like you were saying.
And like I was looking for many YouTubers to try help me, understand everything. I learn myself, but I'm not a person who learn a lot stuff like that. I was more a person who I can build a car, I can weld, I can build a house, I can paint, a lot different stuff. But now it's just I was waiting for someone to show me what I'm doing wrong, and Dbloc is the man. Sorry, he's the man who have the patience to explain you why, because why, because no, don't need you asking him why. He just automatically he just explain you. We're getting this because
That's
of
a great
this.
point.
Because
That really is a great point about doesn't ask why. Just in general, like applying that to your own life. That's a
ex-
great.
ex-
It's a great
exactly,
observation.
exactly, and seriously, I'm in, for so many years. Was good time where I was just buying and holding. Yeah, for 4 years. Even first mistakes was very big as well. But Dbloc have patience, and he just explain you. Must be the clever person in the world, but he just explain you. Look on this, look on this. we have the M pattern. We're going for the next one. It's not like someone like doing hyper on a YouTubers. Oh, buy, because everything is going up. Okay, this what they're doing is already after week where we're going up. You know what I mean? Or 3 days, and 3 days in a market is a lot. But after 3 days, we can go down for 7 days. But Dbloc is one of the best. Well, I'm happy to find him on some YouTube channel for past 7 months. Because he explained a lot of things where I was not sure. Oh, I see this one, or I don't see this one. You know, and like as well, I bought it. Trader Reality. I bought his courses, but never understand what he was explaining. Yeah, okay, this M pattern, W pattern, you know. Well, Dbloc, he know the drill, and he is explaining everything to the bits. Even I have catastrophic failure. Oh, big failure. I was diagnosed 7 months ago with depression. A month ago, I lost my sister. Well, this as well put me a lot down. Yeah, my sister was younger as me. Dbloc. Very good person. Very good person. Very big good vibes flying from him. So where you thinking the Bitcoin going to drop down? 100 or 92?
As much as I'd love to say 69, I'm not really sure.
69. Cheeky bastard. I'm on my own, so I don't have 69. But no, I'm thinking 92. 92. Because if you look on a large scale, like 4 hours, the W patterns never have the confirmation. You know what I mean? And 92 or 89, something like that. I don't look at the chart at the moment. Is where the W pattern don't have confirmation. Just go up to 104, 105. So I'm thinking we can drop roughly 92.
sweet here. Little dip.
And as well, I need to apologize. I don't know who was 2 weeks ago. Because I was out of the order. No order. I just need to talk with someone. And Drew was listening to me for a long time.
Bought me a bag of Doge, Drew.
Drew, Dutch person. I melted down. Melted down. We can call it like that. I just back from funeral of my sister. I drink a little bit and I melt down. Oh, I talk too much. But every day I'm almost 24 hours on the stream. Don't talk, just listen. Just learning. Just learning. So on beacon domination, we're going doing empire 10 probably, and we're going down.
I wonder what Dbloc is thinking. I could see what he's thinking, but I don't know what he's thinking.
He's thinking about the next cup of coffee. You're gonna have a retest on the daily open and getting back down.
It just showed me, I mean us, that dominance chart there for a little bit.
Oh boy. Keep going down. I feel like buying for next few days. What do I know?
Bless you, Modane. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Could somebody give me a financial advice, please? I know we've been having quite a few lucky weekends.
Stay safe.
I'm so fucking. I'm sorry. Trigger happy. Oh man. I think we're going up for next few days. Oh man. It didn't dip too
Good.
bad.
Good. So I'm out of the trades. I'm going for another 4 days to Poland back for Holy Communion of my niece.
Your mic is kind of low. Are you saying you're not getting in trades for next few days?
Yes, yes. It's better now.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. So yeah, I'm out of the trade. I cash out. I cash out at
Yeah, I'm on the sidelines too.
1,500, 1,500% on Gala, and the same amount on AE16. I cash out at the top almost.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not good at trading, or I don't really know perfectly how to recharge, but I just got to buy in for a week or something.
For long time. I'm doing. I'm trade on a leverage. I'm doing
Oh
all the
no.
time. I'm doing all the time 25x, 25x.
I can't even do spot, to be honest, so I got to be careful. I only do spot. But
I was driving lorry. I was driving, a rig for 6 years. I was trading, and I had screen open with the chart. I was trading while I was driving.
wow.
I was driving for 10 hours, 9 hours, but my working time was almost 15 hours every night.
You a truck driver?
A truck driver, yeah.
Okay. What do you haul?
Sorry?
What do you haul?
Food. I was driving
Okay.
with the refrigerators.
Okay.
But
I work
in England,
with tankers.
in England they have double deckers one of the words. Just you have the double decker, so it's not a single deck. You
Yeah,
have the
that's pretty cool.
you
Yeah.
yeah the trailer has like almost 5 meters high.
Okay.
So you have lift inside the trailer. So you put the first floor, lift up, and you put the second floor.
Yeah, you got a perfect job where you actually kind of can trade.
Yeah, there was, but I lost because of driving in the night. I lost 6 years of life.
Yeah, but I mean, at least in America, truck drivers like, because I work in a tanker industry. I work with oil, gas, and chemicals, and the guys that
Yeah.
haul liquefied petroleum, CO2,
Yes.
any kind
Yes.
of gas, they could easily make up to 150, $180,000. So it's kind of worth it.
In England, you make 45.
Oh no.
Yes.
Yeah, in
Yes.
America, I'm an immigrant myself, but truck drivers, but you have no life, like you said. You
No
just
life.
drive.
No life. You just drive, and you're sitting in a
Oh no,
cab
in
on your
America, they
own. In the night. In the night, you're sitting on the cab on your own and driving. No one pick up your phone. You're not going to give the call.
and
No
another
one else.
thing, in America, truck drivers at least can have guns because there's like in Texas, there's many places where their loads get stolen. Like when they haul like all kinds of hazmat chemicals, they here and there in
Yes.
Texas they get robbed. But at least in America, you can protect yourself because I'm from Europe and Europe's got no rights.
Suck.
You're doomed. You gotta wait for the police for an hour to show up while you're dead 10 times. Yeah, no, that's a crazy job. But yeah, you gotta get to America. Truck drivers make a lot, especially now.
I
There's for the
love
last
it.
few
I
years,
love it.
there's been shortage for drivers, and
I
they
was
they make really
like
good money.
I was on holiday, and seriously, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah, I don't do trucking. I do I inspect the tankers like the gas, oil, any kind of hazmat. But I talk to a lot of
Uh,
truck drivers where they pick up their trucks, their trailers, and yeah, man, they make good money. But like you said, you just life
no
passes by.
life. Bye. Exactly. That's all I'm trying now.
Man,
Doing
try to get to
li-
America. Telling you, it'll be
live
worth it.
live from trading. UK taxes are suck.
Yeah, it's
Um,
Europe. My
but no, UK. Okay, in Poland you going pay this
you're
only
Polish.
18. Oh yeah, I'm Polish. Yes.
Okay, I'm Latvian
Oh, nice.
from Riga.
I got the best friends in my town. I have Latvian.
Yeah.
I have many friends while I was driving Latvian. Yeah, the cool people, we are good people as
We're
well.
we're we're brothers in a way. We got the same enemy.
Yes, Russian.
Well, I didn't say that, but
But who was in Poland? Uh, uh, who writes Moscow and been there for 2 years? Polish people in 1610. Yeah, we cook like Napoleon.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, Polish is the last true Europeans that I know they
Look,
saved the culture of because Europe's culture is mixed. There is no culture in Europe now. You have to
exactly,
yeah
exactly.
you,
And
you have
UK,
to become whatever the
20,
European Union says, and European Union prioritizes refugees and other cultures. And when you really have a bunch of cultures, you don't have a culture. So It's not like
Yeah,
America, because America is very different. Like, even though America has so many different cultures, I've been living here, and man, I'm telling you, there is this American spirit that is like, it doesn't matter what country you're from. It's very weird. Like, we Europeans, we don't have that. So if you can get to America, man, I'm telling you, you're gonna make really good money just driving trucks, especially like we Eastern Europeans.
I don't want any more driving trucks. I lost too much. I lost too
Wait, I thought you
much.
said you're driving trucks and trading.
I was driving. I was driving
Oh, okay.
6 months ago. 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's
I
what. So,
stopped driving.
are you in Poland right now, or England?
Oh, in England,
Yeah.
my partner broke out with me. Month later, I lost the job. Month
Yeah, you couldn't
ago,
pay me enough to go live
yeah,
in England.
yeah, I'm complaining. I'm complaining. Living in England, I lived there for 20 years. I see how changes there are. I know we are
England was good,
nothing.
like maybe 10 years ago when
Yes,
like our countries like Eastern Europe, like Latvia, I'm pretty sure Poland, Lithuania. There was the same time when we all joined European Union, so we could travel, and there were good jobs. Like actually, you could get like good immigrant jobs in England. But
yeah,
now, like I have a couple of friends. Well, my whole neighborhood from my childhood city has moved out. They all live in somewhere in Germany, England, France. They all immigrated out to Eastern Europe. But now they're getting like really bad jobs. Like you're lucky if you can go to like English factories and cut lunch meat. Like it's not
yeah.
as good anymore.
They keep you on the camera. You have 5 minutes to do in peace. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
It's
To the guy
England is
to the
not
toilet. No,
not a what.
the
Yeah, it's crazy what's going on in
more
England.
like 15 years ago. I tell my ex, listen, look, we have 2 kids. They have 7 kids, 8 kids.
Oh yeah.
Who gonna be dominate in the next 15 years? And 15 years later, man,
Yeah, and by using
this country going down, down,
yeah,
down.
and they use this whole integration, and that's how they, I don't know,
Mm,
they make all these total control of cameras. You always have to have a cell phone. Like in Sweden, you can't. There's almost no cash in Sweden, so everywhere you go, you have to have a cell phone to make payments. So that's the, and I don't know. They use this immigration as the excuse to bring in like technology and super surveillance in Europe. So like the Poland is the last
control on
country.
people, control on the people.
Yeah, yeah, and but they use
Yeah,
immigration as excuse for all those cameras and the surveillance, and
but
in a way they use the immigrants against, like, oh, we have to have security. Well, you're the ones who let them in.
they themselves allowed for this.
Exactly, and
You know what I
it's
mean?
it's they
Look,
create crisis. Yeah.
you going to try cross a border to China to you're going to be shoot straight away if you
Oh yeah.
try going.
And Poland is
Uh,
the only country that did that. But they put a barbed wire. Because remember, 15 years ago when we were growing up in Europe, for you to travel through Europe, you have to stop at the border with every little country, and there was like
country,
checkpoints, and you
yeah,
couldn't. It would take you a long time, and there was like a process where you couldn't just go to any country. It wasn't like open borders.
I know, I know, I
And few
know.
years when the European Union made that law, when they get rid of the borders, within a few years they flooded immigration. It was all, yeah. So Poland is the last place that's standing in Europe.
But
Even my
Poland,
country, Latvia. You know
I
what's the funny part about immigrants? They left my country because my country doesn't have much money. And they're like, we'll just go to Sweden. They pay more because my country put them to work. They said, okay, you want to live in this country? Okay, go ahead, but you're going to have to work. And they did not want to work. So they went to Sweden and England. Yeah, get out of England,
yeah,
man. England is no place to be anymore.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I rent the house flat for another 6 months. Broke out. My missus broke out with me. I have 3 kids. Long story. But I know this is going on YouTube. I don't want to, even 3 weeks ago I talked with Drew about my story, and yeah, it's not nice. I miss Poland. After 25 years being away from Poland, because I left Poland in 2000, so it's already 25 years.
Yeah, like yeah, dude.
And
I'm
I try.
Americanized now. I lived in America for over almost 16 years. And the way you can compare Europe to America is that Europe is dying. They have no rights. Like all the courts are corrupt. Like America, yeah, it's bad, but it's
The fighting for European countries. They're doing like green stuff and everything. Where the country where thinking about the money and grow of the money, thinking about the future. No, about the green, don't dig the cold, or don't doing this because it's bad for the population future. Our the sorry, I missed the words.
well, I mean, it's very simple. I mean, yeah, there's many crazy things, but if you look at it, it's very simple. It's that, especially now that I lived in America and I lived in South, like Europe is still liberal, and the liberal is like it's cancer, and you can
Yeah,
see it happening in Europe. So, like, I have friends that lived in Germany, probably same as me, because we all immigrated out of my country at the same time around 2008 after financial collapse. We were the younger generation, and some live in Norway, some live in Sweden, some live in Germany, some live in Spain, some live in Italy, and we kind of still talk, and everyone's ready to go back to our old countries because we just can't stand that
yeah,
European
yeah,
liberalism, and it's a cancer, and it's like even my country liberals they're not accepting it, so it's very
yeah.
weird time where all the immigrants.
Oh, oh, yes, this is true. Who we are. We still, because we was born in our.
Amen.
Thank Lord for that.
I'll put them down in the political debate room that I just made. They'll be okay. Opinions are like assholes. You probably shouldn't let strangers see them.
Yeah.
Cough.
I wish I knew that 5 years ago.
My mic was muted the whole time. Just saying.
I'm just finishing up some stuff on the side. No, I think it's cool, man, that people could come in here and talk about shit and click up, but yeah, there's rooms for that. Remember, you got people listening from all different political affiliations and national backgrounds. And
Did you actually make a political room, or you just put them in the open mic gulag?
no, I literally made a room called Political Debates and dropped them in there.
I cannot see it.
It's underneath the trading floor.
In Dbloc, we trust. Come on now.
I mean, I felt like I was being accommodating.
Political debate.
No, that's
your live
beautiful.
chat.
Very wonderful.
Continuous innovation.
The question is, do we climb back into this weekend trap? Or are we going to have another wonky one where we just don't have shorts and we keep bleeding out?
This ain't no trap. We going up.
I'm okay with option 2. I'll be honest with you. Last thing I want to look forward to is a dead weekend.
This is to kill retail's motivation even more. Man, y'all want down so bad.
This score is still super low for everybody? It is for me.
Say again.
I hear it is fun.
Yeah, Ricky, I got in Launch Coin like 6 days ago. Let me go look at my portfolio real quick. What did it do today? Didn't do much today. But this week, though, yeesh. Be right back. That launch token is one of the reasons that I loaded up pretty heavily on my Solana bag as well. I think we're gonna get a whole new narrative of launch coin projects, and they're gonna come in fast. Launch coin is the native token of Believe, which is basically like a crowdfunding project for crypto projects, right? It's like a crowdfunded VC basically. And you go on, so you go on X, you go on their page on X, and you can create tokens by replying launch coin and then the name of the coin. The token is created and then people buy into it. I'm just saying it's gonna be like a pump. I expect it to have like a pump.fun effect on Sol, and I expect there to be competitors on other projects as well. This is gonna be like a virtuals moment where you could either just buy launch coin and be in on virtuals, or start going into more speculative projects inside of the narrative. But you're taking on risk. It almost feels like a pump.fun, but it's not. I mean, it is in a way where there's tons of coins are going to be created, which mean a lot of them are just going to be vaporware. Remember, there's no project. This is literally a coin saying, hey, I want to do this. I have a company that, you know, I want to make indestructible Pokemon cases that you can run over in a car and it doesn't destroy. I heard y'all talking about Pokemon earlier. And then you crowdfund it, and it either becomes popular or it doesn't. Basically like a GoFundMe, right? It's like a blockchain GoFundMe.
Oh, that's dope. That's freaking
When does it come
dope.
out?
It's super cool if you're trying to put, I mean, you know, people have ideas and just no access to funding.
Yeah, that gives people the opportunity to basically be a small dollar venture capitalist.
Which is really what we do in crypto anyways. Like these,
Hell yeah.
it's what we're doing, right?
What is
It's,
Seedify for then?
yeah, it's basically the same. The difference is that these are projects that are, these are like really early projects, right? Haven't even got off the ground yet. And I think the difference with launch pads is you need to have a good amount of money to pay that launch pad to list your token. With this, it seems to be all crowdfunded. But if you look at the launch coin, which I believe you need to
When the next one
invest.
pops up, and I'll put a whole bunch of money in.
Yeah, if you look at the launch coin, which you need to invest in the projects on launch coin in the last week, it's up almost 3,000%. In the last month, it's up 11,000%. Anti's this AI agent that came out of nowhere. It's pretty cool too, but that thing is gone. I'm not chasing it. Easy. Only in crypto can we say, 11K is not gone, but 122, I'm not touching that.
I'm good, dog.
Or actually 110. I thought it was 11. I misread that.
I wonder if that's what Bitcoin's going to go to, 112. I'm going to have to keep my eye
Eventually.
on that. Well, yeah.
Launch coin is up 14% in the last hour. I'm telling you, this thing is hot, bro. When it starts to move, it starts to move. If you're looking to scalp something, just keep it on the radar. It's gone. It's not like throw a bag at it and walk away, but there's been so much volatility lately. What are we saying at? Max supply 1 billion. Same sort of tokenomics as pump.fun. I honestly think it's like I think that they tried to take the concept and clean it up, right? And take the meme stink off of it. But it's basically the same thing. Fully diluted 198 mil. This thing is 4 times more expensive than Guns is right now. Yeah, look at in the last month. Rocket ship. And this is the site. So this is what it looks like. My bad for the flashbang. Got some goggles, put them on. So yeah, it's like you go to the playbook. See introduction, you got your coin, basics, pre-launch. Like good shit. Like why would they give us dark screen on this and then know that we have to go back? Like now I have to go back to the other screen.
Brilliant.
There's no sense. Why would you do that to us?
Catch our attention, coach.
I'm not down. I want to see. So you can't. I guess it's just an app. I thought they had a PC. Thought they had like a web portal for this thing. But yeah, it's and I believe it made it up to 26 on the Apple and Android store, so it's pretty big. Like the people are downloading the shit. Let me see if I can find a decent chart.
Is there a coin on launch coin that's going off, or
There was one on the one that I was following was on Deck Screener, but the chart is all screwed up now because they moved it. They got it on sexes, so. But here, MXC has a decent
is there a
chart.
website?
Yeah, Believe. The name of the app is Believe.
Believe.sex or believe.
It is. What did I do with it? It is. Oh look, I'll show you the. Oh, that's not it. The website is could not be found. What the hell? I just clicked that button a second ago and had no problem.
Oh no.
We'll try it this way. Website is believe.app.
Should have known. I can download on my iPhone. Let's do it.
Pretty sure. Somebody's got an open mic with the phone in their pocket or something.
Make an account right now. I'll let you know.
I mean, shit, if anybody has a business or something that needs, I don't know what the requirements are.
I got a business.
Yeah, I don't know what the requirements are. Like, I don't know if you have to pay them or what it is, but it seems like a good idea. I mean, it can't hurt. Who knows? Maybe somebody
Sure,
sees it,
some
thinks it's
kinda
a,
commission fee or something.
yeah. Maybe somebody thinks you have a dope idea. Now, some of the concerns are this is also going to be a great place to go steal ideas. Because if you have money, and now you're telling me there's a site that I can go to that's got a list of people with great ideas that don't have the money to make it happen, then here I am sitting with all this money and no ideas. You know what I mean? But if you think like that, then I guess, you can't let that stop you. It is what it is. You got to take the risk sometimes.
The boy can leave the hood, but the hood never leaves the boy.
Hell yeah.
I'll tell you, from the people that I'm talking to and some of the positions that I've seen in my DMs from people that were like asking for, like what went wrong. The main thing I could tell you from you guys that are using the 5-minute scalp strategy, right? You're doing a good job waiting for that 5 and the 13 to cross. So you're getting your entries. Most of the complaints have been in the last week have been, I got out too early. Right? Which tells me that you're not using the strategy for your exits. Right? Because if you would have just watched your 5 and your 13 on most of the early TPs, the 13 never crossed. It looked bad, right? There was a big deviation from the 50, and you had fat red candles that went down into the 50, but the 13 never crossed. So I think that's maybe focusing on that will help keep you in positions longer. Just remember that it works the other way around.
Bro, this app is, I don't understand it. Aren't you supposed to buy like
You basically like go through it and look for things that look interesting, and then you invest in them. Not finance. I mean, this is not a recommendation. I'm not at all saying that.
None of them are high.
Yeah.
Some of them I feel like you can get in like a little.
Tell them, Strings. There is no second best investment. There is no second best. Second best? Love that clip, Michael Saylor. This man spent an hour breaking down Bitcoin, and the podcast lady goes, what would you consider the second best investment? There is no second best. There is no second best.
There's a thing called Bitcoin, 4.7 million market cap, 4.7 cents. Oh wait, 0.047 cents.
Let me turn you up a little bit, buddy, because your mic is low. Say something real quick.
Hello.
There you go.
My name is Booby.
All right, you're good now. Yeah, it's an interesting concept,
I'm not against it. It's interesting.
I'm all for it, man. I like to see use case, I like to see projects bringing value, even if it fails. Like, businesses have to be allowed to fail, right? Like, when we create a business, nine out of 10 are gonna fail, and then finally one hits, and boom, you're good. But crypto, we expect every single business to work. It's like, what?
I see these small market caps that are about to be big market caps. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's kind of what you would be looking for. Something that looks way too cheap for what, I don't know how much information they provide on the projects. Like, I don't know how much you can actually research, or if it's just
Yo, they got something called Believe Screener, and it's like got a Twitter like a verification type thing.
Yeah.
It's at 853K market cap. It's at sub a penny, 0.009. Oh wait, that's way more than less than a penny. Never mind me. If this does take off, I mean, that might be something.
Well, I'm imagining it's gonna be a lot like Pumped Out Fun, where the runners, everybody piles into
This
the
is on
runners.
Solana.
Yeah, it's on Sol. That's why I said I picked
Oh,
up a
so
Sol
it's-
position, because I feel like if this narrative takes off, it's just gonna pump tons of transactions through Sol.
So is it like CeDeFi type Sol, but like what do you call it? Like angel investing almost type thing? Like
Yeah, it's not, CeDeFi is different because at least there's a project there. Like, I'm sure a lot of these, some of them might be operating businesses, but I would imagine a lot of them are just going to be ideas. And anybody that does VC will tell you the percentage of failures to wins are super high. Right?
Yeah.
It's that one that hits that makes up for the, all the losses and shit. But in crypto, if your project fails, you rug pulled. Right? That's what everybody thinks. Like,
well, I mean, Billy Marcus rug pulled on all his friends and his best friend, but everyone still thinks he's a hero for making Doge.
Come on, Biddy. I wheeled you over to 200 on the 2-minute now. Let's do it.
you
All that
chasing,
shit, Dragonfly.
you chasing this thing up on the micro time frames.
Yeah, well, I just like, okay, free trade. If I stay over to 50 on the 2-minute.
Yeah.
So.
Yo, Sean, what do you think about Zuckerberg talking about buying Ripple? You think that's good? I actually think that's good. I've heard XRP guys sort of split on the idea, but getting exposure to Facebook market worldwide is insane. Yeah, Facebook economy is like, I don't know what the exact number is, but I think it's like the 5th or 6th, if it was a country, 5th or 6th largest economy. Just the amount of people, population-wise, active users.
They have over a couple billion.
All right. Back up into the weekend trap. Very neat trap short, trap long scenario, actually, as far as distance from about 1% in each direction.
Right, I'm out. I would go up more, but I was on the 2-minute. I'm like, all right, I made it over to 50, over to 200. I'm right at the 800. Okay, it started to turn red. I've already got up. I'm out.
Your conviction in that makes me want to hold.
Well, I mean, I was like, it could come down because it left. It could retest. But I'm like, this is good here.
No, yeah, dude, good.
I did lose on the first try, but the second try I got it. But that's what I was thinking might happen. I just that wick when we touched the 50 got me the first time, but then I Again, not revenge trade, but it the 5 crossed over to 13, you know, and we were still over to 50, so it was like, you know, shit.
Little W pattern that we put in here at the bottom just takes us to the top of the range. We can trap. Not even really worth trying out. It's so lazy. My bad. Lazy TA. Lazy weekend TA.
Oh no, that's perfect.
It looks straight to me.
We looking good, Brick. We had two options when we dropped out of that, right? Set the trap shorts or run the licks. Like market maker's still in control of this thing for the most part. I gotta order a new set of headphones. These things are toast.
Let me know
Get
what kind
a
you order. I'd be interested.
order Astro A50. It's a
Yeah,
wireless
those are good
headset.
for
Really
gaming,
nice.
but for the stream, I'm probably just gonna get like a pair of like open back Sennheiser studio monitors or something.
Yeah.
Nice, Brick. Yeah, some of the dips some of the dips on the alts are gonna be nice because if Bitcoin can come back up into this weekend trap and we can get dominance to come back down, then some of these dips on the alts that you bought up might last you, through the week. Depending on if we have a false move up or down with Bitcoin. I like Cookie, man. I like the performance. I mean, I'm a chart guy, so there's Cookie. Like the way Cookie moves. Broke out, had a nice clean retest. Double topped. And for the most part, it's similar to Bitcoin. It's ranging. Obviously, you don't want to break. You would like to hold this structure if at all possible. We'll look at the visible range on this thing in a second. But I'm pretty sure you're going to have a gap. Yeah. You're in the gap now, actually. You're like halfway through it. That's why you had that accelerated drop. If this resistance doesn't hold, you'll clear the rest of this gap. Come down to our target at 1297. Been threatening to come down here for a minute already. and held support, double topped, and then now we're back home again. Yeah, just pay attention to it. Like I said, I don't know if you're still in a position or if you're looking to get back in. Oh, you said you're holding. Yeah, if we break this supply, I mean, the trip down to that next high volume node is about 13%, 14%. That's decent recompounding territory in my opinion. Anything more than a 10% drop, like if I look and I see more than a 10% drop, that to me is worth it. Right, taking 20% profits and putting it in on a 10% drop, is sort of works out for me. On Binance, it's been out since January. We look at it on a daily, we see like the real challenge here, right? Getting out of this high volume node, out of all of this shit. We need to crawl out of there. You can see why we double topped, right? We came up to the top of that range, double topped off the high volume node. Once we break that, still gonna have a little bit of issue right here. After that is rockets if it decides. People decide to buy it, I should say. Hope that helps, bro. Be careful. You're sitting on your 50 EMAs, so remember we're judging these coins by how they react to their 50 on a daily. You got that retest of the 50, but you know, not looking strong, and you still got 20 hours for this daily candle to close.
Bro, it's cool when we get dips like this. You open up multiple trades and see which coins outperform the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, pay attention to them on the way down too, because if something's strong, it's not gonna dip as much as everything else, and then it's gonna eat it up quicker than everything else too. So that says a lot. That's why it's like, you know, people get into the habit of feeding their losers, which isn't bad if your portfolio is tight, meaning like everything on there is a banger. Then you can kind of pour into what did the worst that day, you know, because it's the best deal. But for the most part, it's the best performers, right? It's the ones that took the least amount of hit that are probably going to recover the fastest and take their highs out the fastest.
I opened up a Sui trade and a Doge trade, and Sui is kicking Doge ass right now.
Sui's just different, bro. I don't know who Sui feeling like, but Sui's been different for a while.
You know, when I've been wanting the FOMO, I've just nipping at the Sui and the and also the KDA just because it's cheap and you know when I'm chasing the FOMO, I'm playing with those two, just adding, not a lot. I haven't said it already again, but yeah, it's maybe I'm adding too much.
Yeah, I got you, Yusuke. I'll look at BCH. I think we looked at it earlier. I can't remember what it's doing now. Yeah, still hasn't come down to its 50 yet. Still waiting for that move down. Still bullish if it holds. right? If it doesn't hold that 50, then our dots are going to start to turn red, and we don't like red dots. Unless you're shorting. Here's an example, beam. Beam doesn't look great, right? We drew out where we thought the 50 would go. Let me turn it to the other. Right, we were trying to map out what the retracement would look like for beam a couple days ago before this line was there. And we added this hoping that the 50 would come up. It did, right? It touched. But that doesn't look great. The support could still hold, but I would like to close above that 50 in 20 hours. Meaning I'd like to have a nice stopping volume candle on the daily off of the 50. But I would like a lot of things, you know. Where's Shib at? Market doesn't care about your feelings. It's a fact, though.
Fact.
See why some people we got back in there.
I need to take a look at Soul real quick for my own purposes. Sometimes I forget to do my TA for my own positions and shit. Oh, would I love that golden pocket. That would be nice. I have a sneaky suspicion that that narrative is going to catch fire. All right, so look at our volume gap. Right, we've already lost that high volume node here. And we've got a vector gap underneath. Let me scroll this over because we already cleared that vector gap. Take that off. Remember the setup? Stopping volume candle. I mean, big vector left behind. Stopping volume candle, trade up into the vector. These are easy trades. Now, the floor fell out from underneath this thing though, which means FOMO can keep us up. Right? Like a narrative sparking or something like that. But for the most part, that gap isn't providing any support. And then not only isn't it providing support, but the vector gap is providing financial reason to go down. Not only is the vector gap providing financial reason to go down, but the mean reversion to the 50 is just the gravity you need to get it there. I'm kind of holding off, as bullish as I am, and I am going to probably have a bigger allocation of SOL than I was planning on. Just to kind of, you know, see if this works out the way I think it is, but I'm not ready just yet. Yeah, see? Gap looks nasty when you zoom in. And you can see the rejection off of the high volume node, right? If you push your price into the cliffs, basically, makes it easier to see. Right? There's support there. You lose it. Nothing underneath until you get down about 150. Yeah, because everything, I mean, everything that had that big move that hasn't retraced to its 50 has a big volume gap. The VPVR is going to be looking the same on most things. Right? Sui has a smaller one. Sui created a lot of support in this flag. Right? So you know how we say we like the consolidation because the consolidation creates support. What it also does is it gives us all these high volume nodes. right, to act as support on the way down. So we would have to break before Sui got scary. You'd have to come down underneath 324.
Yeah, I see how that looks different than the rest. Really do now.
The ones that really pumped, right? Like if you look at like a Ponky. Right? Big gap underneath. Or if you look at like Penku already filled its gap for the most part, yeah. So you see what happened when we lost that high volume node on Pengu? See how fast you fall through those gaps that you catch on the next shelf.
I see a lot of people screaming short and angry. That's what they're screaming.
Could
Same
this
thing
be a
on
rejection? Could this be a rejection of the dominance from the 0.5?
Let's see. Yeah, pretty close to it. Let's put that on log. Let's make sure that our fibs are on log. All right, yeah. On log, fibs on log. You're at your 0.5. To alt season or not to alt season? That is the question.
I mean, I don't know anyone on Twitter who's not saying it's not an all season, which in itself is a bit scary.
You still have your bears that are saying that this is a dead cat bounce and that it's a bear market rally or whatever. But yeah, most people are bullish. I think the problem is, so the reason that I'm not worried about that, because the surprise isn't going to be, because you're right, the majority of people will be surprised. And when the majority of people all think it's going up, then you're like, damn, maybe it's going down. But the problem is that the majority of people think every alt is going up. They think this is going to be a 2020 style rally where they can just go buy the smallest market cap shit and it's going to go and they're going to get a 10, 20, 30x. Those people are going to get wrecked for the most part. People who are not very sort of quality oriented, you know, in their portfolios, they might watch everything go up that's not in their portfolio. You know what I mean? Like, I would be worried on each narrative. I'd be worried going past the fourth place, third or fourth place. Fourth biggest game, fourth biggest meme, fourth biggest. You start going down at the bottom of the barrel, super, super low market cap shit. Unless it's low market cap for a reason, like it just came out, you know, something like guns or something. But if your coin hasn't proved itself yet, right? If when everything just went crazy recently, your coin didn't go, that means that when everybody got the signal that it's time to buy alts, there was nobody waiting in line to buy the alt you're holding. That's not good. You know what I mean? So unless you know a specific reason why your shit didn't run with everything else, then you can kind of look at that as a weakness. Our goal at the beginning of the bull market, let me go to, so our goal in the beginning of the bull market is to find coins that are going to make their way onto this first page, into the top 100, right? This is where all the decent shit is. This is where all the shit, when retail comes in, they're going to go on here and they're going to look on their exchange and they're going to go like this and they're going to go by price and they're going to buy the cheapest shit that they can find on their exchange. They're going to buy Pepe, they're going to buy Shib, Bonk, Floki, Penguins, Jasmine, Gala, all the shit that we're holding because we know that's what's going to happen, right? But at the beginning of the bull market, everything's on the 7th, 8th, 9th page. Right? So we invest in things that are low market cap, right? Super undervalued projects that have the ability to make it onto this front page. At this part in the market where we're at right now, if your coin isn't on this front page or very close to getting there, you're taking a risk. You know what I mean? Just my opinion. Not that it's not going to move, right? It's going to move. And if it does move, if you're down on like 5, 6, 7 page, right? And you happen to pick the coin that moves, yeah, it's going to outdo everything else. But the risk that you're taking is that you're able to pick the right one, right? You're nice like that. All right, well, let's do that then. Let's go look. Just pick a random page. Go to page 6. Anybody recognize anything on this page? Kakinu, first one. I mean, honestly, does any of this shit, Velodrome, Vulcan Forge, but that's not a good idea right now. Theta, but though that day has come to buy that already. Pepe Coin, it's not doing great. ASI already had its day. So out of this entire page, Sui name service I like. Node AI I like. Guns is here. So out of this entire 100, there's maybe 5 coins that are gonna do really good. Maybe let's call it 10. You know what? Screw it. Let's go crazy. Let's call it 20. But I don't like those odds, bro. 20 out of 100 and you got to pick the right 20. And if they don't go, what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's times to take these risks. For me, it's at the beginning of the bear market. I mean, yeah, at the end of the bear market, the beginning of the bull market. This is gamble territory. Unlike going to the first page, where for all intents and purposes, you really can sort of throw a couple darts at this thing. And at least know that you're going to make some money during the, during the bull market. Right, it's where 90% of the things that we're looking at and that everybody else is going to be looking at is sitting. Brett was way off of this. When I first invested in Brett was down at probably like page 10 or 11. And my bet was that by the end of the bull market, it would make its way to this page. And this is everything together. If you go to a specific, let's say you go to, let's go to memes. If you go to memes and your meme isn't even on the first page of memes, like if you're not in the top 500 memes, you're taking a serious risk. which is where my thesis comes in, right? Top 1 and 2 market cap on each blockchain will capture 5 to 10x the liquidity that comes into that blockchain. And that's why you're talking your Doge, your SHIB, Pepe. Trump is up there because of the numbers. Trump is not on the list of something I would throw money into. Fartcoin, Dog with Hat, Pudgy Penguins, Brett. These are the ones that your aunt and your mom and your neighbor, and these are the ones that they're going to know. These are the ones that are going to be on their centralized exchanges that are easy for them to buy. They're not going to have to download hot wallets. Right? They're going to go down the list and they're going to pick the little picture that they like the most. And you can do that with you can do that with everything. Go to gaming. If your gaming project isn't on this front page, you're taking a risk, unless it's new.
But
Right?
even a lot of the front page ones won't make
Exactly,
it, right?
exactly. Yep. Even a lot of those. But the odds of you picking a winner out of that pile is way better than you picking, having a 1 out of 5 chance. So my point is, like, at the beginning of the market, your job is to pick what's going to be the winner, right? At this point, we see the winners already. I think the idea, what screws people up is they get it in their head that, oh, it's already pumped so hard it couldn't possibly have anything left in it. But it gets to the point where your exposure and the ease of adoption carries you over, right? Virtuals was too big to keep pumping a while ago. Still going.
Yeah, I missed that train. I'm butthurt about it, but it is what it is.
Now, if you've got that coin in your portfolio that nobody knows about, or that one where you tell everybody what you're holding and they're like, what was that? I mean, you can have some alpha that nobody else has, right? I'm not saying discard it. I'm just saying make sure there's a reason you're holding it. Not just because people used to talk about it back in the day or whatever.
What do you think about Injective? I mean, it ran in the first, 2023. After that, it's been.
Yeah, I like Injective. I mean, I think that Cosmos is gonna have a run as a narrative. They had a really early run, and they actually sparked off the airdrop wave that we had. It was all really due to them. The best play of the last bull market was to hold your atom, don't sell it at the top of the bull market, but stake it. Anybody who staked atom at the top of the bull market got Celestia airdropped, Dimension airdropped, Osmosis airdropped. I mean, they got some big money airdrops, and if they sold them at the right time, they killed it. Absolutely killed it. If they sold at the right time. Most people didn't. Most people got the free airdrops and then staked them for more airdrops and then left them staked as everything went back.
Launch is turning up.
I was staking Atom. I didn't get any of that stuff.
Were you staking it on chain?
No, it was on Binance US.
No, you're not gonna. Binance got it. Binance got your coins. You have to stake it on chain on the wallet.
Damn. What were they offering for APY?
Shit. APY wasn't. It's not enough to make you want to do it. Remember, to really get that play right, you had to not take profits at the top of the bull. and then stake it for shitty APY while the price was going down. It was not a smart move. It just paid out at the end. You know what I mean? Like,
I just sold all the Atom that I had last bull cycle. I sold it, and then I never bought back into it until the bear market. So like the bottom of the bear, like I bought all the Atom back because I was just trading it back then because it was ripping, and then I didn't like hold it. I didn't like hold it long term. I didn't start holding it long term until like deep into the bear market, like after FTX.
Launchcoin does have a nice little setup here.
I'm waiting for you to say I'll be right back. Oh yeah. I'm kidding. Not really. Kind of.
I don't typically like to buy projects that tell me what they're gonna do in the name, like Launchcoin, Safe Moon, like, you know, don't coddle me with the name. But I do sort of think that this thing is gonna be a narrative, the whole concept.
What?
Yeah.
What about
Dope
Cum
concept.
Rocket? Not even Cum Rocket.
What about it?
You said you don't like projects that tell you what they're gonna do in the name.
Yeah. Don't promise me. Don't promise me those type of things if you can't fulfill.
It might not launch.
Be trying again. Maybe not.
What was that one that was popular not too long ago? Dog go to moon. It was like a mix of dog coins and moon coins. Dog go to moon, I think is what it was called. The ticker was just dog, DOG.
The one on Telegram.
I think so. I never got into it. I had a
Yeah.
buddy that was all hype about it. But
There was they gave free tokens out. Remember I came on here that night. I was like, anybody that has a Telegram. It was during the dogs, cats, ducks era, and all you had to have was an active Telegram. And depending on how old the account was, they gave out a bunch of tokens. It was like an airdrop for doing
Yeah.
nothing.
They said it was like because it was all like community based. There's no
Yeah.
VCs or whatever. They called it like it was like rug pull proof. They were like, this is the rug pull proof coin. It's like, yeah, okay. I mean, somebody's gonna, whoever has the biggest amount of supply, they'll just rug it anyway. Speaking of which, did anything ever come to light about what happened with Mantra?
They got overextended, man. They got
So it's just
overextended.
like,
They started trying to get into products that they shouldn't have been offering. Shit unwound. And they lost the trust of everybody, basically. I'm good. I'm not touching it. I hope it goes to $1 billion and everybody gets rich, but I won't be on that train.
yeah, I mean, I never bought any. Like, I've never even traded it. Just like it always looked good, but then like I felt bad for people that actually were holding it because it looked so good for so long, and then I don't know, man, just completely collapsed. I guess that's so that's kind of like the running stories there, where like over
The
leverage
hardcore
and
leverage
stuff.
sweep. Yeah, it was everybody was over leveraged. Somebody attacked it and got a beautiful short out of the thing. They kept saying that the dude kept saying that there was a group of traders that were over leveraged, and then CoffeeZilla was like, yeah, but like a group inside, like he's like a insider group of traders. And then he was like, no, you know, there hasn't, you know, there is no da da da. And then he's like, well, then how'd they have enough coins to be that over? Like, how'd they have that much of the supply to be able to, you know, risk the price that much if there hasn't been a vesting schedule? And he's like, well, you know, I'd have to look at that dude's whole story was fishy to me. I think the consensus is that like, we're supposed to believe him, you know, crypto community as a whole is kind of looked at it like, oh, that's just the danger of leverage. And, you know, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think they were pulling some funny shit with their own coin. Because it's either extreme leverage on a small amount of coins or a large amount of coins in their possessions with a little bit too much leverage. Which to me makes more sense. Who the hell is, you know, 2,000 Xing OM at the top after the run it had? You know what I mean? Like, there's degens and then there's like, come on, make it make sense. It makes more sense that the team saw the price appreciation, saw that it wasn't going down, greed kicked in and said, hey, we can risk a large amount of our coins at maybe a 3 or a 4x and come up here, and they overextended themselves too far and market will humble you.
Well, one good thing about it, they can't fingerprint me.
You ain't got no fingers?
What'd you do? Singe off your fingers like a spy or some
Well, I'm just, you know, touching that hot stove enough.
shit?
You know?
I hear you.
Ain't got no fingerprints left.
I hear you.
Hell yeah.
Cops are like, did you destroy your fingerprints? Like, no, I've been trading crypto for the past 5 years. Like, oh, okay. Understood.
It's 2 minutes slowing me down. I like it. I'm still playing with everything, but as far as my mental, the 2 minutes working a little bit better for me than the 1 minute when I'm looking at the 5 to 15 to 4 hour. Kind of looking at that too, and it's taking some emotion away than just looking at the one for me.
Remember, those candles on the 1 minute mean nothing when you switch to the 5, you know? Could be worse, bro. There's people that watch tick charts. Seen Bitcoin on a tick chart?
The 6 hours giving me hope though right now. The
Check
body
this
of the
out.
6 hour candle. It's giving me hope that we're going up.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing. I'd love to get back in. It's like we just popped previous high. We're retesting it on the 2. You know, you can see where, you know, but that's what he wants us to think.
Oh, that's why I should have kept it. I'm gonna have to bump back up to the highest trading view membership. I can't look at the tick chart. You can put I guess you have to have the highest tier. You got the highest tier on trading view. You can
Why
go
would you?
down you can go down to 1 tick. And you know, when we're looking at these vector candles, right, where that's tick volume. And it's 200% the tick volume of the lag. Can you imagine what the tick chart looks like once market maker steps in? Yeah, they must have. I think they shifted around what goes in what package. Because I used to be able to do that. The only thing that I couldn't get by not being at the next package was some real-time legacy data, and I don't trade legacy like that, so it doesn't matter. I'm more than okay with the 1 second chart. Slow as dinosaur market.
Holy crap! Has anyone seen the moon tonight?
It's big.
It's like red and it's like covered. It's like I don't know. It's like shrouded in red. I don't know if it's like
Harvest
clouds around
moon?
it or what.
Blood moon?
Could probably just have fires in the area or some shit.
I have no idea. It's the first time I got a good look at it. I'm driving, so I don't know if.
Where
All
you
right,
from?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do TA on the moon real quick.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let me know what
He
your
said it's
target is.
red. He said it's
The
red.
conclusion is.
So that means all it's gonna be red. Bitcoin's gonna be green.
I do feel the Count Doja creeping in me, but
I mean, not for nothing. I said that. I was like, I think
The Doge is dead.
Bitcoin's gonna go up and the alts are gonna go down.
Wait, who just said Doja's dead? How dare you?
I did. They took it out back on the woodshed.
How dare you say Doja's dead?
That thing will never die.
About to make a move that you guys are gonna sleep on.
Doja's been top 10 for like 10 years.
It's about to be top 5, baby. Watch out.
It's literally never left the first page of CoinMarketCap.
For real, it's been like, hey guys.
Like,
Get ready for a shocker.
Prepare your bags.
Yes, sir. I've been adding.
All right, well, it looks like the sky's lagging. The moon won't load. Miami server's laggy or something.
They gotta fix the simulation over there.
Yeah, I heard Elon Musk is gonna give people Doge to put US dollars on X.
Where'd you hear that?
Belon. Fuck, never mind.
Well, that Doge OS operating, it said something like hold USD and earn Doge. And I'm wondering.
So you're thinking he's gonna do that, or did somebody say it?
Well, it's on that website, the Doge OS. But the thing is, are they just being funny and like trolly with USD? Because that could be US Doge too, you know?
I have no idea.
Come on, man. Let's be realistic here.
Dude, look at this website. I'm telling you, man, things are a little bit. And I thought at first it wasn't official, but then I wanted
Doge is not fast enough. In what universe is
Doge
Doge fast
is
enough?
not fast enough, man. What you talking?
Well, you want to wait a half an hour till you fucking
half an
buy
hour?
your T-shirt?
Listen to someone that's never sent a Doge transfer in his life talking shit right now. Have you ever sent a Doge transfer?
Yeah, it takes forever.
You're talking shit. What are you talking about waiting half an hour?
It's been like
you're on
a year and a half since I took a
you're on
Doge
exchange
fucking
and they're
transfer.
using your money because you don't know what's going on with your money and they're playing with your money for a half an hour because you don't know what you're doing.
No, there's no
You're an
Doge
amateur.
dollar. There's no Doge dollar.
Let's calm it down a little bit. Let's calm it down a little bit. It's literally a crypto. That's no reason to get all excited.
Dude's over here.
I just said
takes
there's no
half an
Doge
hour.
dollar.
All right, amateur.
Strawberry moon. Strawberry moon.
I got no moon at all. So it's either low or I don't know.
You still following the 105 on M2?
Yep. Yeah, we have that little stagnated sort of sideways move that matches what we're doing now. And then there's supposed to be a dip and then a rip. Small dip, big rip. That damn M2 chart is seared into my brain right now.
He said waiting half an hour for a Doge. You're waiting half an hour for your exchange. That's what you're waiting for, not for Doge. Talking all that smack.
Excuse me. Well, we're back up to CME close. GG's for the market maker algorithms. Big winner here.
Okay.
And remember, the important thing isn't if anything's going to work. The important thing for the next 5 months is, are enough people going to believe that this thing is going to work? Because there's not enough time for any project right now to prove anything.
Launch coin on Believe?
Yeah. That's the one we were talking about, that Believe app. That crowdfunding thing we were looking at.
I mean, I just think everything in crypto is too complicated, man. In terms of hard wallet, cold wallet, like normal people won't be able to do all this.
Good. That means that it'll be easier for us to make money for at least the next couple cycles. You're right. Full adoption doesn't come until you can do all that without even thinking about it. You just press a button, send my money from here to there, and then it all happens in the background. But
I'm not gonna lie, man.
until that happens, though, like, our edge is the fact that we can get access to these projects before anybody.
You'd be surprised, man. Like some average Joes are getting used to that Phantom and like
Bro,
straight up like
TikTok
librarian.
was teaching people how to drop a coin, how to make a hot wallet, fund it, go on pump.fund, launch a coin, and take profits in a 30-second clip. It was the most efficient shit I ever seen in my life. I almost wanted to save it and just use it to show people how to get on, clip out the bullshit and be like, look. But yeah, it's especially when you tell people, look, this is where the meme coins are, you're making millions of dollars, you just got to do A, B, C, and D. But like your mom and my mom's never gonna wrap her head around that shit. I can sit down there and break it down to her, and in 30 minutes I'll walk away, and I promise you it's gone. In one ear out the other.
Yeah, you could see it in their eyes. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think anybody that knows how to send an email, if you can explain it the way it's like, instead of sending an email, you just that email is money, and they'll start wrapping their head around it.
I mean, unless you're trying to make money, it's a different thing. But for normal, regular use, it's way out of, it's too complicated. Like for people just to transact with it, it's not possible.
Well, look at the game that we were talking about earlier, right? Like, that's adoption. I play one match. As soon as the match is over, there's a transaction that sends me guns tokens. Then I open up all the boxes that I got in the game. Each one of those is an NFT transaction where I'm buying an unrevealed NFT for a certain amount of guns tokens. And it all happens seamlessly, and the players have no idea they're making transactions on the blockchain. You press and go, right? It's all in the UI. The UI on Web3 sucks. Dex is horrible. Hyperliquid is good. They're getting better, but that's, like I said, that's where our edge is. Right, the easier it is to do it, then the more people will get in. The more people will get in, the more saturated it is. The less your edges, the less asymmetric your trades are.
Yeah, but by the time I mean it gets sorted out, there'll be 50,000 new coins or whatever. Who
Yeah.
you know which one's gonna be there, not there.
Yeah. That's why right now I don't think the focus should be in what's going to be the thing that's going to change the future. But there's going to be so many brand new coins in the next 10, 20 years. You know what I mean? Right now, we're really, in my opinion, should just be worried about what's going to work for the next 2 years to 4 years. And what's going to survive is the real question, right? Like, what's still going to be here during the next bull run? And not just end
That's
up
it.
being like a zombie coin. Yeah, Doge is the one thing that nobody can ever take from Doge is that it's made it through all the shit and it's still managed to put new highs on its like BTC pair.
Yeah, it's managed to stay in the top 10. I mean,
And a lot of people have a misconception that, you know, the infinitely minting coins. The thing is, it has a limit per day, per block. There's limits. It's just that the protocol is going to be infinitely operating, you know, but there's still limits to their mints. And these limits are per day, you know, a certain amount per day, certain amounts per block.
The store of
So it's
value,
not
you want it to be deflationary, but currency, like things that you're going to spend, meaning you're taking your store capital and you're cashing it into this vehicle that you're going to use to buy things that are probably perishable, right? Like, I like that Doge is like that, or at least that sort of tokenomics. Like for it to be successful, it has to be that sort of tokenomics. It can't be a coin that you're like, oh, this is so rare. I don't want to get like Bitcoin. I don't want to spend it for a pizza. I don't want to spend my Bitcoin for gas. Like, no, I'll spend some Doge for gas. Yeah, how much? You know, fill me up on Doge. No problem with that at all. Because we know that it pumps and it gives it back. And it pumps and it gives it back for the most part, you know? So you sell or you buy things when it pumps, and then you don't buy things when it gives it back. We used to do that all the time, right? With the Coinbase card. It's great to take profits into like real world items. You know, Doge is pumping, and you're at the grocery store watching your Doge go up as you're, you know, spending it through your.
Oh, I'm still doing it. So I use my credit card when things are down, and when things are up, I use the Coinbase debit card.
But the problem is, you know what's really, really good at that? Stables. Right? You don't even think twice about spending your stables.
Well, yeah, that's why I always got a nice bag of USDC, just accumulating a little bit of interest.
Yeah. So to me, that's the only problem that any currency is gonna have, or any coin that wants to be a currency is gonna have, competing with, you know, the whole stable coin safeness of a stable coin.
Yeah, isn't that crazy though? That one dude from guess injected somehow invested in Binance after he got I forget, was it $1 billion of that Trump stablecoin or something like that? I don't even know, not 7 billion. I think it was 70 million or something. I have to look, but that's crazy.
There's a lot of sketchiness going on over there.
The swamp coins. That's a new narrative, yeah. Swamp coin narrative. So it's like I was trying to wrap my head around it. And the way I look at it is, so the issuance does not have an end date, but the supply is not unlimited because it still has an absolute limit of issuance per block, per day, and per year. And other coins have that too. So the only difference Doge has is the issuance doesn't have an end date, because Bitcoin, it has the kind of the same parameters, but there's an end date to the issuance. So the whole thing is Doge is only infinite over infinite time, basically. You know,
It's to keep
kind
it
of crazy.
it's to keep it from overinflating.
My mind was blowing. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole kind of idea of.
I mean, on paper, what it should do is keep the inflation at a steady rate, or at least you know what you're getting.
I think what's going to happen with Bitcoin is like to make it easier to transact. A lot of the applications are just going to kind of do it on their own, so the user doesn't see what's behind the user interface, but they're going to be actually interacting with wrapped Bitcoins that can move quicker and more efficient. And those wrapped Bitcoins are going to be probably either, well, Ethereum or Solana or who knows what. But I think a lot of that's going to happen too. Like there's going to be a lot of wrapping of Ethereum and Bitcoin to move a little bit better on dApps and things like that.
Yeah, that's what that sort of SUI stacks integration is looking to do. And you've also got Cardano stepping in to provide layer 2 services for Bitcoin. It's like, it's not kissing the ring, but it's acknowledgement that you're not competition. You know what I mean? Like,
With every common goal.
yeah, and it's like you're watching all the companies on legacy increase their value by bringing Bitcoin on into the ecosystem onto that. So you're gonna see it across cryptos too. Right? It doesn't make any sense not to. I mean, you won't see, Solana start buying Ethereum because it's an Ethereum killer or whatever, but they're competitors. But Bitcoin's not in competition with any of these.
I just hope we get to take advantage of these 4 years where, like, the administration that's in the White House right now is more crypto friendly, and you can see what Elizabeth Warren and like the Democrats are trying to do with crypto. Man, it's bad. So right now, it's like this is the time for things to really start popping off these next 4 years. Because if the Democrats come back in, they'll probably try to stop and rewind everything. I mean, there's still some Dems that are down with crypto.
A lot of them are actually. You just got to get rid of the older people, bro. The older people right now, they're not incentivized to change the status quo. Why the hell would they want to change? Why would Elizabeth Warren want anything to change? Right? Why would Nancy Pelosi want anything to change right now? And it has less to do, in my opinion, with who's in charge or, what party's in charge. It has to do with they figured out a way to game the system already, right? They're making tons of money. They're doing it in a way that nobody's considering illegal for the most part, right? They're following, even though it's unethical. But why would they want to change it? It's working exactly the way they intend it to. They take a risk by changing it. What if the transparency of this new system doesn't end there exactly right? They're 1000% right. Because we would see that money coming, we would be able to follow that money out of the investments into your husband's wallets or into your neighbor's wallet and then into your husband's wallet and then into your wallet, and then you got to answer some questions. Or we'd be able to track that little campaign, that little Bitcoin you got off the campaign thing and figure out that, it came from a North Korean hack or,
good point, man.
Known drug wallet or that. They're not ready for that sort of transparency. They want to use it against us. They would love to see our shit. But they realize that if they open that can of worms, then everybody gets to see everything.
Yeah, I think you're right there because they can't be that gullible just to be like, oh, it's just blood money, it's bad, it's gangster money, it's this and that. It's like
they're trying to
they know
protect
what's
the
up.
status quo, bro. That's all that is. They look at it like, look, I only got 4 or 5 more years. I don't want to learn a new trick. I already bought the beach house. The yacht's getting built. I'm gonna ride these last 4 years out smooth, and then I'm out, and y'all could do whatever you want. So, like my original point, we got to get rid of some of these older people, bro. Hate to say it.
Yeah, that's true because
On both sides.
Bitcoin hit its all-time high when the Democrats were around, like 760,
Yeah,
whatever.
Bitcoin does not care who's president. I said it during this election. I'll say it during the next election. What we saw happen with Bitcoin, this move that we had and the move that we're going to have, was going to happen no matter who president was. Bitcoin has no nation alliance, is not affected by any of that shit. The only way it's affected is by our monetary policy. Maybe
But
they could have
still,
made it a little bit more difficult, right? They could have made it a little bit
yes.
more difficult, and maybe our top number ends up being different because of specific bills and shit that were brought in. But the
by
4-year
keeping
cycle does not have a political affiliation.
by keeping the rules unclear, though, that's like that bottlenecks a lot of the money that wants to come in. So that's
Yeah, we would have
so
lost a
much
lot of
money.
shit off seas, right? Like
But
nobody
even
wanted to do anything in the country because why would you take that risk? You're taking a massive risk. All of our devs are freaking cartoon characters on Twitter because they're terrified of being doxxed. And it's not even that they're sketchy. It's why the hell would you want to dox yourself? And there's absolutely no clarity. And then the SEC comes out and says something and goes back and hits you for something you did 5 years when there, 5 years ago when there were no rules. The air definitely feels a lot clearer and crisper right now than it did under like choke point 2.0, right, when they had their foots on our necks. And they were attacking all our off ramps, all our banks, attacking stables, everything. They hit it all the way down the line.
So my thing is like, I know Bitcoin would be fine, but the whole market cap would be bottlenecked a little bit until the administration comes in and sets some clear guidelines for that institutional money that's just waiting. They're like, okay, guys, we got the money. We have it. So like we're waving it in your face, and we're just like trying to get in, but still bottleneck because we need clear regulation. And the new SEC guy, he's gonna give it. I think he knows what the problem is. Like he
The
knows
amount
he
of
has to
the
reset
amount of
everything.
big money, bro. The amount of billions that can't move without clarity. Like it's not even like take the risk. Like the money manager will not move that money.
Yeah, and the lawyers are like, hell no, do not. It's like that's
You're
just a
not
liability waiting
risking
to happen.
generational wealth on this bullshit. Are you
Exactly.
stupid?
No way. Yeah, it's a
But the second you get some clarity and those doors open up, what we're seeing now are the more degenerate of the filthy rich. That are like, let's go, it's go time, screw it, let's do it, spending daddy's money.
Yeah, I mean, it was risky. Even like the Gemini twins, dude, what they did was risky. Armstrong, what he did was risky because you never know, man. It's like, even though we're like land of the free, man, it can get kind of twisted here too. If the government doesn't like what you're doing, you could end up being an example, and just end up spending the rest of your life in jail for just trying to flip a few cryptos.
No, screw that.
It's not land of the free, man. It's land of the fee.
Land of the fee, yeah. Take out the R. I'm feeling that. But I've been to a lot of countries, man. I got to tell you, man, I feel pretty free here compared to some of the other countries I've been to.
Yeah, I can't. I barely can tell I have a government, bro. I'll be completely honest with you.
For real.
The only reason I remember is because y'all talk about the shit so much. But if it wasn't for that, I would even forget. Until it's time to pay taxes, I would forget they exist, bro. I'm more worried about the cops.
Yo.
And then now, not even that, right? Only reason you're ever really worried about the cops is a little bag of weed in your pocket. But now it's, Even that's
mean,
cool. I'm like smiling
Just
at
look, just
officers. There's a cop in front of me. If he's going too slow, I pass him now.
I don't know.
You know,
I don't know.
hell
I didn't
yeah,
use,
okay,
I didn't used to
coach.
do that, but I'll pass him now. You know, might give him a little honk. You know,
Yeah,
go
might
around
wave
them.
at him,
Feel,
let him
feel
know,
this,
hey, I'm a
these
cop
people,
too.
Not only
feel,
that,
feel
dude,
these
now I just feel
people.
like that's money. Like if you know the law, man, you get pulled over and they don't do the right things. You know, that's a check right there. You
Yeah,
gotta
but you
have
know how it was when
reasonable,
you were so
articulable
dirty riding around when we were young that, bro, how many times have you, or at least me personally, the cop in front of you, you're like, okay, I can't pass him. Pass him, he's
Oh,
gonna pull me over.
I'd
So
pull over.
you're
I'd
stuck
wait.
behind him, and then he starts slowing down. Now you're both doing like 15 miles an hour.
No, yeah, I'd pull over at a gas station and pretend like I need gas or
Oh,
something.
I was a backstreet king. Are you kidding me? I'll take a left and 7 rights.
But yeah, I've been studying this stuff, man. Like just waiting to get pulled over right now. I'm not gonna be one of those like,
You go
what do they
looking
call it?
for it. Auditors. That's dumb, bro.
Yeah.
That's the
I know I'm not
dumbest
gonna
thing
be like
ever.
no. I'm not gonna be like a what's it called? Like a sovereign citizen type this thing. Like I just want to catch them slipping because I want to record it and just be able to go later with the case. Like not even give them beef and just like, ask them a few simple questions like their name, their badge numbers, and just if they do, if they're asking me for my wallet, my ID, like I don't want to have to hand them my ID. I just have to show my ID. And if they try to like snatch the ID out of my hand, things like that, like that's a lawsuit right there, So I'm waiting to get pulled over.
Shit,
You
New
know,
York,
I'm
we
waiting.
learned very early. You deal with police, it's no. First word, no. Second word, sergeant. Third word, no.
Yeah,
That will get
sergeant.
you out of 90% of all the shit with cops.
I like to ask them questions. How many people you pulled over today? How fast was I going? Dang.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, okay, this is like a normal human being. Oh, I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. Oh my gosh, I could have gone through the windshield if
That's
I,
funny.
hit a
What
tree
kind of
head
grip
on.
is that on your gun? Can I hold it?
Yeah.
you just gotta say shit that throws them off and like brings them back into like human mode. They're like, "What this guy just say to me?"
Right, dude.
Be
They're
careful
like
'cause
they're
recording you.
human,
You just
dude.
incriminated
Yeah.
yourself when you said you weren't wearing the seatbelt. So you got to be careful because everything's being recorded. And when you said you weren't wearing a seatbelt, bang, they got you because you just admitted to the crime.
Well, you could be like, oh, I wasn't.
My homegirl's
No,
husband
I
is a
wasn't.
cop. And I know I know some good cops, and I know some really shitty cops. Like really
Yeah,
shitty
bro.
cops. Just
Yeah,
like I know
bro.
some good traders and I know some really shitty traders, whatever. The difference
Yeah,
is that,
bro. Yeah.
but he told me, and it made sense. He was like, the uniform and the patrol and all that, you go into like a flow state and it feels like it's like us against them, and you got to remind yourself. So he said, what I try to do is every time I stop somebody, I see who does this person remind me of that I know, or he look like my cousin Freddie, or he, you know what I mean, like whatever, so something to like humanize. He said something about being on the job for that many years and going through that much shit and having to constantly watch your back puts you like on a defense, which automatically makes the other person the enemy, and then you're like, changes the whole what you're really supposed to be doing. I think it comes
That's
down to
exactly.
community policing, bro, because like, before my time, the cop that walked the block lived on the block. He knew everybody's grandma. He knew who your mom was. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
it was different. Like
Yeah.
when you have that connection to the community, you don't treat people like shit. Because you're gonna have to see them at church on Sunday. You're gonna have to see them at the shopping center. Kids probably go to school together. But there was a concerted effort to stop that. Right, and they called it because they wanted to end corruption. But
Exactly.
so what they do now is that they ship the cops out from different. So like, most of the Dade County cops, they live in Broward. But most of the cops that live in Dade, they patrol a different county. Like all the cops in Brooklyn are from Jersey, and they do that during protests too. Like when there's a protest, they call in cops from the surrounding areas. They don't call the local cops. Cops from the surrounding areas are on the front line. Local cops are on the outskirts. because they don't want any sort of connection with the community stopping you from following the order if you have to.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is true. That is true. Dbloc, it is true.
But you lose a lot, right? Like officer friendly. Remember, like that used to. Oh, hey, it's officer friendly. Like you don't get that anymore.
Well, they still got that officer friendly that goes around. That's like the only one they got there that still goes around.
Yeah, it's just one.
Yeah.
Nah, I've known some decent cops, and I know cops that are cops for the right reasons, and I know cops that are admittedly cops for the wrong reasons.
No, but I'm saying they got to keep that one local cop that everyone knows, to keep that rapport with
Yeah.
the public, and like.
Bro, on our block, we had a cop that we call Rambo, and you could just imagine he was like 2 years in, fresh. He was the hop out one. He's the one, when the car screeched in the side, he's the one that hopped out. He was the chaser. He's the one that you knew if he was on you, you were gonna have a bad day. Every time he saw you up against the wall, and it was like everybody outside. But yeah, every neighborhood has that one like bad cop, and every neighborhood has that one kind of good cop.
Good. I got one neighbor who lived on. We was living in the blocks, and I was living in the first floor. He was living in the 0th floor, and he was the mayor of our town, or city, small city town we can call. He was a mayor, and he had
Would you say
a
that's a diamond pattern on Bitcoin on the daily?
Somebody was talking about.
he got a
Sorry,
car
sorry.
stuck for 2 years, or the straight away where was my balcony, and his car was stuck on flat tires and everything. I'm like, oh, okay. Like one day I talked with my neighbor. He was the mayor of my city. I talked with him. I'm like, oh, why you want to do it with the car? Oh, yeah, I won't sell. Okay, I help you. I'm going to put the car to order. Yeah, what so I did. But in the time, I was just selling the weed to live.
Slinging that weed.
Weed. I smoked
yo,
weed for.
I'll
I
be right back.
smoked
but
weed
somebody had a
for
crypto question though. Sorry to cut you off though.
for 36 years. I smoked weed for 36 years. So I talked with my neighbor. He don't know. He knows I smoke weed. Okay, because all block was smell of the weed where we were smoking in the
skunk.
The skunk, yes. but this was in 90s, 97, 98. So long time ago. Whatever.
Cool story, man. But yo,
Long.
somebody
So
was asking something about something.
I'm the one person. I'm thinking in the world who sell weed, smoke weed, and be caught in the mayor car smoking and selling the weed by police. Where police from, I was catched by the police from different, no country, different area. Police coming from our area. I see the
What,
registration.
you mean Interpol, man? You got Interpol looking for you?
No, not anymore.
He said not anymore. Oh man.
So I'm the one person who was driving my car and selling weed. Can you believe it?
I mean, there's a lot of people that
I
do
was
that,
about
but
to say, I hate to break it to you, bro, but that
Yeah,
that hasn't
I
been the
know.
meta for a long time. It's literally delivery
That
services.
was 90s. Dbloc. That was 90s.
Yeah, Dbloc, speaking of Rambo, man, I remember the graph writer Rambo.
Yeah.
I just found some footage of me and him. He was rapping to like 3 of my beats. I got it like on a high 8. I got to post it up on like his gram and everything.
That's
It's like
dope.
footage, like it's from like 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy how old the footage looks, right? Like,
Yeah, back then I thought it was all high techy and futuristic. Now I look back, I'm
yeah,
like, yo, it's
like,
nostalgic.
like okay, like you know when you saw like when we were kids and you would see shit that came like before us, like Happy Days or whatever, and you look at the way it looks and you're like, wow, that's what life must have looked like. And then you look back at shit from the late '90s and you're like, why does this look like that? This isn't what life looked like.
It's dope looking back there.
Yeah.
Who remember Commodore 64 with the screwdriver? Come on, lads. Did you remember?
The Commodore?
I had to get on that.
Commodore
Yeah,
64.
I remember the Commodore and Texas
Yeah.
Instrument. Texas Instrument.
You must have the screwdriver to put right the tune to loading new games. That was something. Oh, long.
Bro, I wanna bring it back to that TV conversation, bro. There's no way we were watching television like that, man.
Nah,
That film had
it's
to have degraded, like
crazy.
all of it.
Crazy. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that it's just over time shit degrades, and you know, even clips from a couple years back still have that sort of look.
No,
Like,
that's what it looked like back then. It's just we were accustomed to it. You know?
Bro, there's no way, bro. There's no way we were
our
it's
our
mind-blowing.
eyes just got better definition.
No, it's just like we get kind of. That's so weird to think about, but it's just because
It's
we get
bugged out.
accustomed to everything. I know.
No, it's bugged out. I tripped myself
Bro.
out thinking about that before.
Bro, you can't watch an old '90s game, bro. Like all the anything that's older than like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or something like that, bro.
Nah,
It's old.
anything. Nah, when the shorts, if they got shorts on, it looks like the shit looks ancient.
The trick is to put it
You
on a
can't
big
see the ball,
projector,
bro.
and everything looks dope, man. Put on a giant projector, it all looks dope.
Yeah, bro. I tried to watch some like old basketball games, bro, and I was like, "What is this? I can't see the ball. I had to stop. It was unwatchable."
Your eyes were better back then.
I guess so, right? Like I'm like, dang, I want to see some of the greats, but this is horrible. And to be honest, I feel bad for the greats. You know, it's like, could you imagine going trying to pull up your own film? And he's like, I know you can't see my face right there, but that's me.
Now the whole thing is we're just spoiled now. Like back then, I think it's just like we were just so used to straining ourselves to like imagine it's being clear, even though it's not clear. Because that's kind of how like art evolved. If you look at impressionism or like a lot of type of art, and it's like even Van Gogh, it's like the stage, like it's not high def, it's very blurry, it's very kind of mixed, but then it's like the human mind has to fill in that void. So we fill in that void when we see those low def images, you know, and I think it's like the memory of seeing the game and stuff. It's clear in the memory, but when you saw it, it wasn't. It was just you filling that void or something, you know.
I feel that, but I think I'm gonna throw it in the simulation bin. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just upgrades, man. V1, V2, V3 it just gets clearer and clearer.
Yeah, I use that to like explain everything now. It's like it's a simulation. Can't figure it out. Simulation.
All right, smack dab right in the middle of the weekend trap. Don't get your hopes up for anything crazy.
Could we ever have a different weekend? Just one of these weekends. Come on.
One of these
You know
is
what I
gonna be different, yo. You're 1000% correct. One of these weekends is gonna be different, which is why, like, I haven't really spent too many of them out of position. At the very least, I'm buying the trap shorts, you know, because yeah, I'm not letting none of this shit go without me. Not after all this.
It looks like ETH kind of put up a little buy wall up underneath it. I don't know if you've seen that. I just clicked on it. It's maybe like 40 minutes now.
Been playing with the 2 minute and you know, taking it on the 50, it's played out. Yeah. And then you're 13 over to 50, where that 50 turns red and green. You know, it's funny how when it turns green, it just, you take it going up to the upside, and when it's red, you take it to the downside. So
Even though it is not a buy or sell signal,
right.
it is just a visual representation of the cross of an EMA. Yeah, it looks a lot like a buy and sell signal and acts like one and works like one, but it's not.
I'm thinking the 6 hour though, man. This is what's really getting. If we get over 104,000, this 6 hour, if we close there before the 6 hour finishes, we get like a somewhat bullish engulfing the bottoms, a double bottom on the body of the candle. But that would show some strength that the bulls aren't messing around. That it's almost a bullish megaphone descending wedge on a bull flag kind of. So I don't know. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm just hoping the 6 hour closes above 104,000. If so, I'm even going to go more.
Yo, D, GM.
Yeah.
Got a quick question. Like on the, I drew the weekend trap on my. So we went below it, we broke it, but we came back inside it.
Yeah.
So would that still mean that the trap,
Those are our
is
trap
valid?
shorts.
Yeah. So even though we broke it and we came back to it, as long as we come back inside it,
You
it's still
didn't.
valid,
We
right?
didn't. Yeah, we didn't have trap shorts set. So you've got to trap the shorts. We
need to do
assumed.
that first.
We assumed early on during the day that these would have been our trap shorts, but this invalidation let us know that no, these are in fact our trap shorts, and then it's confirmed by coming back into CME. So now we've got a type 1 trap, right? Very traditional.
Yeah, I just wanted to like figure out that rule. So like, because my first notion was like, if this is the weekend trap and you break the box, it creates a new box, but it doesn't, right? Because you already see the box.
The
ahead of
box is
time, so you just-
created around the CME close. You can't change that.
Okay, you can't change
Yeah,
that.
and
Okay,
now that we
yeah,
have
that's the
our
rule I
trap
want.
shorts and we have our trap longs, now we have something to judge the move out of the weekend trap. Any move out of the weekend trap that doesn't free either the shorts or the longs is just a deviation.
All right. So there's a chance that we can like kind of scratch the and maybe go above the 104 because
We
I'm
can
looking
come
at
all
my
the way to
chart.
104 too, and we can come all the way down to 102.7.
Because I'm looking at it. Oh, okay. I'm seeing the 104, the 104 you drew. It's from that top, right? It's from that top.
Yeah, I've just been addicted to the 6 hour, man. I don't know. I love the 6 hour chart.
You're like my uncle. My uncle does he has weird numbers. He does 6,
6
8,
hour makes
and he
sense.
has
It's a quarter day. It's a quarter day chart. You
Or
get four
the
candles per day.
God. Drew, that now I get it. Now I get it. Drew mentioned it, and I remember my uncle. My uncle does like 6 hour stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
6 hour,
quarter day.
12
Got it.
hour, 24 hour.
That's why. He does 6, and 12. Okay.
Not 6 hour. 6 a delta.
Sorry, man, I interrupted because I couldn't hear him. Sorry.
You're good, brother.
D, I was asking if that's a diamond pattern on a daily on Bitcoin, like kind of.
Let's take a look. It's not a hold on. Just happened to be like a diamond shape when I pulled it up. That's the inside of our inverse head and shoulder. Yeah, this is the one that Zusi was looking at. You could make it. You could make it fit. The right, I don't like the right side. The right side has no bottom, and the top you've got to cut off bodies, which we don't sort of like to do. Right? It would have to be, well, I guess if you use the wick, you wouldn't have to cut off bodies. Right? So the left side is good. Doesn't have much of a bottom, so that's a little. The right side, you got to cut off bodies to make it work. But if you didn't, be like this, and then your top would be like that, and it's like, what you really would have wanted to see, it was the closest to a diamond pattern here. When
It's
you were here.
possible Bitcoin going to drop to 85,000.
No, not in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. Anything's possible. Right, so that's the closest you were to a diamond pattern there, but you've already invalidated that.
Okay. We never check like every level when you check, you know, retest, and 85, 86, even 80.
Come down to 85. You've got to break the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA on the daily. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, 97 is pretty strong support. 97,500. There's a lot of action there.
Yeah, the 50 EMA on the daily.
On the daily, if you look, if 80, 88, 89. On the daily, if you look, we have the W formation, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And we never check like every level we need to check, yeah?
Am I pronouncing
The
that right there?
W,
Written chain?
W,
Had 5 minute.
W formation, what we have on the daily, around 98, 900. This was never was check.
Mm-hmm.
Can we drop there and from this point, and we have, like you say, we like you're showing, we're gonna have head and shoulders formation.
Mm-hmm.
So we can drop to 89,000.
I don't
And
see us dropping to 89,000. The 50 EMA is at 94. Even if we drop right now to get all the way to the 50 EMA, the lowest you're dropping is 94.4. Given tomorrow, the day after, we'll be up to the bottom of this vector gap where we'll be looking at like 97. That puts in the right side of the inverse head and shoulders. 85K is all the way down here. 85K, like I said, is breaking the 200
88.
and the 50. 88 would be coming
89.
to the 200. But for that, you'd have to break the 50 EMA.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's not possible, right? I'm just saying it's improbable. It's probably the least probable of the two.
Because all the time, like I look on the chart, we checking the is going up, and sometimes we leave the check it back to check the levels.
Yeah, that's
And
why I think we have to go to 97.
After time, we reach the resistance, and from resistance we going straight away down with the time as well to check the lowest, what we never check.
You don't
know what I
always go check the lowest, though. You don't always
But-
go check the lowest. You check the strongest. There's
Strongest.
plenty of times where there's lower gaps that are imbalances, but there's a stronger support above it that keeps it from happening. Remember, a lot of these imbalances, they'll get filled during the next bear market. You know, when we drop 60%, 70%.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, they can wait. They have all the time in the world, so they'll wait 2 years to fill their positions. All right, let me peel off and do a little bit of research now. If I wait too late, I'm gonna be up at 6 o'clock in the morning again, and I'm not trying to do that. I'll be back right for
Thank
the
you.
end of Asia. Asia will be done here in about an hour and 15 minutes, and I'll come back and check what's going on, even though it's just algos.
Hey, Dbloc,
Hey,
have a good one,
thank
brother.
you,
I
thank you,
ain't talked to you in a minute, man.
thank you,
But
Dbloc.
for the next,
Thank you,
No
buddy.
problem, no problem. You're
Uh,
welcome. You're welcome, Lifer.
I'm be
all
back
right,
in a couple of days. I'm going away.
Take it
I
easy,
cash
brother.
out.
Enjoy yourself.
I cash out. See you.
I'll be back, Lifer, about an hour if you're still around.
But
yeah, I should be. I'll be chilling in the background.
I'll be checking every day. But I was away from the mic and good luck, everyone. Chasing the dream.
You too, man. Safe travels and have fun in Hawaii, man. That Maui
I'm not.
Wowie.
I'm not going to Hawaii. I'm going.
Maui Wowie.
I'm going for Holy Communion. My niece. My niece.
I thought you said you were going to Hawaii. That's what it sounded like.
No. I'm going for Holy Communion. My niece.
Uh-huh.
Her mom passed away. My sister passed away 3 months ago. So
Man, sorry to hear that.
life.
But yeah, man. Safe travels.
Cancer. Don't looking. Not looking for anything. Not excuses. For nothing.
All right, man. Well, take care.
You too, lads. Nice to. Oh, yeah, I hear you every day, but I do not talk. I do not speak. Sometimes.
You be
But
lurking.
yeah, seriously, I'm
It's all good.
almost 24 hours per day on the chart. Take it easy. Have a good weekend. Good weekend for all of you.
You too, man.
Yeah, man. Be safe, and my condolences. Sorry for your loss.
Take care, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Whoever coughing, that sounds like a good idea.
It's gonna be me later.
Oh, you kind of breaking up there, I think.
Come on, Dragonfly. Try again, brother.
Hello? Is that
Hello?
better?
A little bit.
Well, shoot.
Yeah, if you come back, I was gonna say, yeah, the 2 second, not 2 second, was the 2 minute time frame. Yeah, that's one of my go tos. I love it. I think I like it more than the 1 minute.
Yes, me down. Just change the it just changed. Changes your golf swing, I guess. But yeah, just getting better. Being around y'all, man.
I've catched myself flipping through the time frames a lot more now, like almost like an optometrist when they be like, trying to make sure they get the prescription right. They be like, "How's this one?" Okay, and they keep flipping through them. I'm like flipping through them a lot these days. Like I like the 3 minute too, and I feel like I can really tell the difference between the 2 minute and the 3 minute. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 3 minute is yeah. I'm a 3 minute guy. Three and five. When I get my entries, 3 and 5. Then I move back up to a higher time frame when I'm in my entry already, just to control the emotions.
Yeah, man, it's like I don't know. You feel like kind of surgical or something. Like my homeboy, hold on. My homeboy, he liked the 7 minute, and I was using the 7 minute for a while, but then like I was just like, man, I don't like this.
Yeah. 3 and
Like I
5
didn't
for
like it at
entry.
all.
so that you can just get that wick, and it's so satisfying, when you move back into the higher time frames, you actually got in at the wick because you were looking at the lower time frames, and it just gives you just so much space and distance as soon as it starts creating the body, that you have a better perspective. You can start focusing on targets rather than like, oh, am I going to get licked? Is my SL going to get licked? Because you're at the wick, so like your stop loss is pretty much safe.
Right. I like that. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Like I used to hate the 10 minute. Now I'm like the 10 minutes like pretty nice. But mostly it's like the 5, the 15, the typical
Yeah,
stuff.
the
You know,
5,
real
15.
powerful.
Yep.
So yeah, it's like,
5, 15.
I would say like the 15 from I said real quick, like the 15, the 1 up till the 3 minute, that 5, 15, 1, 2, and then I guess the 4 hour, 6 hour. Those are the ones. I don't need nothing else. It was Dbloc that kind of set that all up, man. Like you start seeing the magic between the different time frames that really match.
Yeah. I was telling Dbloc there are things on my charts now that I didn't have before. As soon as I got in the channel, I was in the background for a good week because like I'm part of other communities, right? And like other Discord groups, trading groups, and I saw his channel, I was looking at it. I was like, wow, this guy makes sense. Like, because like, yeah, when you trade for a while and then you see something that his thesis, what he's trying to do, but when he combines his different strategies and when it comes together, it just, oh my, yeah. So it kind of changes a bunch of stuff on my chart, and it's just a little more. I trade now a little more relaxed. Like let's just say that there's a little more confluence and confidence in my trades.
Yeah, he streamlined a lot. If you watch
Yeah,
Dbloc,
yeah,
you can't help but like have your chart look like his after a while, or like with a little bit of slight variance.
Yeah, I've heard of the technique before, like you trade based on liquidity, and when I saw his, and then how he combined his 1350 strategy with the 200, 800, I was like, oh, perfect. It just made more sense. It made so much more sense. Instead of trying to predict where it's going based on your chart, you just look at the liquidity and you start to understand. It kind of cuts the risk by half by understanding where the market maker wants to go. It just like takes away
Yeah,
all of the noise. It's like, all of the noise doesn't matter. Like all of this stuff, like quiet. Like this is what the market maker wants to do. This is where most of the money is. This is where it's gonna go. And when that sunk in after a week of watching Dbloc, I was like, oh my god, yeah, that just like cut my risk by half by just understanding that. And then his like combo with the vector candles, so you understand that there's so much more liquidity when there's vector candles wherever it is, a top side or like on the downside, and then you just have like you understand, okay, it's going to go here because there's no more liquidity above that, so this is sort of your top target. And yeah, it's clean. My chart now is cleaner by just looking at where the money is. And it just makes sense. Like, why would you want to force things to go as high as this or as low as this when this is the tolerance of the market maker? This is like, he's not going to push the price to a place where there's no money, right? You know what I mean? If there's no money there, why push it there?
Yeah, the thing about it that frustrates me these days is just the timing, like how long it takes, like how long the move might take to play out. That frustrates me.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh, because you know why? Because we're at okay, this cycle is about like just volume. The volume of money that's in play at the moment that's coming in. I mean, it's nothing compared, of course, to the Nasdaq, S&P, to currency, especially currency. But like we've never seen this much volume, and retail's not here yet. By the way, we're like tapping 100, 104, 105, and retail ain't here yet. You know what I mean? Usually, these are the kind of like this is the kind of volume and money and movement we'd expect if we're just hyped up and retail is here. You know, but they ain't here yet. So it just makes you think like, how high is the top? Like you're waiting for that froth. Like everybody's talking about crypto. Everybody's saying this is how their dreams are gonna come true, and we're not even there yet. And we're at like what? We're at 103,000, and people are going like, "Oh my god, we're gonna go down." I'm like, guys, we're at 103,000 Bitcoin. And like just 2 years back, we were at like what, 30, 25, 15,000?
Yeah, and I feel you. I feel you. I'm a little disillusioned right now. I don't know if I'm turning into like like a symbiote or like a spinoff of Dbloc, but like my emotions are pretty much gone. Like I don't trust none of these coins.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I believe in like a free market anymore the same way. So I'm like I'm trying to get it and go. You know what I mean? And so
Yes, sir. I'm
yeah,
laughing because like
yeah. So like when it comes to retail, bro, like there's so much
Mm.
manipulation. I feel bad for the retail that's coming.
Yeah, that's common. Yeah. It's funny now. I don't talk about my emotions. I talk about the market's emotions. I talk about other people's emotions, and that's my indicator. Because like when
I
I
don't even
trade,
think that.
I just see lines. I just see MAs, and I see where the support, where the liquidity is. That's all I see. I just see like, I see the math in the chart. I don't see like, oh my God, Trump is doing this, doing that, or like, oh, like it doesn't affect me emotionally anymore. Not like my first cycle, it was like, oh, this is it. This is gonna be like that. And now looking back, like that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for people to start telling me that, and I haven't heard it yet. And it just like I'm drawing tops. Like, where the hell is this top gonna be if no one's frothing in the mouth?
I feel like there's three things I learned. See, I learned TA, right? I thought it was all about the charts. But now I've learned it's about like three things. It's like liquidity,
Yes, sir.
market makers,
Mm-hmm.
brokers, and retail.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Yes, sir. Oh my God,
With
you got
liquidity
it.
being
Yeah,
number one.
bullseye, 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 bullseye. That's how I think now.
You can look at the
Now.
charts to see where the liquidity is, but if you're trying to like
Mhm.
base your trades on TA these days, like just regular old tech, you
Oh,
know what I'm saying? The Fibonacci and like you know what I mean, the support and resistance.
it's
Like
feeling good. It just creates, I still do like, so I'm part of the I'm
patterns.
part of like
You gonna trade
part
patterns?
of the
Just patterns?
crypto
How about
banter
breakout
crew.
trading?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You gonna
I'm part of the
breakout
crypto
trade this?
banter. Yeah. I'm part of the crypto banter crew. I've been with them for like 2 years. I'm part of the whale club also. So we do TA, right? And it just gives me enough confluence, but I'm not sure. There's still this level of like, hmm. And then when I saw D blocks, it cut. I still have my TA on the chart. It just adds like a, you know when you have a checklist. Now,
It should happen.
you have a checklist of things that
I
you
have a
want to make sure that you see. So before it was always TA first, and that would give me the confluence and confidence to get in. But now it's like I look at the chart, I look at the liquidity, I look at where the market makers are going, I look at like the very like the stuff that I'm seeing from D Block before I even go back to my Fibonacci's. Fibonacci's are still important. I mean, like people who trade Bitcoin, if you look at like the Bitcoin chart, it still respects it to a point. It adds, but the checklist now is like secondary to what I look at first now. I look at like where the money is right now. That's it. That's all I look for. Like the
Yeah,
close to
if I'm in a
liquidity.
if I'm in a rush, I'll do my own TA real quick, And if things are just doing that real spooky action, then I'll just pull up Dbloc's channel. Like, you know what I'm saying? I keep it
yeah,
keep it
yeah.
up. I'm just
But I'm
like, all
like,
right, I don't, you know what I mean?
yeah,
What
yeah,
did you
yeah,
say
yeah,
to
yeah.
do?
When you see a fake out, you go like, oh, I know why you did that. Before it was
Yeah.
like, why did you do that? You would question it, and now you understand why.
Yeah, bro. Like I studied up to like fair value gap, smart money concepts, like all the cool stuff. You know what I mean? Like I learned it all, man. But after seeing Dbloc, and this is the thing, I was like, okay, so the whole point is to basically evolve into Dbloc as fast as I can. You know, to the point where I don't need to like, you know, watch what his chart looks like. My chart looks, not my chart looks like his, but like my thought process is his thought process. That's the
Yeah.
goal.
Yep,
Because
yep.
I've never seen anyone really call the calm move and strategy and like the 4D chess like he does, man. Like everybody else makes their calls, but it's not the same.
Yeah. His calls are based on the institute. It's just it's like, you know that saying that when you've learned to accept the evil in the world, then you'd understand how to maneuver it. Before it would be like, why would they do that? Why would they manipulate it downwards? Like you would always ask why things would happen in the chart, right? Nowadays, I don't even ask why. I understand why it's headed there.
Yeah, if it does some things that like I know that my TA doesn't like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, so why did that retest 18 billion times, and then go in the direction that was the opposite of the EMA? You know what I mean? Like it's just sometimes it does some funny stuff, and then it's like, okay, you got to zoom out, see, you know what I'm saying? The gaps, the CME close, all that stuff
Yes,
has
sir.
been, and it's like, if anything, that's the checklist I got to put down. Is like exactly what
Yes,
he's
sir.
looking at. And that thought process
Yeah.
that he has, like, there's a reason we all come back because we can't really replicate it just yet. You know what I'm saying? We don't see what he sees just yet.
Yep, yep.
But I see
Yep.
that's the goal, though, man.
Yep. Yep. I don't ask
Until
why
they
anymore.
manipulate the market a different way, because in the next cycle or the next season they're gonna do something different. Like it's gonna be a different like theme or
Oh, for
mantra.
sure. If you look at the arc of growth for anything, right? It starts with a really parabolic, like the arc of Bitcoin and its growth. We're going to enter a phase in the next cycle wherein there's so much money coming in that the chart is going to start acting very different from our usual, like, the cycles we're used to all season, rallies and stuff like that. It's going to act very different next cycle. Very different.
Yeah, and I'm always interested because I believe it's going to be, AI. Well, it's already that, AI agents. It's just going to be super fast, hyper liquid, no pun intended. And
Yeah.
as far as like personally trading, man, you better have a good bot. You better have like the right channels to know exactly how it's working with
Oh,
automation.
for sure. You
Yeah,
gotta
charts
be,
gonna be
tell
completely
yourself,
automated.
oh, I'm too old to learn this. No, no, no. You can't tell yourself that. You gotta stay on top. You gotta stay on top.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
no. I'm
actually
saying like whatever the big hitters are, well, not the big hitters, but where the learning curve is going when it comes to like the markets.
Yep.
Like, yeah,
Yep.
I'm always going to be manually on board. That's the human element, you know what I mean? But yeah,
Mhm.
I do see that. We see it already, like remember when we first started learning this stuff and like a fake out was actually a fake out, it'd do the little move and
Yeah.
then go away and it'd be like a parabolic move the other way.
Yeah, yeah.
Now it's not that,
No, no,
now
it's not
it's
that. It's not that. Now it's like I don't ask why anymore. I don't ask like why would they do that? Like I don't ask why. I understand why.
It's
It's
and
just
I
not.
would say it's like bot trading, liquidity type stuff. Like
Mhm.
even like Dbloc blew my mind when he was talking about the market makers during the week, right? And then we
Yeah.
would be calling the market maker on the weekend, but then he's like, oh yeah, like it's like the bot version, it's the
It's gonna be
automated
an
version.
algorithm. Yeah, yeah. It's an
Yeah,
automated version. And when
and
I
I
get
was
to
like,
the
wow.
candles, if you go into 5 minute, the candles actually look like it looks very cyber. You know what I mean? It looks very computer generated how the
For sure.
candles look.
Oh yeah. The
On the
moves are like yeah, it's weird,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
yeah,
like a
I can't
snake.
even
It looks
call it, bro.
like it doesn't look natural.
It
You
looks
don't
like
have like these regular candles.
looks like less liquidity or something, and it's kind of weird. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
it's
heard
very
that.
weird. I've seen it so many times. I'm like, oh, so that's when I saw that from Dbloc, I was like, all right, all right. I think we have to come to. I told myself I have to come to a point where I've learned so much on the regular side, like TA and all stuff like that, being with banter and all that, and then really being able to stop asking why and actually understand there's a reason why they're doing this to the chart. Once you get that in your head, like there's a reason for everything, and I wouldn't say like there's heavy manipulation. You could say the word manipulation, but like why they needed to come here, why do they need to, like once you understand that, it's gold, gold.
Yeah, it's just like lack of a better term, But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like but yeah, you just have to accept the fact that there's a reason why. Because money doesn't want things to
Oh, yeah.
fail. If there's money in the market, they don't want to lose money, right? So there's an understanding between institutions, between each of them, and between each of the market makers. They have an understanding that this is what we got to do to make more money, because that's the goal, right? I mean, like I don't think they're just trying
Yeah.
to like put zero and lose all of their money because they want to have a laugh.
Yeah, it's
So
the
if once you understand,
sophistication.
yeah, so
You just
once you
get
understand the sophistication of their technique, then it becomes part of your strategy. It doesn't become like a question of why. It doesn't become like something that pisses you off anymore. That's where when the emotions stop coming. Like it doesn't like hamper your ability to trade, and it actually stops you from revenge trading too, because you accept what's going on.
yeah, for sure, for sure. It's the evolution, and it just becomes more and more sophisticated over time. The players are playing. I work a
Yep.
job, so like for me, it can be a little frustrating to miss a move or to not be in the chart so much. But it's fine. Like once I sit down and I have my alerts and all that, it is what it is.
Yep. Yep. No, not now. Now, before I would be very strict on the time that I would start trading, because I was a more of a session trader, so my sessions would be TA'd beforehand. Now I can come in any time of the day because I already understand beforehand. As soon as I see Dbloc's chart for the day, it kind of tells me, okay, this is what's in play. Uh, then I'm gonna be okay. That I can step away from an entire session knowing what's about to happen.
All right, I'm gonna speak from my universe. I will do my thing, right? I was in another trading group, uh,
Yeah.
and I would get, I trust Dbloc so much. I come online early in the morning when I'm getting ready for work, and this dude's still sleeping. I'd be like, man,
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Like the US session would start at Dbloc sleeping. I'm like,
bro.
and he's like, US sessions, right?" Because he already has his trades in. He already knows what's going. He understands and accepts what's about to happen.
Yeah, and
And
that's when I took the realization that you got to step your game up, and your eyes need to be like his.
Mhm.
Can't be waiting for this man to wake up in the morning.
He wakes up like midday of the US session, and everything he wanted to happen, it's
Bro,
happening. Yeah.
it's so
And he's already
inspiring.
in his
It's so inspiring. Like I used to think you had to be up at open to trade. Like that's what everybody else says. But
Yeah,
this guy, but
I'm
bro,
the
it's
same
so
way.
inspiring.
I'm in Asia, right? I made a point. So my mentors taught me to make a point like, look, you have this cycle, this one cycle to build up your wealth so that the next cycle is more of building your generational wealth, right? And I made it a
Right.
point that even though I'm in Asia, I follow the sessions I want to trade in. So I don't care if I wake up late in Asia as long as I get to prep for the US session. So like 4 a.m. Eastern time, 5 a.m. Eastern time, I'm already prepping my charts, getting ready to get in my trades. Because you start seeing movement around 6, 7 a.m., right before market open, pre market. and Dbloc's already like probably in his trades, and he's just sleeping. He's just like sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, I didn't know you
and
could
that-
do that, man. I really did not know you could be a full-time trader and do that.
Yeah.
I still don't know if anyone else can.
I converted to full time like last 2 years ago, like when the cycle started. Yeah, because
Oh, congratulations.
yeah. Yeah. No, my mentors put a test on me though before I went full time because like I had my own businesses. And they were like, if you can find a way that for 3 months straight you make more trading than your regular job and business, then we will allow you to go full time. So that was the challenge. Like I had to do it consistently because it has to be about structure, right? You have to have a system, a structure. You can't just go like, every day running on your emotions. You're going to kill yourself, bro. You're going to lose all your hair. Imagine trading every day based on what you feel about the chart. Oh my god.
I've come to realize that yeah, there's like another side of the veil, when you're not under that spell of trading all the time. Like
Mhm.
when you take that first couple breaks and you're like, you know what, this is good. Like I can think, like I can make a sandwich, like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah. You wake up, you're not all tense, like running to the chart. You wake up, you're like, okay, let's see what I got. So I would draw my TA, draw my boxes, and like look at where my support and demands are, look where my resistances are. Then as soon as I do that, I open Dbloc's chart. I open Dbloc's chart just to make sure I got it right. He's like he's
yeah.
like the yeah,
It's like
I
a
make sure about
security
it.
blanket.
Yeah, dude. For sure.
Even if he ain't awake yet, and I like sometimes like, the chart will be like off, like he hasn't adjusted it yet, and I'll still just come just for like the comfort, like the
Oh
like
yeah, dude. Dude, I
just
would
to
just
like the
have the chart
visuals and
open
see
in
that.
another window.
It's like the
Just
spirit
to
of
have it
D-Block. I look at his chart and I feel
there.
like
Yeah,
I can hear his
Just have
voice
it
in
there.
my
Just
head.
have it there. Mm.
Yeah, it
The best
calms me
part,
down.
like I was telling D-Block, the best part of the day is when I start seeing his mouse move around the screen. And
Facts,
starts
right?
and the
Yeah.
yeah, and this chart starts moving. I'm like, all right, D-Block's awake. Let's go.
Man, we about to start like a fan club over here, the D-Block heads or
Yeah.
something. Like we about
And
to
you
do.
know what's crazy? There's only like about 100 of us on chat on YouTube every day, like 100 plus. And like I love the fact that not everybody knows this yet. Yeah, it's
It's
really
growing
good.
fast though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Like I be paying attention to some other type of streamers, like I don't
But
know.
see,
I'm
we
not
have
much
to accept the
streaming.
fact. We have to accept the fact that what we're doing right now is actually pretty advanced. So a lot of retail is not going to believe what Dbloc is saying because its approach is a very calm and very strict and very it's not like you know what I mean, like you've seen the other influencers when they come on air, right?
Yeah, it's a
Like
show
the
off.
other YouTube, like no, yeah, they come on. It's like, oh, this is what's gonna happen, and when you're in retail, I remember when I was like part of that wave of thinking, of crypto. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear bullish. I want to hear good news only. And it takes a while. It takes like an entire cycle for you to realize even the bad news is actually a great opportunity to make money.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll say, that's kind of how the market is now. Going back to how it was, man, that was like a capsule in time, man. You remember those days, man? We used to wake up and check and everything be green or.
Oh my God! Yes.
Like it wasn't no Russian roulette.
You
You
just
didn't
want to
have to
see
start
like a
out.
green trend. Let it be a green trend. You wake up and you go like, "Oh my God, 8 is at $2."
Bro, it was like the top 200
Sorry, man.
coins. Like that's it. Like
Yeah, dude.
now you got like 200 million, bro.
Oh man. Ah.
Yeah, I remember like
Yeah,
when
you got
the top 1,000 coins. Remember that? There was like
Mhm.
it'd be like 2,000 coins. So like you get to like the fifth page, and you're just like, what are these? And now it's just like it's something.
Dude, now I don't even care. I don't even care who's in the top 10. I don't care who's in the top 20. All I care about, are you a coin that has tremendous amount of volume and tremendous amount of price action? That's it. If you got price action and volume, you're something I'm going to look at. But if you don't have that, I don't care what your tech is. I don't care if you're going to bring us into the future, whatever. Like you have this you, you have to give me volume and price action. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're trading. Like if you simplify your thoughts and stop looking at like the tech and all of this and just look at like, okay, is this price gonna move as much as I want? Like SWI, if you're gonna look for an altcoin and if you think and you want to gauge whether it's something that's worth trading, you look at SWI. If it can move like SWI, trade it. If it doesn't move like SWI or Sol or ETH, right? I mean ETH right now, not ETH a couple of months ago. ETH right now, like, dude, I won't even touch it.
Yeah.
Because like
Right.
if yeah, you want a chart that you're gonna be able to trade and sleep on and like move the way you want to. Because if it don't move and it has good tech, then what's the point? You're not gonna make money out of good tech. You're gonna make money from price action and volume.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I agree. I just
And that's something like that's why I said like, oh, Dbloc makes sense because that's what he looks at also. And he's very practical, which I like.
yeah, yeah. You know, one that I like to listen to now, and like I've warmed up to it, but obviously is Tino, the Trader's Reality.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool, man.
yeah, Tino, like, and it's not even because of like the TA or anything. Like, 'cause remember we used to go and watch the show, just see like what's bullish, what's pump or whatever. I don't go
Yeah.
to watch that on Tino's show. I kind of just like, all right, what he's, like what's the Fed talking about? What's, the red fall? Like, not even that. Sometimes it's like the global economics like scene, and like what, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, and it blows
Yes,
my
you
mind.
start
I
having
was like, that's
perspective.
where I'm at now. Like, yeah, I like
Oh,
to really
that's
to that work.
awesome. That's what I mean. Retail, they don't like that because that's too much for them. And I like the fact that I know the difference now because it came up to me like a year ago, like when I realized that these are things that I really have to look at. I have
I
to
was about to say,
understand. So
bro,
that
like it's too much for
yeah.
me now. Like you talk about it's too much for retail, it's too much for me. That's why I like to learn it. Like, like the terms,
Yeah,
the
but it's good because like you want to understand. Imagine like a couple years
yeah,
back, bro. These are things we didn't even care about. I don't care about oil. I don't care about a trade deal. What tariffs? F that,
exactly. Yeah,
right?
but then
We
you
don't
find
care
out
about
like
now it's
yeah,
everything. When I hear tariffs, I'm like, all right, I gotta trade this chart. It's part and parcel of what's gonna happen in your day.
bro, I love the fact that I didn't know what a tariff was. A couple like the best part was that
I just thought it was just
neither did anyone. Most people didn't know
uh,
what a tariff was, and I
oh
was like,
man. I had one word for its definition. Oh, tariff. Oh, that's just a tax. Just a tax. That's it. Like I didn't know what it encompasses, what it does, what it affects, what's going to happen. Now it's like, oh, if you do this, this happens to shipping. If this happens to shipping, this, you kind of like see the web of certain things and how they affect everything.
Yep.
Oh, make
And
sure.
like, remember everybody was saying, and this like I chalk it up to simulation just for my sanity. But like they were talking
Mm,
about, Temu and all them other, whatever. And I get it, like the bundle size and everything, the tax loop, whatever they use or whatever they used to, get those packages out for the low. But everybody was like saying, oh, it's gonna go up. No one knew how much it was gonna go up. It was gonna go up. But then I see Temu. I don't shop there, never have. But I saw on their little webpage or ad, because it's everywhere. It's like, oh, lower prices, like, and it's like I click on it, it's still super low stuff. I'm like, I don't even care anymore, man. Like, I'm sure we're gonna feel it, but like, like I don't know what to say. You know what I mean?
Yep, yep. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Feel you. For real, like I feel you. Like it's very hard to explain unless you're with people you know, our circle, like people who've like seen Dbloc's way of thinking and wants to really dive into that. It's a very different world. I have a hard time like when I'm with my other friends who are in crypto and they start talking about their TA and their projections. Like there are times I just keep them. I keep myself on the down low because like I find myself always the guy in the on the that's sitting on the table at the table that contradicts everybody's thinking. Like everything, it's so difficult now that everything that I hear when they talk about like stocks, crypto, and all of that, it contradicts what I think of it. And it's because I've changed my way of thinking. Instead of thinking like retail, I think like the market maker. Because the market maker will always think the other way from retail, right? They will always contradict retail. And yeah, it's
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah. So when you have that, oh my god, it's just sometimes I just keep mom on the table. I'll go like, oh, okay, yeah. That's a great target. That's a great target.
Yeah, I'll listen. I'll listen. You know, I respect
Yeah.
everyone who takes the time
Oh
to
yeah, of course.
to
Exactly.
you know really dedicate themselves to their craft, man, and their TA, whatever they're doing. I don't knock any of it. I actually think, you know, it's everyone inspires me when it comes to this stuff. You know, because everybody comes to their conviction and their but I have learned that there are there's some things in the market that you know you can predict, you know, like red folders and economic stuff or whatever and price targets, but then there's certain things you can't. You know what I'm saying? Like hacks. Remember that Ethereum hack, man? That last one with North Korea and all that. Like I don't know if you remember, but like it was not too long ago, a couple of months ago, and I was in a couple trades, and you know I work, and I just remember that hack, man. I was just seeing the charts go to crap, and uh, seeing that hack, and it was super bullish too. Like the trajectory. I remember even coming online here talking to Dbloc and be like, "Hey, man, you know, the charts was looking pretty good, man. Do you think that like we would have, you know, this definitely like changed everything?" And we went with it for like a bear market for like a couple weeks, man, just off of that hack, and everything changed. And I was just
Yes.
remember thinking like, "Yo, we were about to do something." You know what I'm saying? Like that was about to take off right there, and just because of some hack, like it changed everything for weeks. And then like you had to think like, was it really like that? Because then you look at the S&P and all the other markets, it's like, yo, is this all planned, bro? Like this is getting kind of weird how it all like correlates in certain ways. And I don't trust none of it no more.
Yes, sir.
But I'll pay attention, I'll learn. And because I mean, hell, somebody's making money on it. So hey,
Yeah.
I
You
I
can't you
I
can't you can't
I
trust it
focus
until you
on my
see it.
I'll just say this. I focus on my world, you know, like I did try to like tell myself I was gonna like go full-time trade and I'm gonna replace my job. But then I started thinking about it. I get paid pretty well. I like my job. I'm outdoors. I don't have someone breathing down my neck. You know what I mean?
Never
And
let go of your cash flow, bro. If you have cash flow, never. So the solution my mentors found me was so I keep my business. What I did was I trained my go-to guy in my business units, and I had them. So I did profit sharing with them, and they take care of the business, and they make sure that I still make my cash flow. You know what I mean?
no, that's dope. I mean, I like I like everything you said about that, man. That's how you do it. I have a few mentors, man. Yeah, one of them's not here no more, but yeah, and
So I kept my cash flow, but like most of my time now is really just you know trying to trade because I just turned 40, right? and and I want to be able because like the pandemic made me see that if stuff like this happens, it cuts my cash flow by like more than half, and then I have no control over it. But when you're trading, you have control of what happens to you, what happens to your family, what happens to your future. You know what I mean? So this was huge for me.
Yeah, man. And, you know, that's still the goal for me, and I applaud that. You know, I'm following in your footsteps, bro. Now I just get as many hours as I can. I prepare for the future, and I do this. You know, when I see the swings, and stack it up,
Stack it
see
up.
what
Yep.
happens.
Accumulate as much as you can.
That's it, man.
We'll see.
I max
Especially
out my
me.
hours at work every day.
Yeah.
What was
Especially
D-Block called? Dry powder? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm Asian, so but I grew up in LA, right? So when you grow up in a first world
Word.
country and you come back to your native country and you're living in a third world country and you see the disparity, the distance between the two cultures, especially when it comes to money, right? And you go like, this is not gonna work. You know, this is how it should be. This is how much I should be making to make sure that I at least can not only survive but be comfortable in the world. So yeah, that was a huge eye opener. Like living back in the States and then coming back here. And yeah, it's always been my thinking. I would always be nervous if like you come to a point where you start making you start being okay with making this much money and you realize, yeah, it works when you're in a third world country. But as soon as you go abroad, you go to a first world country, you're the amount doesn't even buy you anything, you know, because the disparity is great. It's just it's way beyond.
Yeah, I be thinking about that, man. Like some of these guys who trade from third world countries and stuff. I'd be like, man, props to those dudes.
Yeah, dude. You have to like once you understand like for example, I have my house. Like I just got a house right now. The price I paid for the house is nothing. It's probably a down payment in the States.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. Got to get out of here.
Oh man, bro, one of my best friends. He works in Silicon Valley, right? He makes 10 bands a month, right? He makes 10 bands a month in the Bay Area. He comes back in the Philippines. He's king, bro. He lives the life. When he comes home to my country, and we start going out. We go to the islands. We do this. We do that. We travel a bit around Asia. We go to Thailand. We go to Bali. We live like kings, right? But when he goes back to the Bay Area, even though he makes 10 bands, for him to actually save a little, he has to stay in an apartment with like 4 other guys. You know what I mean? It's a nice apartment, but he has to share the amount because it's just so expensive in the Bay Area.
Yeah, by
His
design,
10
man.
thing, it was worth nothing. It tells me like, bro, like for me to take an Uber to work, I have to pay like $50. I'm like, what? I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's by design. That's the corporation of the United States. Like, bro, it gets deep. They didn't.
I go,
Like,
what
we're all
your
the American people are
basic
assets. I don't even get into this D-Box channel, but yeah,
man?
man, yeah, you got it right.
It's a
I'm from
lot, dude. I'm like,
San Diego. Kind of raised out there in San Diego, man. So I know what you're talking about.
yeah. How's San Diego now? I haven't heard anything about the area for a very
I
long
haven't been
time.
there. I haven't been there in a minute, but I'm in like Tampa Bay area right now.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. But San Diego is where I was like kind of raised up and became a man and all
yeah.
that. But it was expensive,
I
man. It
grew
was
up in LA.
ridiculous. I love that city,
Yeah.
man. I hate LA though. I'll tell you, I don't like LA, bro.
Oh, yeah, it's expensive in San Diego now.
I don't know. One, the traffic is ridiculous, man, and two, like there's something about the people there that are like they're just a bit angrier.
Yeah. It's maybe because
They're like
they're
the same
right
city.
in between. Yeah, they're right in between the Bay Area and LA, and they get no love.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Go to LA for like events and stuff. I don't know, but I'm gonna just because this is Dbloc's channel. What do you think, man? We getting a bounce here, or we get some more downside falling out of this trap? Because I know the idea was to get into the weekend trap. Looks like we might be going down to retest that 800. There's not even really any
Yeah,
liquidity on the downside.
I've been
really know.
shorting. I've been shorting 103, 103, 590, and then I kind of shorted ETH as well. ETH looked really weak from last night when I saw last night my time, but like yesterday. Oh wait, morning time your time. So when I saw the weakness on the ETH price, I've been shorting from way up there. I've been shorting. I just shorted Sol just now, a 169.
I'm
So we'll
looking
see,
at
because like
a bounce on ETH. If not, I see a lot of downside. If we don't bounce right here on ETH, it's little.
I bounced at 166.55 or 167. Hopefully 167. Let's see.
What are you talking about? Which one?
Sorry. So I'm looking at Sol. So stupid. Sorry. For ETH, yeah, we have to bounce here. This is the bounce point. You see the wick?
Yeah. Proper volume.
2475. Yeah, 2475 was my target.
Yeah, I was about to get wicked. Hold on. I don't even know if I still have my position. Hold
I'm hedging right now. I had my short on from from earlier on. I might be doing a long right now.
So here's some of the plays I was looking at that looked strong as I was like flipping through. I saw so I took a couple stabs and looking like we might get a retest or more downside. But I was looking at AVAX, Trump, Hyperliquid, which Hyperliquid I think is dying right
Careful with
now.
Trump, though. You have a deadline with Trump. Like I would sell my Trump at like May 20, May 21, right before the dinner.
Oh, I only hold Sui and Bitcoin right now. Just got some
I
VC
hold
bags. I buy Bitcoin every day, and I just trade it. Like I have a long, a Bitcoin long, just so I don't have to trade from like 80 something, like 85. Yeah, so just like it keeps me away from the computer, man. Like you know what I mean. And so then I get on here when I see like some juicy swings.
Yeah, those are my spots. Yeah. What I do, the futures trades that I do, like these perp trades that I do, whatever profits that I get from it, that's my cash flow. I stick it right into Bitcoin, ETH, SUI, and Sol. That's it. Those four. That's the only thing I'm.
I want to start ETHing into ETH. I wish I would have around when it was in the 17s. I'm kicking myself a little bit, but I call it the Korean coin, man, because the hack, man. I'm like, yo, they gonna hack it again, bro. They trying to own Ethereum.
It was
And
so
I got
mean when they hacked Bybit. And all the coins they took ETH. I was like, why? The ETH is already done, and you're kicking like kicking a dead body, you know. Yeah, man. ETH.
Yeah, bro. The price suppression on ETH was ridiculous, and it looks like we're getting some bounces.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see if these
Yeah,
are strong.
like that balance is 2475. That's why I did a long right now. Squeeze bouncing hard. Look at that candle. Yes, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Look at the 15-minute on
That's
Sui.
the one. Like I was scrolling through and I was looking at the hitters, but I didn't see nothing. Hold on, I gotta look at.
Yeah, I got longs right now on ETH, Sol, and Sui. They're bouncing really well.
We're bouncing. I see Hyperliquid right now getting the bounce.
Oh yeah, Hyperliquid is it's fanboy mode. Everybody's there because it's new. But I rather have peace of mind. I rather have peace of mind than hop in on something that everybody likes. So I'm on Sui, I'm on Sol.
That's what happened with ENA. Like ENA took off when we got the bounce initially, and then like it died faster than everything else. So I was like, well.
Yeah, ENA has a range. If you know how to trade ENA's range, it pays big time. You got to swing ENA. ENA does these 30 to 40% swings, which is beautiful. I love it. I love the swing on ENA. When it launched, it went from 55 to $1, then from $1 to 50, then 50 to 30. So it does these 30 to 30% down, 40% up. So I like it. I like it. I like when you're able to swing something that big.
I'm like, yeah, bro. I like Hyperliquid right now, bro. I like what I see going on Hyperliquid.
You're seeing this bounce? This bounce is
Yeah, you got some
strong.
good
I'm up.
formations right now. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I was like, yo, are we falling out of the trap, bro? Like, and that's what I say with the fake outs, bro. They play game.
Yeah, they get you. That's
Yeah,
why
bro. You
I
gotta
don't
be on
even
your toes, man.
anymore. I just know where my lines are, where my MAs are, and where my fibs are, and let's go.
Yeah, we should
Do
get
it
up
the
to
D
the
block.
top of this trap, and then we'll see. Well, I don't think.
Right? That's how we think now. Okay, there's the trap, there's the top of the trap. That's where I want to go.
Yeah. So, are we in the season where we're starting to free more traps? Is that what's happening now? Are we still doing that?
Last week, I asked the same question. I was like, so Dbloc, like now we're going to be seeing more volume even on the weekends, right? Because like interest is kind of back. Will it be the same as the other weekends? And he was like, no, it's going to be different. It's going to start looking like the weekday. So instead of like looking at weekend traps, we have to look at like the general trend.
So yeah, so the way I keep thinking is back to the last bull run, right? And remember how like I said, we used to wake up and everything's green, like it's ridiculous. Either you got 15, like it was like Christmas, you get 15%, 30, 20%, you know what I'm saying? But so if we're gonna get anything like that with the heavy hitters, because we got way too many coins, but I think because of the Solana stuff, hopefully memes, the big hitters will be around like Whiff. You know what I mean? So like, other than that, I think so we can get back to how it used to be. And if that's the case, then the weekends it's on, man. I don't know about Bitcoin though. I don't know what it's going to do on the weekend.
Remember what I said, right? Like at the end of the day, what the other factors don't matter. The website, everything, all that info is garbage. All that matters once we start like when M2 really hits the charts and we start flying, the only thing that matters is look for the coin that bounces the hardest because of its volume and price action. That's it. Because that's what you need. You need price action to actually make money. That's it.
Yeah, this is
like,
hold on to your bag season.
Yep. Hold on, accumulate some more.
Guard your bag. Don't lose it. Don't let it slip.
It's the number of tokens you have right now. Number of tokens. Just put as much of the tokens you're betting on in your wallets and hold on to them. Don't even try selling. Keep buying. Find a way to actually keep buying. My way of keeping buying is like I do futures on the short time frames. And I just keep feeding the fish. I just accumulate as much Bitcoin, Ethereum, Sol, and Sweet. So that when we reach the top, when I sell, I have a lot of dry powder heading into the bear market. Then I can buy into Bitcoin again.
No, that's the right way to do it, man. I like the idea of trying to play the futures and stuff, and then putting them into spot bags. But I gotta be a little more disciplined about filling the bags. I just got through some financial stuff, so I can at least start to pack bags a little more.
Nice. It's nice when things get a little looser.
Yeah, otherwise you don't even want to look at charts, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I wouldn't say like I'm excited, you know what I'm saying? But I'm happy. What did D-Block say about the M2? We got like little sideways action, and we get like one little dip, and then we're gone. Right?
We're there. We're in this little slope that you'll see on the M2. That kind of like takes us into the rise. Because you have to have these corrections. You need it. You need the RSIs to rest. And the hardest thing to get into is a parabolic chart. Like when you see just green candles, how are you going to get into that? Right?
Oh yeah, trying to find those flags.
Yeah, you need to entice retail to get in.
Yeah, Yeah, yeah. It's just I'm curious to see what's going to happen with
This bounce?
the gaps, you know, the vectors and the CMEs
Yeah.
once it starts going, you know, revving up.
I'm up
I'm just
77%
curious
on.
to see what kind of price action we get this season.
You can see it right now. Look at that bounce. That's not a normal bounce on the weekend. Like this is the price action I'm talking about. That's why I'm starting. That's why I had to ask Dbloc because like I started noticing something different. So now you're seeing really good volume on alts even on the weekends.
Who are you talking to, Ghost?
Huh?
Oh, he's got me
Who are you
muted.
talking to?
Who am I talking? What's your name, brother?
Ryzen.
No. The guy I'm talking to.
Oh, High Lifer, the ghost.
High Life.
Casper.
I think you got him muted.
Oh, okay, yeah, I had it muted. I was like, who is he talking to?
It's all
I was
good,
looking at
dog.
the chat, and there was nothing going on in the chat. I'm like, this guy.
It's good, dog. I'll shut up. Don't worry about it. I go back to my room. Shut up. Don't worry about it.
This is a nice bounce on the. This is a nice bounce, guys. Right on the bottom of the weekend trap. Perfectly drawn. So we're having a bounce right here. Let's see if it goes at least in the middle of the range where the CME closes. I'm seeing. Let's see if we can pass through that so our longs can have a steady move up. My God, look at Soul, ETH, and SWE are flying.
Oh, see, yeah, he's on the 10 minutes. See, he's got the 10 minutes. Great minds.
Yes, sir.
Before I didn't see him get on the 10-minute too much. A few months ago, it was the usual was 5 and the 15, and I started playing with the 10 recently, and I was like, it's kind of cozy. So what are we all playing again? I already said mine.
Yeah, mine is just those three for now. I put in long. Yeah, SWE, Soul, and ETH. Yeah, SWE, Soul, and ETH. Look at them. Look at that bounce. Perfect.
I got an ETH position. I don't have a Soul one.
Yeah,
I got rid
Soul
of I got rid of ENA and like a couple others, so I got like a room for maybe one or two.
I think ENA is for like if you have like at least 12 to 14 hours a day, you can trade ENA really well. ENA moves properly.
Yeah, like I said, it just had a nice pump, and I got in on the retest and it just didn't work out.
Nice.
Nah, it's all good.
I hope this goes all the way to the top of the range because like these are good entries.
It is amazing when the trap is so tiny, bro.
Yeah. More opportunities to trade.
Bro, I'll see it on Friday. I'll be like, there's no way. Come back on Sunday. I'll be like, damn, this is ridiculous. It'd be threading the needle, bro. And it's so funny. So like my homeboy, one of my homeboys, he's a pretty, I wouldn't say he's a big deal or nothing, but he's a YouTuber. And he'll be like say, and he has a trading group, and he'll be in the group and stuff. And sometimes, he always knows what he's doing. I ain't gonna lie, he always knows what he's doing. But sometimes the way he be talking, when it's so tight like that, like he's like, what the hell's going on? It's like, I don't get it, guys. And I'd be like, yeah, I don't get it either, but I see why it's doing it. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, this is money. This is smart money coming in, filling their bags at the right points. So that's why you're seeing these bounce candles being like
I
they
love
just
that you say
pick up the
smart money.
entire range. Yeah. So these candles, chat that you're seeing right now, this is smart money. They have targets and they're going to follow their system and structure no matter what they hear from the news, no matter whatever people says. They're going to follow what chart's gonna give them, and they're gonna just fill up their bags, accumulate as much. Look at that. Look at that. Big buys.
Yeah.
Big buys
What
on
are you
ETH. Big
watching?
buys. Soul, Sui, ETH, and BTC.
Yeah, I was
Before
yeah, I was swinging ICP a little bit. I sold like 20%, like 5.8 somewhere. I bought it back 5.11 today at the complete bottom. My limit order was at 5.11, and like I'm pretty lucky I didn't get front ran because it literally went to right to 5.11 and went straight back up.
Yeah, this looks good. Look at Sui. Push.
Are you in
Yeah,
like a
boy.
short-term trade on Sui?
Yeah. Always short. So this is what I do. I do the short terms to feed my spot bags.
Gotcha.
I would collect all the profits from this session. I'm gonna collect all the profits, and then from the profits, I would look for it to retrace and come back, and then start buying again. Oh my goodness, I'm up 120% on Sui. Let's go. I always take my initials out. That's how paranoid I am of the chart. As soon as I hit 100%, I take my initials out and I let it ride.
Sorry. Sui looks like you can keep going for sure.
Yeah, but the 200 on the 15 is right where it's at right now. I want to see if it can break that. If it doesn't break it, I'm closing the trade.
See charts
Yeah, I
like that.
think-
You want to chase and make bad decisions.
Yeah. It's always plan A, plan B. I don't run on hope anymore. You know what I mean? Like we were talking about a while ago, right? We don't trade on hope anymore. Mine is like I look at Dbloc chart, I look at my chart, and that's it. If there's news, macro news, that's well and good. It just tells me that I'm gonna have a longer trend to trade in. But like other than that, that's it. I just like wait for the market makers to make their move.
Yeah, those are some good calls, man. Like I said, I remember those emotions, man. Seeing certain charts and being like, "Oh, I gotta get a piece of that." You know, it's like, and then you realize that like getting in on at the right time, you know, is really the move. It's not about the coin. It's really about where you are.
And
You know?
just everything. Oh man. Like I think the only reason why I still have like all my hair and it's not white or gray or anything is because like you have good entries. When
It's
you
the
have a good
only
entry,
thing, man. It's the only thing that keeps me going, bro. Like
Yeah.
and sometimes like if I don't get the entry I want, bro, I can see into the future, bro. I like
Yes, right,
like just
right.
get
When
rid
you
of it,
when
bro.
you when you have a good entry, you have perspective. You have your strategy works, your
sure.
system is in place in your head. When you do a FOMO trade, you're looking at candles. You're just looking at the candle. Okay, don't hit my price. You
Bro,
start forgetting why you're in.
that's the definition of like don't date her, just trade her. It's like, you know, when you're doing your thing, you don't want to look her in the face. You know, you're just like, nah. You don't even look at the ticker, bro. You're just like, nah.
Oh man. Yes, sir.
He's like, what is this? You know, SEI? Nah. I don't want to know.
Wow, Sweet's making a move. That was a nice bounce from $3 and
Yeah, bro.
69 cents. Yeah, dude.
If it retests that 200 again on the 5, I'll get in. If it breaks yeah. I'm gonna see what it does. But I definitely
On the
like that.
15, you'll see the 200 right above it. It's what it's testing right now. If it breaks above it, I stay on. I already took my initials out. But if it breaks the
There
382,
you
which
go.
is a 3.82, I let go.
There you go. Yeah, let's see
I don't.
what happens on the 15. If it does something, then yeah.
Yeah, the 200 is strong on the 15, so We'll see what it wants to do. But Bitcoin is right now retesting the 50 on the 15. Yeah, I think it can break it. I'm seeing some volume, but not big. We'll see. At the end of the day, we're still in the Bitcoin cycle. We're not yet out of the Bitcoin cycle, so it's more of like, yeah, you see your Swede doing that, but it has to listen to Bitcoin at the end of the day. So whatever Bitcoin wants to do, that's what everything else is going to do. Oof. Huge. See, at the end of the day, it's Bitcoin.
Oh, see, they're playing with it. Time to roll it up.
I was on mute. Sorry, dude. Yeah, this is how they shake you out, man. That's how they shake you out of your position. They send these red candles down like that just to tell you the trend's gonna end, and then around the 5 minute mark, that's when it retracts. Dude, I've memorized this stuff so because the whales they don't put in their bets until like the 5th minute of the 15 minute. See, the candles are retracting
Oh,
now.
I know.
Long squeeze. So
Isn't that like the freakiest part? It's like waiting for like the stop clock.
yeah, I call these dancing red candles. It's how they shake people out. Like there's just like it just stays in a position and then like tries to scare you out. And then around the 8 minute mark, it slowly retracts. And the 5th minute, that's when the whales start like putting in their bets just to make sure that that's the direction the candles are going. It's always the case.
Yeah, yeah. I try to like on the fly with the moving averages, but it doesn't even matter sometimes.
That's why entry is everything, man. When you have a good entry, like you start seeing the candles for what they are. You're not like running on
See, like perfect
your
example right
emotions.
now, hyperliquid.
Mm. Get it right now. 5 minute mark. Look at what Bitcoin's going to do on the 5 minute mark. Can start retracting, going back. That's what they do all the time. And now like Soul Sweet and ETH are doing the same thing. Minute mark.
And it's like every time I feel the emotions, like when I see like, okay, look at the chart, it's just going, it's making lower lows, da da da. But I always, like something in the back of my head, and then it just pops, and you're just like, see, I see what you guys are doing. I'm for real, bro. Like whenever I feel the emotion, like it's not like that, like spider sense that's like telling me like the chart's falling, it's falling, and then it's like, no, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Takes a while though, huh? Takes a long while for you to get to that point.
Yeah, you gotta be like a daredevil, bro. You gotta like play chicken with yourself. Like you're just like, nah, I'm willing to take it to the end, you know? Like, you just want to
Yeah,
see the
for
damage,
me,
but not on your
it's simple as
account. Like
this.
you just want to see it crash, you
If
know? Like
you cannot
once you start
trade,
like getting addicted, not addicted, but
yeah,
once you like really like to see the outcomes, you know, that like that's what I
yeah,
like. I like to see the results. I don't care what they are.
yeah. Wait for the candle to close. If your stop loss gets licked, that means it's not the trend that you were supposed to take. That's why you have a stop loss. It's just how it is. You gotta control your greed. If you took a trade, you wait it out. You wait for the candle to close to tell you the real story.
Yeah, and like when you come up with these concepts or you hear these concepts, like it's really oh man, like it's easy to learn. You know, it's easy to learn, but it's hard sometimes to applicate. You know, to what
Yeah,
you're trying.
when you're on the chart, when you have your money on
You
the
know,
line, yeah, it's a different beast when you have your money on the line.
there was a dude named Crypto Zombie, bro, and I used to wonder. I was like, why would you call yourself Crypto Zombie? Like that's ridiculous, zombie. Like, and then like after like years in this, I was just like, I get it now. I'm a zombie. I'm dead
Mhm.
inside. Like you know what I mean? Like
Yep.
it's just like it's
Yep.
like
You're just cold,
yeah, you
cold, man.
cold. Like you don't know what it is. All you know is that sometimes you just need to walk away from the charts. You need to stop.
Yes,
You,
sir.
you go back to life. Like that's it. Like
Yeah.
that's
Okay,
all
that's
I
not
know.
the
That's
trend
all I
I'm
know
speaking
about
to.
trading. Is
I'm
like
done. I'm gonna come back to you later. All right.
yeah,
Yep.
bro. You
Yep.
put yourself in like a weird box or something, a hole or something. Like you don't even know you're there. You know, you think you're good, but you're not. And it's just like, yo, wait, hold on. What's real life again?
For sure. For sure. Bitcoin. Come on, Bitcoin. I know you're trying to fake us out. Come on. Come on. Give us an uptrend. Ah. All right.
You know, when there's things like this, I do anticipate it going down to the 786 sometimes, like old school. I just anticipate it,
Yeah.
and then
Yep.
if it does anything crazier than that, then that's when the frustration sits in.
Yep. Agreed. Agreed. Gotta learn how to walk away from a trade sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. Either that or call it. Like, just be like, you're done. Like, you know, it's like, I don't want to play.
Yeah. Hey, yo,
Cause
I
it's
gotta
aggravating.
go. I gotta head out.
All right, brother. Yeah, I gotta
I'll be
get to
back.
bed.
Couple- Hey, nice talking to you, bro. See you in the see you in the chat again.
Yes, sir. What was your name, brother? Oh, never mind.
Ghost.
That's what's up. All right. See you later.
Very interesting talk, guys. Thank you so much. I enjoyed it, and thanks for advice on the if I made some money. Thank you, Ghost.
It's all good. All good. It's part of it's you should thank Dbloc, man. It's just part of his chart.
I know, but you just said it
See?
at the exactly perfect moment. Like I was just thinking maybe I should click, but you
Yeah.
said reverse point, and I did it.
Dancing red candles, man. Look at the candles now. They're all retracting. This is what they do all the time. Just care. This is where you start like really learning how to control how you feel about the trades that you make.
Somebody
If
said
Bitcoin
something
wants to give
recently
it
where
to
they
you.
were saying that they said that it has to dip. Like, it has to dip to prevent the crash. I was like, interesting.
Yep. Because if you take a dip before like institutions really crash the chart, then institutions would want to play the dip instead. There's a difference between playing the chart and then crashing the chart. You know what I mean? Because if the institutions feel like, okay, market makers don't want to do this, then they start dumping, then it becomes harder. Then becomes a, it's like a snowball effect.
Yeah,
Which
capitulation.
makes everybody nervous. Yeah, so as much as possible, like trying to just dip the chart, institutions will find, okay, yeah, we can play this chart instead.
Yeah, it's the timing that throws me. Because they're like on a different time.
Oh yeah, dude. Crypto is still very young. Very young. It doesn't move like TradFi yet.
Yeah, the manipulation's kind of weird to me. Like, I mean, you can say I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that like there's hands in the market that are able to pull levers, whether they know it or not. You know, it's like
Yeah.
whale games. You know, like whale games. Like some people would be like, "Oh, it's manipulation." Then Dbloc would be like, "No, it's just some." You know, like you know what I'm saying? Like it'll be like whales or brokers or market maker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can hardly tell the
Yes,
difference.
yes. That's exactly. That's why, like right now, I haven't been shaken out of my position. Like, I knew that was a dancing red candle, and now you got some green candles on the 15, and we have a move up.
It's dancing.
That was just to shake everybody out, get everybody out of their
That
positions.
was a pretty hard shake.
Collect some liquidity.
I think it might still be shaking. We'll see.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
whenever you have those, like the old school gap, like any type of gap, I don't even care what it is, but the fair value gap right now, like I look out for it. The gaps are what trips
Yeah, it
me.
looks shaky, but it had.
It did a
Yeah,
fake
the gaps, like
it just did a
it took me
fake shaky.
believe in
The gaps.
Yeah, it was
or
a
the
very
stop
shady
loss.
fake. It took almost half the candle. Yeah, on the 15-minute, like those candles are those were hard to accept. But if you have a good entry, then you just hold. Like with Sui, Sol, and ETH, if you had a good entry, then you would be able to hold it. Your SLs won't be licked. Now you
Right.
have the move up again. Now you can gauge. You can now, because of that red candle, the previous red candle on the 15. Now you can gauge to maximize your profits, because now you have a gauge of how far they can push it down, so you won't let it go down that far anymore. But if you had your entry in the middle of that trend, ouch. You've been shook out.
Exactly. It's the rollover that I like to pay attention to, because sometimes, like today, they had the crazy slow bleed rollover. That
Yeah.
was crazy. And I'll be honest with you, that's the only reason why I'm here, because I'm revenge trading for a couple losses. I had some nice trades that I was not able to pay attention to, and they went, and the guy stopped out. I'm like, nah, bruh, those were up nice. You got to give that back.
God damn, I was supposed to leave already. I'm gonna play golf with a couple buddies, but now I'm seeing it's continuing. I gotta take a look at this one more candle, and I'm out.
Yeah, that's the game,
I just need
man.
confirmation.
That's the game.
Yeah, I just need confirmation, man. Let's see it.
It's funny. There's things that like I'll learn or like they'll come to my attention, and then somebody will reinforce it, like you just did. Like talking about the 5 minute candles. Like it took me a while to
Oh
realize
yeah,
it's like
dude.
okay, the 5 minute goes okay, bullish candle. All right, next 5 minute, red candle. All right, next red 5 minute, full candle. Now we go. It's funny. You
It's
just have to
interesting you said that.
like.
Talking to someone on chat is a huge confirmation for me. Like sometimes when it's
I don't know if you muted yourself again. I don't know. Is it me? Did I mute myself?
God damn it, I got cut. Wi-Fi turned off.
Yeah, they trying to stop you, bro.
Yeah, dude. Nah, they ain't stopping me. I know where these candles are headed. We'll see.
Yeah, they're
We'll
trying to
see.
silence you.
Yeah, Soul Sweet still looks good. ETH looks a little shaky, but it's still good.
Yep.
I wish there was more volume though. Volume's kind of quiet. It scares me. I don't like it when there's a trend and then the volume is waning. That means it's like lessening by 25% per candle. And then we're at the bottom of the weekend trap. But that's also something I'm trying to confirm. Since we're at the bottom of the weekend trap, it's actually a good time to actually look for the top of the trap.
Yeah, trying to take a little position on Soul. Hopefully it does something. I'm probably gonna get rid of it though as soon as it pumps, or like leave a little moon bag or something. If it makes a move or something, I don't like my position.
Yeah. I'll have to see. We'll have to see. If this is not it, then this is not it.
Yep. It is the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. We got a vector candle. Green.
Yep. He told you.
So now
We're at the
we
bottom.
see what time zone are we in? This is Asia. No, this ain't Asia. What time zone is this?
I don't even look at the Asian time anymore. Sometimes I get confused, like what time it is in my place. Right now in the US, it's 2 a.m. 2 a.m. is Eastern. 2 a.m. Eastern. Right, yeah. Around that time. Let's go. Soul. Look at Soul. Soul's fighting. Sui needs
There
to
you go.
still fight with the 200. ETH is fighting as well. Volume's picking up, thank God. There you go. Bitcoin looking good on the retest. Yeah, that was a retest of its the bottom of the weekend trap.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If we fell out, it wouldn't make no sense. It's like, are we in like trap
It wouldn't
breaking
it wouldn't
season?
make sense, right? Yeah, it wouldn't make sense at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was like, are we breaking more traps now? Is that the time? Like, I mean, I've seen it happen a couple
Dbloc
weeks.
is saying we have to watch out. We're going to experience more weekends where the algorithm, the market maker algorithm, when the bot is turned on, because of the volume that's coming in, it sometimes has no control anymore of the box. It happened on Easter. Yeah, Easter Sunday when we had that rally, the market maker couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop the rally, so it just flew outside the box. We went up. We went up.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, there you go, Soul, sweet. Come on, ETH. Push a little. Come on, show me some strength. You've been quiet for a year.
You want to hear something that I think is pretty woo woo about Ethereum?
Trust me, I don't. Woo woo doesn't surprise me anymore. Hit me. What you got?
They were saying like, when they mess around with the ETs, and be like, how you gonna trade with them? Like how what's the galactic economic scene gonna look like? Like, of course, we sponsored Ethereum a long time ago. It's in the name, the ether.
Yeah.
The thing that all things are made of. Come on, you guys didn't
Yep.
get it? And I was like, yo, look at Vitalik, bro. He does look like an alien.
Dude, Vitalik needs to eat some Pop Tarts in the morning, man. He needs some of that sugar and carbs, man.
Nah,
He needs
bro.
some
Vitalik lives off the
he needs some
sun,
meat
bro.
in
He's
that
like a
body,
plant.
bro.
He's like a mushroom. He's closer to a mushroom. You don't need it.
Yeah, dude. I worry about Vitalik. Like, oh, dude, like, I mean, if you have that much money, at least like have a nutritionist, right? Like, pay for a nutritionist. I mean, LeBron James pays like what? How much? Like $1 million a year just for his nutritionist?
Bro, I'm telling you, ETs don't eat, bro. Man, what do you think? They need a salad? They don't need that.
First time I saw Vitalik, I was like, damn. That's the first thing I said, damn. Yeah, I thought it was like, okay, that's the amount of stress you have to go through just to make shit work.
You think I'm playing? If
He
if,
looks
if,
like
if, if anyone on this planet was an alien, the guy that made Ethereum or whatever, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be.
Yeah, dude. It's just hard when
The
you're
guy
like,
that wears a
imagine. Right? What was that?
Bro, he looks like a Simpsons character, bro.
Bro, Vitalik, like it's probably the hardest job in the world being Vitalik's PR manager, yeah. Imagine
What's
putting
kind of
up a
crazy though? He don't even look stressed.
yeah, dude. No, I mean he looks like his skin looks like it. Skin looks like it needs some sun. There we go. Here we go, boys. See him push. All right, I'm looking at the tape. Tape's still
Isn't
weak
that
though.
Drew, man? No, rockets.
Yeah,
Come on,
man. I'm waiting for the rocket man to come on. Oh, look at Soul. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's push. Soul bouncing off the 50 MA. Finished its retest. Successful retest on Soul.
Ooh, I hope I still
Sui
got
still has
enough.
to battle the 200. Yeah. And ETH needs to get at the top of the Bollinger, man. He needs to pass the 13. It's having a hard time getting past the 13. Let's see if it does it with this candle.
No, it's moving though. It's got a the moving averages. The lasers are pointing kind of funky. It's got a little nipple of a candle that I would give hope to.
No, I mean it's still on it's still on support. So as long as the candle is on support, I'm not too worried. It can go like just sideways, which I'm fine with. What's hard is if you have this structure and it's in the middle of nowhere, it's just up in the air. But if it's on support, then it's okay. It just has to bounce. It just has
No,
to figure out
you're absolutely
13
right.
first.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why I'm not tripping about it. If it was like up in the air, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it has no MAs near it. I'm like, oh wait, we have to see. But right now it's in support, so it can go sideways as much as it wants. And and we already know that Bitcoin's doing accumulation candles at the bottom of the weekend trap. So that's good news. I just hope it doesn't accumulate for more candles because I really don't want to trip on red green all day, man. I don't like that. We need to go to the top of the box. Yes, let's go. Come on, ETH. Fight with 13. Come on, get above it. Yeah, Soul, Sui, looking good. Sui.
Wow, the hyperliquid chart on KuCoin died, and I was just staring at it forever. Oh, so okay, yeah, it's not moving on weeks either. So I guess it's probably just dead right now.
There we
Yeah,
go.
slow
Yeah, ETH.
coil.
Yeah, it's just slow cook on ETH, but it looks good. I rather have a nice structure like that. That's a good supporting structure of candles.
Yeah,
Accumulated
ETH
really
is
well.
cool.
Yeah. I'm worried about Sui though. Like Sui is having a hard time with that 200. Soul's okay. I got some distance on Soul.
Man, I probably should have got a little more ETH.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some more ETH later on. I think we're not done with the downtrend yet. Because like that downtrend that we just did the past day, that was tough to look at. That's hardcore. That's like
Oh no, I'm not. I don't have any spot bags of ETH yet, unfortunately. Yeah, I just have a little long position right now.
yeah, nice.
Yeah, like I said, I got Sui and Bitcoin in spot, but like I just
Perfect. No, you're good, dude. To be honest, if I was to make a choice, like if someone was telling me like if you're to have 2 bags and that's it, it's Sui and Bitcoin. That's it. You're good.
like I said, I
Bro.
just missed the 1700. Like when it was at the 1750.
Oh man, imagine that.
Because it was so hard to get conviction. And I saw
Yep.
it, and I was like with the little voice in my head that never lies. It was like, yo, ETH is down there, bro. That'd be good. And I didn't even care.
Yep. So Sui's performing a bull flag. Okay, Sui's gonna try. These are accumulation candles. It's trying to accumulate strength to break the 200. 200's tough. So it's okay. At least it's doing a bull flag. Nice fat bull flag.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, ETH breaks that 13. The 50 is all the way up here at like 2525. So that's gonna be a good distance to cover.
So you play the 15. It sounds like pretty well. Like that's a good.
When I do short term, yeah, when I do these these quick scalps, I use the 5 to enter, and then as soon as I hit the 5, I go into 15 just to confirm, And when when I really have distance, I move to the 1 hour. Then I'm okay. I keep going up the time. Yeah, I keep going up the time frames, and I look at the RSI. At the end of the day, the RSI has to fill up. Like
Oh,
that's
so you enter on
confirmation.
the 5. Okay, that's good. That's
Yeah,
good. That's
and
what's
on
up.
the 5. I have to enter on the 5. It's just there's so much money in being able to enter on the wick. You know, when you enter at a great price, I mean, like the gains are way better.
Yeah, I like the 5 and the 15. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
about the same
or
for me.
swapping, yeah.
I'm breaking a few habits, kind of, sort of, with
Yeah.
the 1.
Oh no, there are days that I think it's me and Biohacker when it's a really volatile, like stupid looking day. Like we do $10 trades on the 1 minute just to practice scalping.
Yeah, yeah. I spent a lot of time in those smaller time frames, and you learn a
Mm.
lot. You learn a lot.
Oh yeah, because you see the structure over and over again faster. On the 1 minute, you see the structure over and over again. So it's like repetition, repetition, repetition. Then you go up to the bigger time frames. You just see the structure, and you're like, oh, I know this structure. You know.
Exactly, exactly. And when I was learning, that's what I told myself too. Even when I found Dbloc, I remember talking to him about that. You know, just seeing his strategy on the smaller time frames as far as you can go, just to see the moves
Oh man,
that
it
you
drives
make.
me nuts. He goes to the smaller time frame and he goes to the 1 minute, and I look at his and I look at my candles like, why does my chart look different? And then you realize he's on the 1 minute.
Yeah, I see them do like the 15-second. I think
Oh
I
yeah.
saw him do the 5. Yeah, that's fun. That's what it's getting real degen. That's crazy.
Yep. Sui traders, careful. This bull flag is accumulating. Let's see. Yeah, careful, guys. I think
Ooh,
Bitcoin
on
wants
Sui?
to. Yeah. No,
Oh,
it's
it hit
doing
the bottom right
accumulation.
there. Ooh, I might, because I don't have a Sui.
No, yeah.
I'll watch it.
Wait for it though, because like Bitcoin's doing its accumulation candles. I think it's gonna go red green for a while because it's trying to break the 50.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna watch it.
But yeah, you'll see it. You'll see the bottom for Sui right here. Yeah, it's a bull flag also on the 5. But at the end of the day, we gotta give Bitcoin a good stare on what it wants to do here. Can't wait for dominance to go down so I can stop staring at Bitcoin all the time.
Yeah, I grew up staring at Bitcoin, and then whenever I try to like work a lot and look at altcoins, man, go crazy.
Yes, sir.
Like I feel like I can feel my brain melt slowly over time. It's crazy. You don't even know it, bro. You don't even know it. I started realizing once the chart started to affect how I felt about like real life.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. When your chart life kind of intersects your real life. Yeah.
There's like some esoteric stuff too.
It is. Because see, if you think about it, the chart movement. I mean, when we're trading, it's very contradictory to human life. To like real life, because like in the charts, when everybody's hype, that's when we sell. When everybody's like all sad and gloomy, that's when you buy. In real life, that's not how we do it, right? Like, we should celebrate when we're happy. We should be sad when we're sad. Here it's
Oh yeah,
it's a contradiction of what's being shown.
yeah. The emotions are crazy.
Yeah, like we just had like these huge billion-dollar deals with Abu Dhabi, with Saudi Arabia. Barely did anything to the charts, man. We're back here.
Oh yeah, the psychology. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of people got a little tricked out on the Thursday and Friday reversals.
It's like this. If it's worth tricking you, it will.
Oh, right.
For real, bro. It ain't no reverse psychology, like opposite day. Like, remember when you used to look at the red folders or whatever, or like the like Powell or like what Fed meeting or unemployment PPI, whatever, right? And you'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, it's bullish. It's bullish. That means it's gonna go up.
Did you enter on SWE? Because the area you called is actually looking good on the 5. That's
Is
where
it?
the bottom of the accumulation range. Yeah. Look at it. Look at it on the 5. It's exactly where you called it. But come on, Bitcoin. Agree. There you go. See dancing red candle again on Bitcoin. Come on. Get out of this
It's gotta
accumulator.
be like, see, and this is the thing, like, there's gotta be tells. You know what I mean? There's gotta be tells,
Yeah.
not just the usual there's always like there's nothing's a coincidence. Like there's always a reason.
The chart is
Not,
because
not that
see
you
if you
need
think
to know it. Not that you need
yeah,
to know the reason, but there is one.
the chart is a perfect representation of human sentiment because it's controlled by sentiment, right? I mean, it goes up when the sentiment is good and it goes down when people don't like it, right? So it's a representation of really how people feel about certain things,
I feel that.
even
I
though
feel
it's
that. But
manipulated.
I
Yeah.
also feel like I'd be illusioned. Like by the idea of that sometimes because I'll be thinking like, oh, why would Bitcoin go down? Like blah blah blah, and because just whatever, like the tech or like the altcoins. Like, what did Dbloc say? Like only a certain amount of altcoins perform better than Bitcoin. Like it's like
Oh yeah,
none.
only a certain amount. That's the reason. That's the reason why I chose Sol and Sui. If you look at the past year, if you pull up the Sol BTC chart or the Sui BTC chart, those are the only coins that rally that create proper volatility in their charts. And I trade my spot bag. My spot bags, I trade them on swings on the 4 hour and 1 day charts against BTC. So when I sell my Sui, I actually get BTC back because Binance has it and the other exchanges have them. If you check them, you can find a Sui BTC and Sol BTC. So that's how I trade it, and you actually get more coins because the correlation is really nice because both. See, when you trade something against the USDT, it's equal to $1, right? So it never changes value, correct? But when you trade it against Bitcoin, has variable value. That means it's either going up or down. Therefore, when the chart of a BTC pair chart goes down, it doesn't mean your dollar value goes down. It just means that BTC is outperforming the altcoin. When it goes up, that means the altcoin is outperforming BTC. That's all it means.
Yeah.
So you
I,
just keep accumulating both coins. Just go back and forth, just trading both.
It's just trippy when it gets to like the macro stuff, like the macro affecting the micro, and it gets.
Did you
It
get
gets.
into
I don't
SWE?
know. It's
Oh,
fun though.
SWE,
I like
baby.
to keep up.
SWE. Woo! There you go.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, that was a good entry. Yeah, my entry's all the way down here, but
I'll
like
be honest with you. I didn't take it. I
it's
thought about
okay.
it. I looked at it.
Oh, it was good. It was a good call. It was a good call. I checked it. I went to the 5 minute. It looked legit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah.
Ethereum
Good.
trying to take the 13. Sol has the 200 incoming in a bit, but we got some distance, so some good profits to be made. Bitcoin, thank God, is done doing the red green.
See, I didn't take the SUI because I was thinking it might touch some other moving averages, but dang, SUI be
Yeah,
so strong.
Yeah, the 13's pretty strong. I mean, I never used the 13 till Dbloc. It blew my mind. I was your traditional 50, 100, 200 guy. You know,
Oh yeah, the 9 to 21. Yeah, man.
but now I when I met Dbloc, it's like 1350. Oh my god,
Yeah, it's different, right? The numbers,
it's
yeah.
so good.
See, when I
It's
looked
like
at the SUI one, I was looking at it on the 15-second.
yeah,
I'll be honest with
it's
you.
like
That's why I
coming up
saw that.
from butter and bread,
And
and then putting ham in the butter and bread.
that's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah, man, all this learning TA, it just ends up being like just staring at the charts. Like someone told me just stare at the charts, bro. Just
Yeah,
stare.
dude,
Look,
right?
because eventually it turns into a thing where it's like, okay, now you just look for things you've never seen before.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Oh man.
But it's like I don't know, like learning to surf, like surfing or something. You know, like you just
Dude,
you
you're
know
suddenly like
that's
thinking
the
like
way.
Robert Langdon and Da Vinci Code. You're like looking at cryptography and stuff, and you're like looking at the charts, and you're seeing things that people don't see, and you start liking it because like I love it when I'm with my other crypto buddies and they start talking their shit, and I'm like I smile and there's some stuff that I got like okay, since majority of you says that, then I'll just ride with it.
Bro, I've heard some trippy stuff, especially when you get into these communities, bro, where you like you'll do your homework, right? Like anyone who's really doing their homework alone, no one, you know what I'm saying? You're just in there, you're just
Yeah.
naturally curious, and then you come into the
Yeah.
group the next day, or you talk to somebody, and then you start somebody be in a conversation, and then all of a sudden they start talking about a concept that popped into your head yesterday, and you're just like, oh hell no, now you got to join the conversation, and then it's like
Yeah,
everything's so
yeah.
like I'll be learning stuff and just like the conversations that pop up that I don't even start like are picking up on the thought patterns that I'm already having, you know what I'm saying, on my own. It's trippy stuff. I just feel like I'm picking up on some kind of like trader frequency that we're all kind of like tapping into or something like, you know what I'm saying? We're like I've heard of people just learning things at the same time, like, you know what I'm saying, at the same pace, like, on their own. It comes to the same conclusions. It's weird. And obviously the people you hang out with and talk to, you know what I'm saying? You must be cut off again.
Yeah, no. Someone was calling me. I had to shut off my mic. Someone was trying to call me. I hung up on him. My golf buddies.
Oh, word. Yeah. Don't that's
There it
fine,
is. There it is again. Okay.
I'll be honest. I'm kicking until Dbloc comes back. He said an hour or so, right? I ain't got to be at work till a little later. So Saturday.
I'm waiting for this trend to really send. I just want confirmation that I can leave this chart
That's
alone.
really it, right? Because this is like the bottom of the pain earlier, right? Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
No, it's not because you
Exactly.
really can't say that because this is a weekend trap. So I mean, it's kind of like almost doesn't. I don't know. These you get
Yeah,
funky.
it's hard to believe what you see just yet. You know what I mean? It's a weekend trap, so you just gotta like.
Yeah, we saw the
There you
karmic
go.
earlier,
There
right?
you go.
Oh, here we go. What we doing?
Yep. Look
Oh,
at
you on that
Bitcoin.
city?
Now I can go. Now I can touch grass. Now I can go touch grass. Come on.
That's the one.
Let's go. Yeah, that's the one. I wanted it to go above the 50. The 50 is major for me. Ethereum moving in as well. Soul
I
is
don't
looking
trade. I
healthy.
don't trade
Sweet.
SUI very often. That's the thing. Like I like it. I see it.
You
I
should.
don't trade it. Yeah, I don't know. I've traded it a few times. I just like
Mhm.
it's like
Yeah, you should. You should. Swee's very, very. It It will
I think
punish you
crypto
if you
is
don't understand it. It will punish you if you try to FOMO trade Sui. It will punish you.
I see
Sui's
crypto
market
face
makers,
trading.
they're evil. Yeah, Crypto Face trades Sui because he sees the volume. He's like me. I'm a volume trader. When I see volume and price action, I get in because I know the length of the candles is what brings me money. It's not like tech or hype. It's how much. Look at the volume of Sui. It's the weekend, but we have a 300% increase in volume. Right? Those are the things. Those are my key indicators of a good alt.
Sorry, I trade in Discord on my tablet, so like it's kind of weird. It's hard to like push to talk at the same.
Nah, it's all good. We're looking good, boys. Whoever's on the chat, I hope you're printing today.
Bro, I saw the mouse in the chart move. You know what that means?
Yes, sir. I think Dbloc heard it. I know Dbloc. Dbloc has this thing like he sleeps, but when he hears the right words or the right sentiment, he just wakes up and starts like looking at stuff.
Oh, don't get me started, bro. Like I told you, I get esoteric. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm like, yo, I'm like,
What's
who
good,
are
Joe?
you, bro? Who are you really? Hey, what's up, brother?
Chilling. I'm not asleep. I'm nowhere near asleep. I wish I could get to sleep by 3 o'clock in the morning.
Now, Dbloc, like, are you sure you're from planet Earth, bro? I swear to God, like, look at that. Look at that. Look at that chart. Like, it was drawn for Dbloc. It wasn't drawn for Bitcoin. Like, spooky.
I'm just gonna say we got theories about this man. Turns out.
All lies.
It's all lies. See?
He
People
is the
from
market maker.
He is the market maker. Bro, I bet you he has a 20-man team right behind him trading, like market making 20 other altcoins, man.
Bro, I don't even like it's to the point where I don't even talk about it anymore because if he is the market maker, I don't want to blow up his spot. You know, I just out of
Yeah,
respect.
you know what I mean? Like we should, yeah. Let's not, yeah. We don't want the algorithm to know.
It's like it's all good, bro. You know, what I mean, your alter ego safe with us, bro.
Yes, sir. ETH past the 13. Sol looking good, chasing for the 200.
I don't want those type of
Sui
problems.
still having problems with it.
Yeah, I like what we got here, man. We're here. We're here. You just sit tight for a minute and we see some retesting. You know, fingers crossed.
You guys are chilling or are you trading something right now?
We got a couple. I think we were looking at the Sui, Soul.
Yeah, what is Soul doing? Did it come down for me?
Yeah. See, I held on to my hyper the whole time, like a boss.
That's what's up.
But yeah, man, everything good in your world, brother? It's been a little
Yeah.
minute, you know.
Yeah. Taking advantage of some of this dead time to do shit that was backing up. You know, that list gets backed up sometimes.
Oh yeah, man. That's why I had to chill. I just got a little Bitcoin long from the 80s, and I'm just like, yo, I like, take it easy. We'll see, you know what I'm saying? Take it easy. And I buy DCA every day now. Just
Nice.
yeah. After that conversation we had,
Mm-hmm.
like yeah, might as well.
Take some stress off of shit.
Yeah, I try to do like Buffett. You know what I mean? If the market's bad, I get more. If the market's good, keep it at my base minimum.
Still can't believe Buffett's retiring. I never thought I'd see the day. I mean, I believe it. Like, it's not like he doesn't deserve to retire, but I just didn't think he ever would.
It's almost like, what does that mean?
He was always my example of like, when is enough enough? You know what I mean? Does it matter if you make all the money in the world if you die at your office on your desk at like 90 and shit? Like, at some point, enough has to be enough.
Well, there's those guys that have that condition, man. It's just like any mental condition. It's just they accrue, and it's like that's it. That's life to them. It's not
It's
even
work.
about the money.
It's work too, though. Like,
Yeah, but they
a
like
lot of
some of them
guys
got
when they stop working, it's downhill.
Right.
Probably healthier at his age as well
Yeah,
for his brain.
all the money in the world to get you some pretty good health care. He doesn't seem to me like he was a hard partier in his days. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
Oh
think
no,
he
right?
didn't use up all the life early.
Did you say he stayed in the same house, bro? Like it's tiny, right? Like,
That's the other guy, Munger.
are you sure, bro? I'm pretty sure Buffett's kind of the same. Like, he doesn't have a big crib. Like, I think it's like the
Yeah,
same house as Buffett.
he's got like a modest 2-story family home in like a regular neighborhood.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's
and
got
his
7 other houses somewhere, but
oh, okay, yeah,
I would imagine. I mean, well, damn, what do you spend your money on? Like,
that's a figure to do some research on, right?
yeah, it's a good problem to have.
You said the reason why he stepped down is because like the other guy is just like able to like do it better than he can, like at his age.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like I said, he probably should have retired a long time ago. One last bubble, he said. He said, "Look, guys, give me one last real estate bubble. I'm gonna cash out and go out on top. And if he gets out in a year, he's getting out probably 6 months before the real estate bubble pops and everything goes to shit."
This real estate cycle, I've heard you talk about it a lot. Is it definitely something that's happening?
What do you mean? Like, am I just making? Yeah, I wouldn't just make it up.
No, not making
18.6
it up,
years.
but obviously.
Yeah, no, our last one was
Up
2008, and before then, yeah, it's one of our longest cycles. There's longer cycles, but I mean they're so long that it's generationally doesn't matter. You usually get about 3 investable real estate cycles, bubbles in your life.
Yeah, ain't you saying that's the reason why we do this is so we can go get land for the cheap?
I mean, if you're lucky enough to be around with money in your pocket when real estate is at its lows, then yeah, you've got to wait another almost 20 years for that same opportunity again, right? Which is about a generation.
Oh yeah, when you
Talking
said
about
that, I took
me.
it personal. I was like, oh, so that's what we're doing here. Okay.
I mean, you can spend your money on a lot of shit, but they're not making any more Earth. Pretty limited, you know.
I just did some deliveries in my old hood that I used to live in and do deliveries in, and bro, gentrification. Like it looked like downtown over there, bro.
Yeah,
Like I can't believe it. Like they got mansions down there,
this
bro.
is getting expensive everywhere. But it's yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? You work, you save some money, you get into crypto, you learn the cycles, you get to the top, you manage to take profit, pay attention to the real estate cycle. You make sure not to screw up the last cycle before the real estate cycle. You get good profits, you buy yourself some good land, and then people will say that you got lucky and bought at the bottom of the real estate cycle. It's super lucky. It's a coincidence, wasn't planned at all.
Yo, Dbloc, could you pull the settings for the tape, please?
Yeah.
There you
Let me
go.
know when you want me to scroll.
Yeah, I got a screenshot now. You can scroll things.
Could there be a bit of a relief rally over the weekend, perhaps?
I think we're stuck in the
Appreciate
trap
that.
again, Rick. Regular weekend business.
Yeah. Yeah, get everyone's hopes up, then dump them on Monday.
Yeah, hopefully. I would like a move down, false move Monday, go down to 100K, and then have a 3-day up and see where we can get.
Yeah. I mean, their biggest modus operandi is keep everyone guessing, you know. Don't be too predictable.
Yeah.
There's some elements that like fairly repeated, you know, like you say, the weekend trap thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Cardano is doing well at the moment. Last couple of hours compared to the other majors, you know. See what happens.
Basically waiting for everything to come down to their 50 EMAs on a daily. They're either in the camp where they've already retested their 50 and they're above their 200, or they're retesting their 50, or the weaker ones are underneath their 50. And the same thing for Bitcoin. I think the target is the 50 EMA.
Do you think, like, because you know how the stock market's been on a nice rally lately, like really impressive, like almost fully recovered back to all-time highs. I feel like maybe crypto saw that optimism earlier, you know, and has already come to cool off that rally, whereas the stock market's still finding a high, you know what I mean? Finding a resistance. I don't know.
Well, the difference is that on Legacy, it took a while to shake the tariff fears. Where we just took off out the gate because there's no tariffs on Bitcoin, so we didn't have that little bit of a hesitation. It wasn't until we got that news of the 90-day pause that we went boom, and then again recently with the China news, it was like another sort of catalyst. I think we've paid our dues, man. It's like we gave up the blood that we were gonna give, and now it's just time to go.
Yep. I think we've certainly seen the worst of it as far as like that tariff fear stuff.
Bro, after I take profit at the top here, just sitting back and sort of playing back this bull market is going to be kind of wild. Like really sitting back and taking it all in, everything that
Like all
happened,
the
everything we
hindsight.
went through. Yeah.
Definitely. That's how I feel about the whole Terra Luna, Celsius, Three Arrows Capital, FTX. Like looking back on all that, it's like, oh wow, okay.
That
it
was a
all just
lot.
still married into the cycle and the bear market, and these were
Yeah.
catalysts
Yeah.
that drove the narrative at the time, and they were
Insert
real world. Like it
insert
did
news
actually
event here.
collapse.
Like you could
Yeah.
almost draw the Bitcoin 4-year cycle and in the future and just put little boxes at the pivots and be like insert news event here.
Yeah,
And
I'm
just
pretty
wait
sure I
for
have a
it.
chart with like a news folder, like with all things arrows pointing with text and annotations
Yeah.
about what happened where. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, just trying to think of what would be the next catalyst.
Let me tell you, it's a good thing because all cycles come to an end eventually. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
really good
natural.
thing that this one has not. Because not only would I have been wrong, but I would have been spectacularly wrong in 4K at the top of my lungs. Like I was screaming at the top of my lungs. There's no way in hell this thing is over. I could have ended up rough.
Yeah, yep.
There was just too much. Listen, it's not only the bullish catalyst, but honestly, what really put me over the edge were the bearish ones. Like, okay, Bitcoin strategic reserve, all of this amazing shit, cool. But the really bearish ones are the ones that got me. The biggest liquidation event in history, the longest downward consolidation in history, fear and greed at 10. Only other times it's been lower than that has been COVID and FTX crash.
Yeah.
Same with liquidations.
Yes.
The only time that's ever happened has been at the very bottom of the market, FTX and Luna crash and COVID. And it's like, bro, all these bearish catalysts that people are pointing at saying, look, bear market, I'm looking at and saying, yeah, bottom of the bear market. Like those aren't top of the bear market, but those are bottom of the bear. Like you can even make an argument that this entire thing was a dead cat, was a bear market rally, and the bull market literally started after those liquidations, and after that, the fear and greed was lower than it was at 15.
Yeah.
So those bearish sort of metrics are what showed me, okay, you can't bleed this thing anymore, right? There's no more blood to get.
Yeah, definitely. The impressive thing about Bitcoin right now is that every up move has a take profit, a pullback, like some kind of correction, right? And the fact that we're doing it, we seem to be holding ground above 100 for now, at least. I mean, if we get more information later, then so be it. But if this is our cooling, this is very good. This is very bullish. The fact that we're holding, around 103K,
Yeah.
that's like, I mean, look back on the 12th of May candle, we almost got our way down back to 100K. The low was 100,718, at least on what I'm looking at. That's very close to 100K retest. It looks like that retest got front run. Like there was a lot of people lining up to buy that retest. And that's why we're back, at 103 in this like consolidation.
Yeah.
And to me, that's bullish. That's very good.
I like
And
it.
it's Bitcoin's just like waiting. Bitcoin's waiting in the wing to just get that next eruption.
100K is my
We'll
base
see.
case. Were you here when I did the Wyckoff thing earlier?
No. I
Check
don't
this
think I
out. Pull
was.
my screen up real quick. I'm gonna show you this because I know you'll appreciate this.
All right, I'll have a look.
We should actually do it on a naked chart, but I want to show you my thesis first.
Okay.
So, bull flag, bigger time frame, right? This entire structure that we're in, we double topped off of the top here. That trip down to 100K would bring us down to the bottom of the bull flag. Right? Still not break bearish structure, just come lower than here. Let me go to a naked chart and show you the Wyckoff real quick. Hold on. It doesn't matter what chart we pick. And we'll go on the hourly. And let me pull up the schematic so we don't have to kill ourselves trying to remember what it looks like. Wyckoff distribution. Yeah. All right. So here's our Wyckoff distribution. I mean, accumulation schematic
accumulation.
A.
Yeah,
right?
when you said distribution, it made me like, oh shit.
Yeah, somebody. Well, the reason I brought it up the first
Yeah.
time is because somebody asked me to check if it looked like distribution, and the second I picked it up, I looked at it. I was like, nah, it actually looks like accumulation, right?
Yeah.
So you'd have your SC, which is here, and that would be your SC line, and then you would pop up to your AR, which would be here. And then you'd come down to your ST, which would be there. And then you come up to the peak that goes above your AR. Right?
Okay. Yep.
So let me hold on. So that's your SC. And that's your AR.
So was it selling climax, automatic rally, secondary test?
Yeah, so then you pop up above your AR, then you come down to your ST in phase B, or your secondary test in phase B. And then you have a pop-up that doesn't go above your AR. Right?
Yeah.
So now here's where it got tricky. So when we had pulled it up, we had only got this retest here. So it looked as though we had our spring, our test, and we were in our LPS. But the spring never came down further than the ST in phase B, and it should. So if you can get Bitcoin to come down to the 100K that we're looking at, right, maybe wick under a little bit, you would get that spring. And then as soon as we got back above 1023, or no, I'm lying, as soon as we got back above that wick, right? So any wick underneath into the hundreds, 100K is right here. So let's say we hit 100K on the pixel, and I think we'll go under it a little bit if we go down there, but let's say we hit 100K on the pixel.
Yeah.
Then price would come down, come up, hit the test, hold it as support, hit the next test, hold it as support, and then you would have your last supply, your last point of supply before you got above. Once you got above this range here, then you'd be going into your SOS, which would take us into phase E.
Yeah.
So it looks pretty clean. I didn't like it before because I didn't like the fact that the spring wasn't lower. And this wick is longer on some exchanges, shorter on the other. So I was kind of like coping and making excuses for us, saying, well, technically on some exchanges, blah, blah, blah. But we don't want to do that, right? That's not how this works. So
Is there any schematic for accumulation in an uptrend? Because that looks like a classic.
yeah, it would be, it would look the same, except your PS would be coming from underneath. It would be your schematic, accumulation schematic number 2. I just don't have it downloaded. I need to. I should
Because
actually.
in the more macro, it also looks like you could apply a schematic to the daily zoomed out, with our all-time high, our current all-time high. It has those elements. Like you've got, if you jump out on the daily, like I reckon you can find a lot of those elements on the daily chart too, because we've had our spring. The spring felt like it was the push down to 74K.
Yeah, you're talking about this range here.
Yeah, like the whole thing on the higher time frame. Yeah, like all of it. like even including the all-time high and everything. And what we're in now feels like the SOS.
Yeah.
Like the
That's the original one
what
that
is
we
it?
were looking at a while
Something
ago.
of yeah. What is it called? Something of supply. SOS. Hmm.
Did I get cut off? Like, did I was talking a while. I just got kicked out of the voice chat.
Oh,
No, I didn't notice. Might
didn't
have
hear
been
anyone
Discord
come
or
in.
something.
Ethereum looking good though. Let's go.
You know, Dbloc, what supports this Wyckoff thing is is the USDT on the looks like the distribution is happening over there.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. So if I had to magic wand it, this is always fun. If I had a magic wand it for this week, get ready for the screenshot so you can tell me how drastically I got this wrong later. I would want to see
thing,
us
anyone
stay
can be
inside
wrong.
this trap.
Mm.
I want to see our false move be down this week, right? Where we come down, free our trap shorts. Our confirmation of the false move, or that misdirection at the beginning of every week, is when either when the trap longs or the trap shorts get freed. Our trap shorts get freed sometime Sunday. Then from Sunday to Monday, I want to come all the way down to 100K. We'll find our bottom sometime Monday, maybe Sunday night, maybe Monday morning, maybe Monday night, whatever. And then a 3-day up. Will hopefully bring us back above these ranges. The two targets that I'm looking to hit, if we look at our liquidation maps, are pretty obvious here.
Hmm.
Right, so I'm looking at a swing.
Yeah, we've cleaned up a lot of that liquidity on the bottom side there. Those long licks. Yeah.
So I'm looking for a swing to both sides. I'm looking for that swing down to grab this lower liquidity, and then a 3-day up to clean the rest of it. We've already done a good job. We've got one more sort of one more
there's still
sort
a lot
of
of
move
brightness
down. Yeah. And then if we look at our standing orders, why am I looking at Ethereum? Sorry, I thought something was wrong there. So when we look at standing orders, there's not really a whole hell of a lot until you get to 100K. That's really the only buy wall that's sitting there.
Wow.
Right? They pushed us around, right, keeping price in a range with these buy walls and these sell walls.
So those lines that get terminated, but price never went to them, is that because those walls got pulled down?
They spoofed them.
They got cancelled?
Yeah.
They spoofed. Okay, those
Yeah.
are spoofs.
They were just meant to defend liquidations underneath.
level.
And as soon as they manage to defend it, then they move it, or they chase price
take it
up.
away.
They move it, and then they move price
Gotcha.
up, and they move them closer together.
Ah, this is very interesting. Yeah.
So it's like you're ensuring that your liquidations underneath aren't getting hit. You might have $20 million in liquidations, and you might be defending it with $10 million in, you know what I mean, spot bags.
Yeah.
And then eventually they get clipped. Right? And price will come down to where it was
Yeah.
originally, but they're done at that point, right? They've taken their profits, I'm sure, at this point. And they'll do the same thing on the way down. Right? You got your big short liquidations that are up top. You got your big short liquidations that are up top. You set up your big sell walls to keep price from getting there. As soon as you get a drop, price comes back up and rejects, you push down your sell walls to keep trying to push that price down.
My understanding of my conclusive understanding of what like if I was to sum it up about Wyckoff is that okay, in distribution, it's about keeping the market optimistic and not scare them.
Yep.
So that you can unload at a level without losing price, right? Because you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to lose price. You don't want to cause slippage. But you need the time to distribute what you have without. Yeah,
But
like
you
under
can't
the
kill the
radar, I
sentiment
guess.
because if you kill the sentiment,
Yeah.
then you have to pay for the
Mm.
entire trip back up. So if I sell
Exactly.
$20
And then on
million
the bottom,
worth of Bitcoin and it drops and you
yeah,
don't want to buy at that bottom, then it means I have to buy 20 million just to get it back up to where it was. And then what am I doing? I'm
yeah.
breaking
So
even.
it's about keeping the market comfortable at a level so you can
You ever
do the
played in a
action
really,
you wanna
really
do every
tiny
month.
market cap shitcoin with a decent sized
Yeah.
bag where you know if I sell my entire bag right now, I'm going to get hella
It's gonna
slippage
freak.
and
Yeah, it's gonna
everybody's going
freak
to
everyone
freak
out
out.
too.
So I've got to sell
Yeah.
this little by little and then price will start getting too low and then you might make a little buy, you know, to give a green candle and then retail jumps in and it entices retail to go up. And as soon as you get back to your take profit again, then you unload a little bit more. It's the reverse of
Yeah.
what happened with Ethereum,
Yeah.
right? You
It's
keep
like
price
it
low
makes
so that
sense.
you can buy.
Yeah. It's like at the top, they want to get the best price for their sells, so they don't want to scare people by dumping and slipping down. And then on the flip side, at the bottom of a bear market, they want to keep everything looking ugly and fearful while they pick it up without, causing like price hikes to get everyone excited. Because you don't want to spark a wave of buying because you
Yeah.
want to buy at
Yeah.
the lowest price
You
possible.
can't let
So
it get
they're
away from you.
keeping it. Yeah, they got to keep it pessimistic.
Oh, so are you trying to tell me that it's not a coincidence that that was the most coordinated ETH FUD campaign I've ever seen at the same time that institutions were
Oh,
loading their bags?
yeah, it's
You think they don't have
see
all
the
the
funny
money
thing
in the
is,
world to push narratives and have marketing campaigns and
yeah,
teams on Twitter? And these are the big
I'm trying
boys
to
we're talking
unpack.
about.
I'm trying to unpack how it was it Donald Trump Jr. Anyway, one of his sons put out that tweet, like, or
Good time to buy ETH.
that post, like, great time to buy,
Mm-hmm.
and then it made him look like a fool. But I feel like there's like an ulterior motive into why he said that when he did, and it's like I don't know. There's something there. Like he wouldn't just say it and then have it, and then have
It's
it
important to.
spectacularly wrong. I don't know.
The reason Wyckoff is important is
'Cause-
because it's important to look into a consolidation and understand if you're being sold into or if you're being bought up. Right? There's a big
Yeah.
difference and they look very similar.
What I think with retail looking to, what was the guy's name? Someone Trump said, "Oh, like good time to buy ETH."
Eric?
And then it crashed. Eric, okay, Eric Trump. He said, "Good time to buy ETH," and I guess the ETH retail crowd would have been like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah!" And what better way to break retail's morale and sell their ETH than to like crash through what you thought was a pillar of strength. You know
Yep.
what I mean? Like, oh yeah, we've got Eric Trump on our side. Like, yeah. And then that would have broken morale to a lot of people to see it sell through that,
Check this
Would have
out. Let
been
me show
very
you.
frustrating. It's
Let me
like
show you
shit.
something disgusting on Ethereum.
Mm,
So here's
yeah.
Bitcoin, and I'll put up the sell walls so that I'll put up the buy walls so that you can see what normal sort of, you can see some faint lines here and there, and you can tell what's irregular, right? You can tell where the suppression is, where they're trying to keep
Yeah.
it in the range, whatever. Look at Ethereum. I wish I could go back more. Hold on, let me see how far it'll let
So
me
when
go
you
back.
drag that up, are you filtering out small orders?
Sizes,
Drag it up
yeah,
like
you
that?
can do it. You're going
Yeah,
by
yeah.
size.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But look at how just the sheer amount of sell walls or buy walls, sorry, underneath when price was to be supported, or the sheer amount of sell walls above. Like, and it was like this forever and ever. And if you went on higher time frames, you would just see these massive walls. And as soon as they got hit, or as soon as they, price returned, they would sort of go away. And it wasn't a mystery. Like, we knew ETH Foundation was dumping. They didn't make any secret about that. The change now is that most of the walls that we're seeing are underneath the support price, even as it's going down, which means that this consolidation is being bought up, right? You're being bought up here.
Yeah.
This isn't profit taking that's going on. This is retail selling and whales picking up Ethereum on the way down, loading up, loading up, loading up, loading up. And Ethereum honestly should be. I did this the wrong way. It's supposed to be on this side. Yeah. I mean, it is a lower priced. So we would have filtered by 1 Ethereum. And that's what it would look like. That is not natural. Just the even nature of it, where they're set every $500, dollars from each other. Just gridded up, entire thing gridded up.
It's amazing.
If you put it on Bitcoin, it won't even let you do it by.
It kind of reminds me of the Solana dump in 2022. It's like, okay, what actually fundamentally changed with the project? Nothing. What fundamentally changed with Ethereum? Nothing. It's all just, a narrative, sentiment driving thing that's happening, that's going on, or whatever. It just seems fishy,
Yeah.
And then here we are, like, on the path to recovery or whatever.
Once you understand that it's the liquidity cycle, and even assets that have value go down in market cap when liquidity is low. So it's not like, now some things go down because they're complete shit and all the speculation is gone, and you see what's really of value and what isn't. Everybody's worried about this .com 2.0 pop, and I'm like, the reason that that hasn't happened, 15-year long cycle already now, like, how big is this bubble gonna be? The reason it hasn't happened yet is because we have a pressure relief valve that we hit every 4 years. The bubble never gets so big that it's unsustainable, because every 4 years we flush out all the garbage.
Yeah. And the thing with .com, the reason it's not a bubble is because it's become like the fabric of our society now, like internet and tech.
Yeah, but it took a really big crash for them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
One
yeah,
singular move that wiped everything but the very cream of the crop,
Yeah, like it sort of reveals what is real and what is just
Yeah. And we get to do that every 4 years. So the same way people are like, damn, I wish I was around during that time, during the .com bubble, and Google was obviously when it came out of the ashes, it was obvious what the winners were going to be, the ones that survived. Right? The winners were the ones that survived. And we get to do that every 4 years.
It reminds me of, like, you're building for an analogy, you're building a skyscraper. Like, when it goes up, there's scaffolding, there's like skip bin, there's like, waste bins, there's trucks, there's all sorts of construction related stuff around. And then when it's built, all of that stuff goes away, like the scaffolding comes down, and what's left is what was meant to be there, like what was built, Yeah.
I think a lot of analysts are getting this wrong. The recession scares around the corner. I think a lot of analysts are getting the strength of this last leg really, really wrong. They think at the most it's going to be a whimper, maybe a double top. I think we're going to go super parabolic. And the reason I say it is because this isn't going to be a normal risk asset cycle, in my opinion. I think that, first of all, the real estate is coming to an end, right? In 2 years.
Yeah.
And I think that they push all risk asset cycles to sort of fall in line. so that everything comes down at the same time. So it just makes
Yep.
sense for me at this point. That's why it looks like we're
I think
dragging, slow playing it.
you can pick any chapter of any cycle, whether it's crypto or stock market, and you will always find a crowd of analysts that say, you know, disasters around the corner. Be careful. You know what I mean? There's always at any moment, like even at the bottom of a bear, like the bottom of a shift down, they're like, not further pain. You know what I mean? And it's like if you've just had a nice rally, they're like, or relief or whatever, they're like, okay, this is fleeting. This is not going to last. We're going to go back to pain.
It's
There's always a
PTSD.
crowd of people. Yeah, yeah. They're always,
Yeah.
you know, forecasting danger and devastation.
It's
Yeah,
one of the
which
skills.
doesn't actually help.
One of the skills that I think is like needed to sort of get past that next level of trading is being able to pivot, the ability to pivot, and the ability to see
Yeah.
shifts in the market early. The earlier you can do that, the better. And it's hard because when you come out of a long sort of, you know, multi-month stretch of bearishness like we're in now, these habits of selling early and not believing the pumps and being on the sidelines, and they've been rewarded, right? These habits have kept us alive, have kept the portfolios looking well, right? So it's a habit that's been reinforced. And those are the hard ones to break.
You know what? And the cool thing is there's some basic stuff that you can do to avoid like staying bullish and missing the turn. Like there's some basic indicators and things that actually will somewhat get you out of danger when things have turned dangerous.
No.
Like even just moving averages. Like
No.
you know, find the right time frame. Like okay, let's say you want to find it on the 4-hour chart for Bitcoin. Like what's it like? You pick a moving average length where price gets below it. You can switch. You can be like, okay,
13 and
cool.
the
I'm not
50.
in
That's
longs.
what my whole strategy is
Yeah,
based
yeah,
around. On any time
that's right.
frame.
And then, yep. And the thing is, a lot of people will stay bullish and optimistic even when things have broken down, and they'll miss that window to get out because it's like the technicals are there, but no one's talking about that. Like
Yeah.
everyone's still optimistic for the higher low, you know? Yeah. Like, yeah, doesn't mean
Impatience.
you think the cycle's, yeah, like it doesn't have to mean that you think the cycle's over. You can shuffle in the middle of a bull. It's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Like it gets tricky because there's a lot of fake moves, there's a lot of fake outs and things to get you second guessing and all that. It's, I mean, every day, every move is almost like that. But yeah, hodl, that just take it down to basics. Hodl is like one way to, you know, overcome all the games, the
Mm-hmm.
noise. But you know, just Michael Saylor it and just sell in 20 years. That's another way to do it.
I think that
A bear market's a buying
new
opportunity.
people
Mm,
can learn
mm.
in the time that they have during one cycle to play the cycles, to play the
Yeah,
4-year
yeah,
cycle. At the very least, that should be the base trade.
yeah. Selling shouldn't be a part of your vocabulary in a bear market. Like, as in, like, if you're holding longs and you're stuck up the top, don't realize the drawdown. You like take advantage of the drawdown for building your position. It's because bear markets are for building, and bull markets are for distributing what you built, like what you've collected. Like, yeah, you can't fix a bad trade by selling at a loss, I don't think. Unless you know that there's further pain to come and you're getting out, you know, to salvage something. Yeah, it's better to just simplify it and take advantage of a selling market, and you know, find signs that the selling momentum has died off, and like you can just accumulate. Like, what are the smart like what is the smart money doing? Like, what are they doing? and just try to align with that. Like,
Yeah, I always just tell people during the bear market we
Mm.
accumulate fiat. During the bull market we accumulate crypto. You don't care about your
yeah,
fiat count during the bull market. You care about how much crypto you have. During the bear market, you accumulate fiat. You jump into trades to turn your dry powder into more dry powder.
yeah, that's it. It's just trying to.
Oh, I'm gonna be annoying as shit, Rick, at the bottom of this bear market.
I can't. I'm actually looking forward to it. I know that there's still bull to come, like, and I'm still optimistic for the rest of this cycle. But I'm actually kind of excited to build the next big thing for the next cycle. You know, next wave up.
Yeah. Somebody's got an open
Yeah.
mic.
Ambitious for
Whoever's
that.
doing dishes.
Could be me, like popping a bottle.
No, it's not you. It's
Yeah.
Pranso, you got an open mic, brother.
Yo, Dbloc. I just saw something in my alerts. Can you check ADA? ADA just passed the 200. I don't know if it's gonna respect it, but it's moved harder than most of the alts today.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, check it out. ADA just moved pretty big.
What time frame are you looking at that on?
1 hour,
Yeah.
1 hour and 15.
1 hour?
I
Oh,
looked
yeah.
at 1 hour and I looked at the 15, and just like it just popped in my alerts. Kind of moved a little harder than most.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
All right. Bearishly retesting the 50 on the hourly. Still haven't got above it. Momentum is still bearish. Stopping
Okay.
volume candle if it closes, and you got 10 minutes to try to get above this. What I don't like is that
Yeah.
we lost that we lost our bull flag. Well, we're
Lost the bull
threatening
flag.
to lose our bull flag.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at that as well.
But if it holds, if you get above the 50 and hold, you
It
probably
holds
come
at
up to like 80 psychological ranges. Just remember daily. Go to daily. Look at its 50.
Yeah, filter out as much noise as you can.
You know, turn. I'm
Yeah, I'm
honestly,
looking at
we
the
can take all of this shit off the chart.
I'm looking at the daily. It's you see the trend line. If you draw a trend line from its bottom, it's kind of still. I think it still wants to bounce. Still has a bounce
Well,
point.
that trend line would take it down. So you've got your 200 and your 50 right there. You've come down into the cloud. Yeah. Does this look like a convincing bottoming formation? Not really. You've got a vector gap and you've got the rest of that recovery left. I would still think that you come down. And this is what I was saying earlier. Like all of these coins right now, we're testing them against this same metric. Where are they in comparison to their 50 and their 13 EMA?
Okay.
You know, you can
But
go
you see the
down
trend
the
line,
list.
I mean, right?
Yeah, the
From the
uptrend.
bottom.
Yeah, that's why. Hitting that uptrend would be right around where the 50 EMA is.
Okay.
So, like, quickly, you can just go through this now and say, BAT's losing the 50, BAT looks weak. BCH has some more to come down, it's holding strong. Beam is looking weak, it's closing underneath its 50. That's Bitcoin. Brett's almost back down to its mean reversion. You know, we did this earlier. BTC again, BTC again, BTC again, BTC again. Cookie is breaking down underneath its 50. The stronger projects are holding their 50. The strongest projects haven't even come down to retest their 50 because they bounced so hard. The weakest projects are underneath their 50. That's S&P. Compare that to everything else. Not only is it not coming back down to the 50, but it's making new highs already. ETH BTC is giving back some of that, which is okay. We expect that. ETH also, same thing. Gala's down to its 50 already. Guns doesn't even have a 50 EMA yet. H-bar is down to its 50. Hype looks like it wants to put in new highs. ICP is underneath its 50 and going into a vector, which looks like it come all the way back down into that accumulation range. IMX is about to test its 50.
Yeah,
So, you know,
see
all of these assets And this is across the board. You can go on the stock market. You can look at NASDAQ. You can look at Tesla.
Yeah.
And go to
Yeah.
the daily and, test the strength of it against everything else. Slowly starting to build up. This is step one. Holding this 50 and pushing out. Then you start targeting your 200 EMAs. Or you start targeting your 50 on other time frames. And then, things just get nutty after that.
Yeah, so we're in the retest phase. Like, if we bounce properly on the 50, that's when it starts.
Mean
right?
reversion,
Gonna get
right? One of the main sort of tenets of my trading style is mean reversion. The market makers pay attention to the most because they control it. Balance, bringing balance to the market. Correcting oversold, overbought situations, overextensions, cleaning imbalances. And that's why we pay attention to the 50. I'd love for that inverse head and shoulder to be what sends us, honestly. That's a decent final pattern to pop us up above 150 on the macro.
Yep, that was good. Yeah, that inverse head and shoulder. Me and my boys, local group, we were talking about it, and that's what we're hoping for as well.
Is it always the daily that you check it, or like, do you do it sometimes on the 4-hour?
No, you can do it. I mean, you can do it on anything, but when for the situation that we're in right now, where we've already had what I consider to be our low, and we're looking for that lower, we're looking for that higher low to either add to our positions, or for some people they got left behind, so they're looking for that second opportunity to catch. That's why we're watching it so closely on the daily. But as a macro guy, the daily for me is like a 5 minute for scalpers, right? The daily is as low as you're gonna go to look at the macro. You really want to be looking like on the weekly.
Do you think Sui's gonna retest his 50? It's kind of far.
Sui,
50's
yeah,
far
Sui
down.
I think Sui's also one of the ones that. So there's a couple that are in a position where they've already retested their 50. Sui didn't. Sui's not one of them now that I'm looking at it. So there's two things. What we're really talking about is vector recovery, right? So, in my opinion,
Stop fighting.
these set of vectors for most of them, for most of the projects,
I'm not fighting, I'm greeting you guys.
Somebody's got an open mic. These vectors for most projects are going to get left behind. These are the ones that I'm looking at to be filled. Right? And filling that vector for most projects brings you down to the 50. Now, if the 50 doesn't hold, then this is the problem, right? On whatever project you look at, for the most part, they all did the same thing. This is a little clean. Sol already took care of it. But if it comes down and takes half of this vector, it hits the 50. See, this is looking like a problem. Because Ronin's already at its 50. Looks like it's going to close the daily under. And it's got a ton of vectors down to its accumulation. There's some coins, the ones that are the weakest ones with like lowest amount of mind share, they're going to come all the way back down to their ranges. But Sui hasn't retested the bull flag that it broke out of. But again, that's all in the same area as just Confluence. That would be the 50 EMA test. And Sui, when Sui goes sideways, you might as well consider it going down, because look at what it did here. It didn't come down and clear these. Took like 50% of this one and then just kept it moving. Branso, you got an open mic, brother. That's why you were moved to the other room. If you can mute your mic, please.
It was strong. So it might go sideways until the 50 moves up.
Yeah, I'm looking for a bit of sideways until the end of the week. We'll see what happens with these moves. Hopefully, if I'm right and we get that false move down, then that should take all of these. That should take all of these alts down to their 50, or at least as close to their 50 as they're gonna get. Remember what I said? The stronger the alt, like the more popular and the more mind share it has, the more chance that it's gonna get front run before it hits its 50. Right? Because people will jump in like, oh, that's cheap enough. You know, I'm not gonna wait for it to go all the way down, and then they'll start to undercut each other.
Is Bitcoin looking kind of bearish? Like, is that a small M pattern, or is it just kind of moving
Yeah, a little
around?
tiny one. If we were to go to the 1 minute, right? Topping structure, lower high. That would be the base of it.
I think for Bitcoin, if you jump on the 4 hour, like, or even the time frame you're on, you can see lower highs, but also higher lows. And it's like there's an apex idea, as in like a wedge, like a pennant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, okay, if we lose the pennant, then then the 100K retest is looking more, like
Yeah.
it's gonna happen. But
And it's such a tame
until
retest
then,
too. Like it's not even like
yeah, it's not even far.
it's so
It's like
tame. But yeah, this would be the
3.5
measured move
grand.
from the M pattern 102. You notice how magically it always comes to the last liquidations. Just
Oh,
coincidence, I'm sure.
Mm. Yeah.
yesterday, Elliott Wave people kept saying it was going down in like 97K.
Yeah. Elliott waves are more explanatory than predictive, in my opinion. That's why I don't use them for trading. Because, yeah, where did I set my stop loss?
Yeah.
But I do
Elliott.
respect their power in explaining a move. I guess the math is beautiful sometimes. Is what I'll say.
Yeah, good old Elliott wave. I guess it's valid enough for, people have been making money using it, so there must be some validity to it. But for me, yeah, it's like it's like this big practice. Like there's this whole thing
For me,
with it,
it's like
and
Gann. It's not that there's a problem.
yeah,
Elliot was right. The problem is that these
yeah,
people aren't doing what Elliot said. Elliot was very specific about his wave counts and what counted and what didn't. It's the same with harmonics.
yeah.
It's the same with Gann. You have
Mm-hmm.
Most people half learn it and then eyeball it. Right? You can't
Yeah,
eyeball a harmonic. There needs to be a specific
like
math there for it to be valid. You're not
yeah,
supposed to find them everywhere. That's probably a good
mm-hmm.
test, right? If you're literally finding harmonics on every time frame and on every chart, or you're finding Wyckoff on every time frame, it's like you might not
yeah.
be paying attention to
It's
some of the specifics about what qualifies it and disqualifies it.
what all analysis says is, okay, you're finding a place to get in, and then you're looking for a reason to get out. Like whether that's moving average crossovers like Death Cross, Golden Cross,
Mm-hmm.
Ishimoku trading system, or Elliott wave theory, or using the oscillators like your MACD and your RSIs and whatever. Vu Manchu. Like there's all these different little strategies. The whole everything that sort of ties it all together is, okay, you're finding a low and you're finding a high. That's it. Like simplify it. And it's like you pick what works best for you, like what suits your style or whatever,
Yeah.
and then run with that. But yeah, it's even like the liquidity chaser people, like the people that look at where the liquidity is, and it's like, oh
Guilty.
yeah, I can see there's a whole bunch of liquidity here, and it's not that far away. We're probably gonna go collect that. Like, yeah, that's another that gives you reasons to do things too. Yeah.
It's all about liquidity, in my opinion. It's all about liquidity and who provides it, and order book imbalances and sentiment. It's everything. Like, I'm such a hybrid trader. I can't put all my eggs in one basket. We have a toolbox that over the years and years and years, we go filling with things that are effective at certain parts of the market. And our job, like every good craftsman, is to know what job calls for what tool. And if all you have is a hammer, then everything's an Elliott wave. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Respectfully, I don't want no beef with the Elliott wave guys.
No, yeah. The thing that like sort of falls apart for me with Elliott wave, it's like, okay, we did a 5 move, it looks perfect, but what comes next? Like, what do you like? It doesn't really say.
Subjective.
You need information, like you need data to
And then you're
sort of
like, well,
start
where do I
figure out.
take profit? And they're like, well,
Yeah.
it can go higher than this, but it won't go higher than that. It's like, okay, like I have other
Yeah.
tools that give me better definition than that.
Yeah. It's like
I
you
know
can
that it
you
get
can do a 5 wave. You can do a 5 wave bull market, but then you can 5 wave again off the back of that. Like it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't really say what's next.
And you
Like you
can't just
need
switch
the
through every
information.
time frame until you find your 5 waves either. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
if you go to the
Yeah.
37 minute, you see our 5th wave here.
I like the classics, man. Like just the real basics, like support resistance. Like, oh yeah, we're coming down here. There's a big pivot. There's evidence of a big support. Like there's all these buyers stepping in at 74,000. Like taking Bitcoin for an example here. That's like, oh yeah, very high confidence and high probability that there's a bounce here because it's like a big fat support resistance retest. Get long, you know? And if you're wrong, it's like, okay, well, invalidations if it goes to 72K or 73, you know, like big whoop. You stopped out. That's okay. So things like that, you can make it you can simplify the market down to just the basics like that. And it's
That's what I try to teach, bro. I've simplified it, I think, to as fine as you can get it. I'm not gonna clutter your mind with whether this is a Adam and Eve or whether it's a final damage, lower high fractal, or it's a M pattern or it's a W. It's a higher low or it's a lower high. And there's things that you watch for momentum shift. We've got our EMAs. We've standardized the ones that we're watching, so everybody's on the same page. We understand the liquidity provision. We understand where our targets are. We understand the signs of a top and the signs of a bottom. Our go triggers, and more importantly, our invalidations.
The funny thing is with Elliott wave is like I've looked at YouTube channels that they're like really advanced Elliott wave practitioners, right? Like there's so many different counts and structures that they talk about that you'd have to really dive into Elliott wave to like
That's what I'm
find out
saying.
this
It's
stuff.
not. There's math
It's like
involved.
complicated.
If you're doing Elliott waves
Yeah.
without a calculator, you're doing them incorrectly.
Yeah. It gets really nitty gritty, but then when you look at the conclusion of the video, it's like, okay, at the end of the day, they've got a bullish outcome and a bearish outcome. You know, like that's the simplicity of it. It's like, oh yeah, they've got to count it, which lands us down here. And then they've also got this idea that lands us up here. It's like, okay, well, the outcome is you can see it going down or you can see it going up.
Yeah.
At the end of the video, it's like, okay.
Yeah. And then
I'm
normally
still-
they'll rely on another tool to give them better definition. And then you look at it and you're like, well, why didn't we just use this? Why didn't we just use this? Like it's a wasted step. It's something that's good when you're
Yeah.
analyzing a chart. You're staring at a chart. How many different ways can I analyze this? Let me check the wave count. Let me do this. When you're getting into a trade, you're not running an Elliott analysis on the 5 minute to try to snipe the bottom of it. You need to know when the momentum is stopping, when when volume has been shifted, when your diversions are hitting. These are the actionable things. Right? These are the things that are actually going to give you information that you can act on to make money. Everything else, I think, honestly, is filler for a course that they're trying to charge you $2,000 for.
Yeah.
They overcomplicate it, bro. People overcomplicate this
Yeah.
shit, and they used to drive me crazy, especially to new people. New people come in and they want to get all technical, and it's like, bro, it's going right
Yeah.
over the head. All you're doing is try to make them feel like they need you. Right? Oh, it's too complicated.
Like,
Don't worry. I'm here every day at 5 o'clock. Just come and I'll explain it.
yeah, like they're sort of making out like the key to making money in markets and trading or investing is all of this brain power and crunching and decipher. Like it's all very complicated. It doesn't have to be.
Mm-mm.
It can be quite simple. It really can. Like it's
I mean, it's amazing for levels of confluence. Don't get me wrong.
oh yeah,
Don't
yeah.
get me. I
It's
mean, I
sort
would
of
love to have somebody come in and show me an Elliott wave count that matches exactly. Like, oh, that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful.
like why this happened here and the timing and yeah.
But if we're just TAing out like a bunch of nerds and yeah, that's cool. We can do all that. That's super. I'd love to. I'd go crazy. I'll go like into a crazy rabbit hole when it comes to shit like that. But in real time, real life, we're trading, day trading scenario, pretty useless.
Dbloc, I had an idea. Hi guys. I had an idea.
Yo.
Hi guys. You know how we use like Apple Share or something if you have an iPhone and you want to share like a higher quality video? Say I take like a higher quality video and you do like or a picture, it's like AirShare or what's it called? You know, AirDrop?
Yeah.
AirDrop?
Pretty soon, why aren't pretty in that same idea and capacitance? If we wanted to just send $5, like tap your phone, like Apple Pay type thing, if we could do that easy and simply with cryptocurrency, just like pick which one you want to use and just simply like tap another phone. I just think it's like a quick, fast, easy avenue where you could like transfer and trade. I wonder if like something large like Apple would ever come out with, you have to just like click and tap. I'll trade you this for that.
I can barely
I
understand you,
think it's
Joe.
coming. I think something like
I'm
that's
sorry if
coming,
you couldn't
man.
hear me. I apologize.
I heard you say something about how can we send money from place to place?
No, I mean like if we were
peer-to-peer.
able to use our Apple Pay to send it from like friend to friend. So if I wanted to trade you this thing for that thing, or just basically Apple Pay type tap from like phone to phone to transfer it. You know how we can
Like
transfer dollars that way
you,
from like an account,
yeah,
one account to
Okay.
another. You know what I mean though?
you mean as simple as pulling out your physical wallet and pulling out a $5 note and handing it to someone. As simple as that action is. Do that with
Or
crypto.
simple as an
Yeah.
AirPay or an Apple Pay. Like when
Yeah.
we go up to
I
all
know
of our
what you mean.
Bro,
registers,
you know Cash
all
App is like
those.
Cash App is a thing, right? And PayPal and I
So
can zap you a
once we
bunch
can
of
start
crypto right now on PayPal phone to phone.
Well, I mean, like once we can start using that, like to pay for stuff, that's really going to be a huge thing for it.
Bro, you can do that now. That's why I'm
Yeah.
confused about I don't understand. Welcome to crypto. Like, yeah, you can do that right
I
now.
mean, you can
I can
get
buy
like
a
a crypto
burger
credit
joint.
card. Like you could get a credit card from crypto.com and then put it
Oh,
on
no,
your
I
Apple
have
Pay
one of
and
those.
tap to pay.
Yeah, or
Just
your
saying, I can't wait
Coinbase
till
card,
it's
or right
incorporated
on
into
Cash
like
App.
Apple Pay. Like we can like tap each other's phone, and then that's another part of it.
Bro,
That's all I'm trying to say.
it's in Cash App and it's in PayPal. Get off of what you call it. Get an Android, bro. Are you still on Apple for?
No, I mean like as large as it always goes up to like Coinbase or something. You can use like your Coinbase account at a grocery store.
I think
Yes,
all
you can
that
do
kind of
that.
stuff's
Yeah.
coming. Yeah.
Right,
You're
kind of.
talking more
I've
about like
had a
the
card for
user
years, but it's not as
experience.
easy as just
Yeah.
tapping the button and doing it like that. It's weird. All I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I think what you're saying is like just the user experience, like making it as simple and intuitive as possible. And yeah, I reckon I still think that that's to come, where
Yeah, look at
Apple
the
incorporates
Chinese
that.
app. Like there's like an app in
It'll get
China where
there.
you can apply all of what
Mm.
it's like the one Elon's been working on, but he's like kind of robbing the idea from the Chinese one.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
guys. I'm super
Like it's coming.
confused right now because I'm doing all of that in real time right now. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not understanding what you
It's
mean.
Because you're good
I
at it, Dbloc. You're
No, it's
super
not
good at
that.
what you do.
PayPal is
yeah.
it's
I
But
PayPal.
I'm saying
You don't have
make
to
it
know
easier
anything
for
about Web3 on
everybody
Cash
across
App.
the board. Dbloc, I'm
Yeah,
not trying to
Cash
argue with
App.
you,
Do you
but
have Cash
I
App?
apologize.
Do you have Cash App?
We all have all these apps, of course.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
saying
So
to
have
make
you
it
looked at the crypto section on Cash App?
no, I've always used it just for the basics of it.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you, Joe, is that this world that you dream of is here. You can do it now on major apps. Maybe it's not on Apple Pay yet, but it's on every other payment platform.
Do you mean, Joe, like anyone out on the street is doing this? Like, do you mean mainstream adoption level? Like where everyone's just,
What I'm saying is, I
swiping money
wish it was
around?
as easy
Yeah.
as transferring a $5 bill to your friend, but you're able to tap from phone to phone for $5.
Yeah.
I'll give you $5 of this to that, but it's as easy as tapping your telephone together, as easy as like we use Apple Pay. All I was really trying to say. So I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, I think it's adoption. I think it is still to come. And that's the cool thing, is that it's not we're still early, man. Like that the functionality, like the bread and butter's there. It's just that we're still, like, at least because I'm talking from Australia, we don't do that. We don't even have Cash App in Australia. We don't have that yet. We got other things, but yeah. If you're talking, what was a big breakthrough in money and paying was PayPass, PayWave, where you tap your card on their ATM machine, or their FPOS terminal, and it goes boop boop, and you pay, and you've paid because you've tapped your card on the thing. So that was a breakthrough. That was like revolutionary. So much easier than swiping your card down the machine and then typing your PIN in
Yeah.
and then hitting enter. You know what I mean? Tapping, like PayWave. Do you
Yep,
guys
yep.
call it PayWave or PayPass? Yeah.
Yeah, we can
What do you
even
call
pay
it?
with our telephones now. We don't even need to carry
Yeah,
our
yeah.
credit cards
Yeah,
anymore. So
yeah.
it's really helpful.
Yep.
So we even have like a thing called Apple Pay. So that's all I'm trying to say is I wish it was an easy transfer system, just as
Yes.
simple as
And
Apple Pay to a
the
friend
fact,
or everywhere we go.
yep. The fact, this is why I have hope for crypto and that I'm so optimistic about it, is that the fact that, the broader society has started using their phones to pay for things and just tapping. That wasn't a thing like 20 years ago. You didn't do that. That was that wasn't even around. That
All
wasn't
right,
available.
let's
And
even
now
keep it
everyone's
more
doing it.
simple. Look
Yeah,
at how
everyone's
there's
doing
like
that.
three buttons. There's one that says like ATM or debit, and the other one says credit, and the other
Mm,
one usually says like EBT, but there's an empty space. Why doesn't that last one
mm.
say crypto yet? Why haven't we programmed our machine to say like crypto and then whatever ones that gas station receives or wants to accept,
Yeah.
Bitcoin,
I think,
XRP, whatever, Ethereum, whatever they like to accept or something. If they want to be like
yeah, I
I
think it'll be a
guarantee they get
stable
way
coin.
more people coming in and it increases a lot of
Mm.
sales and stuff.
Maybe
I
it's
think
just because
people,
I live
like,
in
I guess,
Miami, but I can walk out of my house right now and not spend anything but crypto. From the
That is
time that
cool.
I leave to the time that I come back, and not have to worry about what
yeah.
place I'm going to and do they accept it, do they not accept. If they don't accept, I have cards. I have my,
That's so
my
cool.
crypto
You,
card. If not, I've got crypto on PayPal. I've got crypto on
mm.
Cash
Remember,
App.
Dbloc, you are an enthusiast and you're very clued
No,
in
no.
on
What
what
I mean
crypto
is,
is.
I'm not
Up
talking
for
about jumping
up.
on. I'm not talking about like jumping on Web3 and going into some deep. I'm talking push button
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Like the same. If
Yeah,
you've
it
ever
sounds
if you've
easier
ever
that
paid
way.
for
Yeah.
anything with your Cash App, it's no different using crypto to do that instead of the money that you have in there.
Yeah.
You
It's
could do it through
literally all
Venmo
the
now. You're
places
right.
that accept
You can
that
do it through
tap.
Venmo.
You can do it and Venmo. Yeah, you can do it through all major payment services already at this point.
Yeah. Well,
Wherever Visa's
it's a
accepted,
culture thing. Like,
you know.
yep. When we adopt these methods, because it's not mainstream yet. We're still early. Like we're the fact. Like you're very clued in on crypto.
Yeah.
You know that that's available. 95% of 99% of people out there don't know that this is a method. And when and it will. It's give it time, it will happen. Like because that's where the minds are heading it. You know, like all of the people that call the shots on what becomes the next thing, like what they offer, know about this and it is in the works. So
Yes.
it's just a matter of time.
Stealth
Yeah.
adoption is the true adoption.
Mm.
Like, not to keep bringing
Yeah.
the game up, but like that off the grid game, like I said, you play
No, it's
that
exactly what
you play that game, and you make 7 or 8 crypto transactions without even realizing what you're just opening a box, or you're getting a
Yeah.
reward for something you did, but you don't have to think, oh, this is, what do I do? What wallet do I send this to? Is this the right wallet? It's the UI experience is beautiful, and it's like a stealth adoption. We'll know that we're
Yeah.
there when people are using crypto rails every day and have no clue. It just works. They don't know how. People don't know how the financial rails work now. Why should they know how crypto rails work? All they care is when they press the button on their computer, the money goes where it's supposed to go and the light
It
stays
does.
on.
Yeah, it does the thing
Yep.
exactly.
Yep.
It's
So,
like, yeah, if you can get your granny to do it, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
the most basic, think of the most basic user. If you can get them learning it and doing it, that's where you've achieved user interface and usability. Like the
Dude,
problem
I'm
with
out here in
when
Vegas.
things
I
are
just can't wait till people in Vegas figure out how to like not put it into the slot machine and actually put it into something like crypto and actually like earn
Yeah.
something of what they're
Shit, I'm
putting it
pretty sure you
into.
could gamble your Bitcoin in Vegas. Somebody will take it.
Dude, no, I'm just saying I'm here in Vegas and I can't wait till all these people sitting in all these machines sitting there putting it into this penny poker something
Mm.
realize how to put it
I
into a whole entire different avenue in which they're like holding on to. You don't have to cash it
Yeah.
in at this one hotel you're at or this one casino to like get your no.
Yeah.
Wait, I own this thing wherever I
I
go and I can play this game every day I want. Okay, I'm down with
I
that. And I
tell you
don't
what,
have to
man,
fly to Vegas to do it. Okay, wait, it's
as
similar.
evil
There's that much
as
risk, but
evil
real
as
reward.
evil as it sounds, you don't want an intelligent society that knows about investing and being patient. You want them to stay predictable and impulsive, and they want it now. Like the game as it is, like keep the game the same because we're mastering it, right? We're
Yep.
learning the pitfalls. Retail's going to fall into this trap all the time.
Ooh, we
It's been
got
happening
sales
for over
coming in.
100 years.
Sales coming in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I was saying that the difficulty level is our edge right now.
Yeah, like you want retail to stay primitive. You do.
Yeah.
That's how you win.
Yeah.
Like,
You want them to be
if you want to
scared to
help
go on the
someone,
decks and make a hot wallet, and
yeah,
you want them to say, no, I'll wait until it lists on Robinhood, and then they buy your
mm,
bags, and then the cycle continues,
yep.
unfortunately.
Like as crazy and as counterintuitive as it sounds, I do want crypto to stay speculative as long as possible because the speculation drives the volatility,
Amazing.
and the volatility is what makes it a really amazing investment vehicle. Like you just have to time it right. Yeah, as long as you're not getting in on top of a bull and getting out in fear and panic and selling at a loss. Like, yeah, you just got to learn like where all the traps are and read the media for what because they're part of the pitfalls as well. Like they feed into retail getting trapped, and you know the media is
A
not
lot
your
of that shit
friend.
is paid for, I promise you. A lot of it is
Yeah.
paid for. Short sellers do the same thing on legacy.
Mm.
You guys that are like shorting shit at 100x, and you consider yourself the biggest degens. Listen, these short sellers that are short selling for $500 million, and they're going out and spending another 200 mil on marketing and advertising and FUD campaigns, and they're putting out their complete thesis on why this company is going to shit, and they're pushing it to other like. There's a lot of work that goes into making sure that those positions play out the way you want them to. And they're doing the same thing in crypto. Super easy, especially now with these AI agents. Oh my God, bro. You have a little swarm of AI agents, you can push whatever narrative you want.
Yeah, you know where I went tonight? I went to the Sphere. I went last night. I went tonight, and I'm going
How was
tomorrow
it?
night
What
to
was
the
it?
Sphere.
It was a show, or
It's
you just went to
beautiful.
look at it?
No, I went. We went to a concert in there like last night.
What was the concert? Who was it?
It's Dead and Company. I'm like a huge Grateful Dead fan. You know.
Oh, so it
I
was
went
like all
last
trippy
year.
and psychedelic and shit.
Oh yeah, it's like, but
Oh, that's perfect.
what they put together this year, the amount of extra like detail they put into a lot of the like, there's 60% like new things they put on the screen,
I saw
like
pictures
when
of
they're
the.
playing
I saw
music.
like stills or like clips in social media about that specific show. It looks super cool.
The whole place is incredible. It really is an entirely beautiful store. It's
The
a $2
future of
billion
entertainment.
structure, dude. A $2
Yeah,
billion.
it's the
But
future
it's
of
really cool. But
entertainment,
there's
bro.
AI little units outside that are like you know, like kind of like moving and doing things and answering questions people are asking and stuff to it. It's pretty
They're
neat.
building
And
one in Dubai, I believe, too. If I didn't misunderstand that the other day.
I went to all
You know what?
sections. I went down to check every different place out, the lowest section, the mid section, the high section, all the way down to the floor to check out because I have like a VIP for the 3 days I'm here. So I'm capable of like kind of going to those different areas and I check stuff out.
Are
And
you
it's
saying
a
you went to
really
the
huge.
sphere and you checked the structure?
Well, I always
That's
show
such a
up and
joke.
well,
Such a joke
no,
thing to do.
but I really did. I checked out each and every floor has a whole different aspect. The way the sound comes out and the way you look at like the whole entire screen is really cool. Like on they go like 100, 200, 3, 4, but each of those different sections have a whole different view, but also acoustic level too. So it's really neat. It's not regular acoustics that throw out like a big
Yeah, I
sound
heard.
wave. They're like
It's
directional. It's really
directional.
cool.
Each seat has directional. It's just nuts when you think
It's
about it.
so cool. It's like right where you're sitting, you have like perfect, like, dude, sitting in like a 18 speaker surround sound, perfect little room that you feel like is your own awesome room with like,
It seems like the end of a civilization type shit, right? Like the Colosseums.
yeah, it's like
Like the
over. It's like you're
ultimate
coming here to just give
entertainment
up.
arena. It's like, oh, that's a hella top signal for that society. Look at what they built. Look at what they built.
Yeah.
Jesus, they had so much time on their hands.
Dude, my brain can only absorb so much, dude. I only have like so much energy. My poor brain is just like tired. Like my ears,
Spectacle.
my eyes, my brain, my feeling. Like, dude, the seats vibrate. Everything, dude. There's
Right.
huge
What do they
vibration
say?
like
Bread
things
and
in the seats and
give
everything,
them
dude.
bread or
But
give
there's
them
always good wind too.
circus.
So you always at least have good wind going past you. So you're not just like sitting in this like hot building. There's always like a ton of air moving like past you. It's like crazy. It's almost like they can like make it flow towards you so you feel like as you're going through this jet, like and these cool things you're looking at on the screen that like makes you feel like you're actually moving through it too. It's weird.
The thing with like technology and the way our world is changing is that it's a gradual thing. It's like you don't see it black and white like say 1990 to 2020. Like if you look at those 2 years, there's so much difference, but because everything happens in comfortable iterations where it's like, oh yeah, Tuesday felt like Monday. You know what I mean? Like everything's so gradual. It's you don't see the change, but everything is really changing pretty quick when you like reflect on it. So it's like okay, someone in 1980 looking to 2025, I don't think anyone could have predicted, like, seen what was going to happen, especially with crypto, right? Like,
Yeah.
so it makes me think, okay, what's 2025? What does 2050 look like, or 2040?
Big
It could be
buys.
just something we don't even know could happen.
It's
You know
gonna
what I
be
mean?
great, man. I'll tell you how I run it
Yeah.
for like I have a long term view on crypto, but I do run it cycle to cycle.
Mm.
So for me, I
Yeah.
have a list of coins that I think are gonna make it between here and 20 years. At the end of every
Mm.
cycle, some coins come off that list, some coins go on that list. Very few
Yeah.
amount. Those are the ones that I'll invest some capital in just to, but mostly I'm going to new cycle coins that haven't had a bull market yet. Right? There's no underwater
Yeah,
holders
totally.
above. There's no, like, that's where you make the money, and then you feed the ones that are going to be here. But that sort of index that you're running of coins that are going to make it has to be dynamic.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, because you're catching things in their discovery because they've just come out of the incubator, like they're
And even the long ones,
yeah.
even the ones that have been through a couple cycles, and you're like, okay, this one might make it. 20 years is a long time.
Yeah. When you
Solana
think of
freezes up a
suppression,
couple more times, and who knows. So when I hear people say, I want to put this in, I don't want to touch it for 20 years. I'm like, okay, how much Bitcoin did you buy? Because I'm not even going to ask you what coin. I'm just going to assume that we're talking about Bitcoin here. Because if not, you might be making a mistake.
when
Look at this candle.
when I say yeah, when I say stunted and suppressed, what crypto comes to mind when I say that?
Ethereum,
Like throughout the last few years.
XRP.
Yeah, true. Ethereum. Yeah,
Ethereum
XRP.
during
Yeah.
this run, XRP during the last one.
Except, yeah, like I just feel Ethereum got like a massive. It got stunted.
It was
Like
a
in the last
it was
cycle,
a
it didn't get
do-over.
to see. Yeah.
It was a do-over.
So
You had two things happen. You had utility fall out of favor, right? Doge and SHIB. SHIB. People say Doge started the meme thing, and it did. It did. But SHIB made sure that it was never going anywhere. SHIB was the best investment on record. From if you would have bought the very bottom, sold the very top. On paper, the best investment ever recorded. So what that did is that
really,
took the
wow.
attention off of utility. And this run, people went straight from the very bottom into memes. They ignored Bitcoin at their own peril, right? And they went straight into memes. So, but then what happened? We got the Bitcoin ETF run. So then all the attention, institutional attention, everything shifted to Bitcoin. Bitcoin flew. All the smaller companies that are smaller, that have less power, like maybe you are a middle manager that's been trying to get your company to get into Bitcoin. You have to have a couple meetings before you can make that happen, right? Larry Fink doesn't have to talk to anybody. He decides, he goes, they move. So BlackRock, Fidelity, VanEck beat everybody to the punch on the Bitcoin ETF. When the Ethereum ETF kicked in, everybody was ready. And not only were they ready to accumulate, but the way that it works is they have to accumulate quarter after quarter after quarter. You're not going to talk to your board and they're going to say, yeah, here, cool, here's 75% of our investable funds, have fun. They're like, no, we'll give you 5% on a quarter-to-quarter basis, and we'll check for the adjusted returns at the end of the quarter, and if it did good, you'll get more. That's how it works. So for them to be able to load up at those prices, they have to suppress the price of Ethereum and keep it in a range over a long period of time where they can all accumulate so that they don't miss out like they missed out on Bitcoin.
True that.
And
I'm
another thing
surprised
that was the
there's
problem is the bond yields, right? Until bond yields come down under 4% again, institutions aren't going to go into Ethereum. Institutions go into Ethereum because it's easy yield. It's safe and it's easy yield. But what's safer and easier is, getting over 4% on a 10-year bond or a 20-year bond, which is basically a risk-free sort of investment. So there's a couple things. It was like a perfect storm. But in my opinion, Ethereum hasn't lost any value. It hasn't lost any TVL. It still has the largest TVL by far. It still has the largest real world asset holdings by far. Like, not even close. We talk about what real world asset projects we should get into. Ethereum is heads and tails above everything else. When NASDAQ comes to blockchain, it'll go to Ethereum. It's not going to go to Sol. It's not going to go to Sui. When they tokenize the stock market, it will, in my opinion, it'll be on Ethereum.
Has there been any like true Bitcoin cut copies where there's finite supply. It's proof of work. It has all the merits that Bitcoin has.
Some shit coins, yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
like, are they trying to
Yeah.
use that model and
Yeah, you
say, oh yeah, we're BTC 2.0, you know,
Yep.
like, or digital gold or whatever.
Yeah. But the problem is that it doesn't have the, things are worth what people agree they're worth, and it doesn't have that consensus.
Just didn't.
Bitcoin
Yeah.
at this point, after all these years proving itself through good, through bad, up years, down years, it has a consensus, it has a security, it's got a proven track record. Like, that's not easy to
Yeah.
copy. Even if a coin did come out, it would take it 10 years to develop what Bitcoin has, and then by then Bitcoin would have 30 years of confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like the merit of being first. Whereas like in technology, usually being first is the curse because everyone gets to copy you, you know.
Mhm.
But
At this
in
point,
Bitcoin's favor, it's different.
honestly, if somebody calls you with a business plan, or you get some sort of offer to get into some business or whatever, and they can't promise you 65% year over year returns, you might as well just buy Bitcoin at whatever price it is, because that's risk adjusted year over year for inflation, and it's like, wow,
Yeah.
it's just hard to beat. We play with the alts because at times we can use them to beat that, and then collect more Bitcoin, and then let Bitcoin do what it does. But it's hard to beat
Yeah.
that outside of crypto. It's very hard to beat that outside of crypto.
Right. The cool thing about Bitcoin as well is that even if all the big money and what we see as important in crypto right now goes out the window and leaves, there's still going to be a core crypto enthusiast crowd that plays with Bitcoin. You know what I mean? So if Bitcoin crashes to, $600 or something like that,
Oh my
there's
god.
going to be a group of people that are still messing around with Bitcoin because there's still the community there.
Yeah.
So either way you cut it, there's always going to be, a market that trades Bitcoin. Yeah.
Anon wanted me to look at Pendle and Steam. Pendle looks good, right? Pendle didn't get as deep of a retracement as we wanted. It came back and it tested its 50 after breaking, and it held. So this is one of the coins that I'm saying that might not have to come all the way down to test its 50. The mean reversion that's important for Pendle is the 200 EMA, right? You had resistance turned into support. You come back and test that. You're going to test them both at the same time anyways because they're close enough. But you see how when we popped over the 50, we retested once, twice, and then took off? That's sort of the price action that you don't see. Okay, STX did the same thing, right? And still came down, but that wasn't... Damn, this candle on STX was so scary. 75% 1 second candle. It's a glitch of some sort. I'm not even paying attention to it. It doesn't fit my narrative, so I reject that reality and I replace it with my own. It says that was a glitch. No, I looked into it. It was they said it was some sort of liquidity glitch or something on one of the exchanges. All right, Steam. Steam's all right. I don't love this bottom. I have to be completely honest with you. On the daily, you had your stopping volume candle, but your stopping volume candle got taken out, and you left these vectors behind, which usually wouldn't be a problem. But you haven't seen a whole lot of market maker participation inside this bearish channel that we put in, except to stop price. Right. So the issue with that is if you come down underneath 13.2, you run the risk of eating back into these vectors. It's not the weakest chart, right? You are above your 50, you are holding. You had some weakness here, but so far you're holding. You don't want to play underneath the 50 on this. If you play for too long underneath the 50 on this, price is going to give out on you, in my opinion. Take a look at the wicks here. Like this just to me tells me I don't this doesn't feel like selling pressure is gone. Right? Every time we come into these levels. So one or two things. You need to get above this sell wall. I'm pretty sure if we look on the books, you're gonna find some supply here. You need to get above that supply. If you can't get above that supply, you're gonna get pushed down underneath this uptrend, and your chances are gonna increase dramatically that you're gonna come down and grab this vector. So two spots to watch here, really. Right where we are is literally at the uptrend. Then you want to watch the bottom of that flag structure. And your horizontal. Right, but these are red flags. Unless they hold and you want to see volume really pick up. When I mean hold, I mean big candle, big volume.
Mm.
Pendle looks way better than this.
With Bitcoin, what price to you makes you like want to buy as much as you can get it? You know what I mean? Like, well, that's a really good price at the
Like
moment.
what would
Like,
make me pull
dude,
money that's not intended for Bitcoin? Like what would make me go look for more money somewhere?
like if
If
we
we
got
were to
back down
if
to
at this point,
60K,
if we were to come down underneath 93.
and
93.
isn't that fascinating? Because you take yourself 3 years ago, like, or 2022, whatever. 93 sounds like a pipe dream. You know what I mean? Isn't it?
hmm
It's interesting how the psychology behind price changes when you know what's possible.
You don't even have
It's
to
like
go
we
back
know that
3 years ago.
Yeah,
Think of how we felt when we broke 100K the first time, right? Think of
yeah.
that
It's like, oh
euphoria.
wow, it's possible.
Then think a couple
Yeah,
weeks later when we broke after hitting 110, when we broke 100K on the downside. When we went to
yep,
99, the world was ending, the sky was falling, and it's like the same
yeah,
exact price point, less than a month apart, and two completely
yeah.
different psychological reactions to it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
see
once
it in
upon a
here all the
time,
time.
Bitcoin, you would have been a fool buying Bitcoin at $1,000 or even $100. Remember, like
Yeah.
if you can, there was a point in time where that was a ridiculous price to pay for Bitcoin, $100.
Yep, that's
That's
about
what are
what I
you
was paying
crazy?
for
You
when
know
I
what I
was
mean?
buying weed and shit from Silk Road.
Yeah,
And you'd get
there you
mad, like
go.
you'd
So
have just
yeah,
enough to get something, and then Bitcoin price went up or something. You're like, what? I'm not paying it.
you're like,
What? It's an
damn it.
extra five
Yeah,
dollars.
yeah, exactly. So it's like we've just amplified that psychology. It's like, well, okay, 100K seems expensive or 110, whatever. Price is arbitrary, really, when you look back on it. It's like, it's just where things have gone and where they've been and
What
where the supports and resistances.
Michael
Yeah.
Saylor's New York example, when he says, if somebody sold you a city block in New York City in the 1800s,
Mm.
for $100, that, that was the bottom. But if you miss that, and then you came back in the 1900s, and somebody wanted to sell you a New York City block for $500, it was still the best time to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, and then you fast
Exactly.
forward all the way
Yes.
to the
But
1980s,
now,
or
yeah.
2020. It's like,
Or even
when
just the
is a bad
50s.
time to, like,
Yeah.
there's never a bad time to buy
Yeah.
this. That's
That's
the old
right.
saying, like, the
Yep.
best time to buy was yesterday, the second best time is today.
Yep. And that's like with the American stock market. It's like, okay, well, if you think everything's going to come down like badly, that's because America's failing. Like there's a catastrophe going on.
Yeah.
America has always, since America became USA, like it's just been growth the whole time. Like it's expansion. It's
Well,
you
when you're
know
the
the
world reserve
population has
currency, it
grown.
comes with
Yeah,
some benefits.
yeah. It's yep, and it's like America is still on top, if not sharing the top with some other big, economies. But yeah, corrections happen. Yeah, that's just that's a thing. It's nothing new there.
You ever
But
seen have I ever shown you my Dixie chart? Let me show you
no,
something real quick.
tell me.
I'll expose myself as a nerd here for a second.
The way I see Dixie is just America versus the rest of the world kind of thing. Like how well is America doing compared to everyone else? And the thing is, America can be healthy while the Dixie falls because, like, America didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the other countries are doing well compared
Yeah.
to last month or the year before, Yeah. Which can be a little bit misleading with indexes and that kind of
so
thing. And Bitcoin dominance is a good
DXY.
one. Yeah. Yeah.
DXY. Am I on the Dixie? I am on the Dixie. Okay, check this out. Hold on. Do I have... need to put all this shit away so that it's a clean chart, but... So this is my historical analysis of the Dixie.
Yeah.
Just
Logarithmic.
with
Yeah.
all the major pivots, being removed from the dollar standard, gold depreciating by gold being devalued, or the dollar being devalued 10% against gold, our big gap down because of that, our first stalemate, our first government shutdown, which led to our biggest sort of crash at the time to the date, Reagan getting elected, Reagan selling cocaine in the inner city streets for guns to the Contras. Hey, look, if one thing has stayed true in history is that the best way to make money quick is to sell guns and drugs, even on a state level.
Shit.
But then the dollar got so large that nobody could trade with us, right? So Reagan, behind closed doors, worked with foreign countries to weaken the dollar for trade purposes, gave it all back, finally had our export boom at the bottom once we were tradable, right? We pumped too early here, right? This was a very bad time for us. We went into a long, drawn-out recession. This is when you needed Powell. When you needed somebody like Powell. Somebody that didn't crush to the pressures of sort of kicking the machine before it was ready. And then this is what happens. You get what? From 1989 to basically 1994. Only thing that brought us out there was literally brand new revolutionary technology, the dot-com boom. Had that been any other country but us, I can't even tell you what the dollar would look like, right? Which is like, what's so serious about crypto? Do we want to really put it in the hands of the world? Like, do we want to make it to where Americans can't innovate and have this sort of explosion somewhere else other than here? And then to add insult to injury, right when the dot-com bust happened and we recovered, we got the September 11th attacks.
No, yeah.
Brought us down. And then once again, government acted too quickly, too greedily to sort of stop and gave everybody a home, no matter if they had a job or not. Things went up for a while. Life was good. This was the last time our real estate cycle crashed. Right? This was the end of the 18.6-year cycle. At the bottom of that, on the ashes, after the bank failures, Bitcoin was born.
Yep.
As Bitcoin's born, Obama signs the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. We have a couple of years of insecurity, and then gone, put in a new level and held. For the first time, our country's in an uptrend. And when I say for the first time, I
Wow.
mean for the first time on paper.
Yeah, it's been a falling wedge
It's
the whole
been a
time.
falling wedge the entire time. So say what you want to say
Yeah.
about Obama, but without this Recovery Act, we would have never broke out of this wedge. We came back down, we retested the wedge.
Yeah.
And right as we start recovering and looking like we're going to break out, COVID.
Yeah, jeez.
We had our first stimulus check around here. We had our second stimulus check around here. The money printer went absolutely insane after that, and we took another level. But
Yeah.
this bearish sort of flag that we're in held, broke. We've retested it bearishly. So, in my opinion, this will probably be a deviation out of what will probably be the range for the Dixie for the foreseeable decade. You know, we're on a weekly chart here. So, you know what we say in ranges, right? As above, so below. So when you get these deviations out of the range, if price comes back down into the range, not only will you touch the bottom, but chances are you'll have a deviation at some point. And these swings will be our markets, and we'll time them and we'll play them
cycles.
and we'll, yep.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of interesting to back out on a big view and see how the decisions that our elected leaders make and world events and stuff can kind of and there's something kind of cathartic and depressing about seeing your country on a chart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, damn, you know, will we double top? Like,
Yeah. Exactly.
I appreciate that
And that's
BTC trader. It's maybe
fiat.
dedication, maybe a little obsession, a little bit of both. It is amazing though that after all of this, the result of it is something that was so bad that called for Bitcoin to need to be born. You know what I mean? Like, without the subprime
Yeah.
mortgage crash and the bank failures, we don't get Bitcoin, right? The cypherpunks aren't as motivated, as rushed, as sort of impassioned. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it was
there's
out
not
of the
like a
Occupy
desperate
Wall
need.
Street, like not the fake Occupy Wall Street on TV, but like behind the scenes, you know. And if just for reference, we can throw Bitcoin on the chart.
It is literally a plan B.
In case anybody here needs to see a side by side. But in case you do,
This is why a strategic reserve is pretty cool because it's like
yeah, attach
it's
yourself
like
to this. Why wouldn't you?
yeah, Bitcoin can carry your country out of economic, despair.
That's what I used to say. I used to be like, all of this talk about Bitcoin replacing the dollar and the fear behind it with the whole operation, you know, choke point and all that. If they just realize that it doesn't replace the dollar, it gives it. If Bitcoin is going to be the asset that takes over, you know, the asset that the world wants to hold, then don't you want to be the currency that it's priced in? The
Yeah,
same
it's like
way
a
that
life
you're the
raft.
currency that oil's priced in. Like the petrol dollar isn't going to be here forever. The Bitcoin dollar replaces the petrol dollar.
El Salvador saw the light.
Yeah,
Whatever that
they
guy's
were
name
forced
is,
to.
president.
I'm glad that
Yeah, I
we
know,
didn't
right?
wait
It was
until
out of
we were forced to, you know, luckily.
it was out of desperation. It wasn't out of like
Uh-huh.
insight or yeah, it's like, okay, we don't really have a lot of options. What's like a Hail Mary that we can do?
Pretty sick.
And
And
it's
it
working
worked.
out. Yeah, it's really cool. So the stock market at the moment has run very hot in the last month and a half. Like since the tariff fear crash,
Mm-hmm.
we haven't really seen like a retracement of that explosion of like recovery.
There's no higher
It's
low
just
yet.
come zooming up. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just up.
There's no
I
higher low
made some
yet.
re-entries starting here on Doge and stuff. I noticed that your dominance or D-block was starting to rise up on Bitcoin for a little bit. Alt started hitting a little bit lower here, so I've been finally reaccumulating higher averages I want to, but I'm doing my scoop session. See how dominance is driving on that sucker? So things are looking decent. So I'm accumulating. I think Bitcoin might want to go a little bit lower.
I'm gonna
As we
clear this
said,
chart up a little bit. You guys already see that M pattern. And we know that the liquidity's down there.
Bitcoin wants to go a little bit higher though too, and dominance wants to drive up. Might fill some more of my orders on some.
I see Bitcoin's just squeezing up on the hourly zoomed out. Like it's just this big squeeze that's happening, really. It's
So that's why I'm
squeezing.
reaccumulating some of my things I got out of and other things. I'm looking into scooping up, setting, not going all in on anything. And like I always do, I spread my pattern out, start accumulating.
You don't sound like you should be doing too much trading tonight. Vegas and trading, probably not a
No,
good
it's just to
mix.
be safe so I can go to sleep basically in case something dives down. So I'm just setting out larger patterns of buys in case it falls down to my expectations. That's crazy. No, but I shouldn't. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm just one of those things. I don't want to wake up and the thing takes off and I'm sitting here going, God darn it. I saw it before it happened. It's tough when you always have that predicament of coulda, shoulda, woulda, but didn't.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take off and try to get some sleep. Stream. Should I reset the stream? 7
Me too.
hours.
Okay. Thanks, T-Bar, for everything. Thanks, you.
Yeah.
Nah, you're
I'm
good,
doing the
guys.
same.
Let me
Time for
reset the
bed.
stream real quick, guys. We'll be back in 2 minutes. If you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, hit the bell notification, smack the little button on the side. I don't know what it does. It's there. Just like hit it. Just do whatever you have to do on there. Leave a comment.
Yeah, make sure
Fight
it's
fight with each other real quick. Just pick a fight with a random YouTube chat member. And then come back on the next stream and pretend that nothing happened.